Montclair, New Jersey, 4 months ago. Penance is like rolling thunder heard in the distance and often ignored. It isn't until the skies turn black and the heavens unleash their fury that people run for cover. But by then it's too late. The storm has already descended. That's where I am right now, caught in the eye of my own storm. I glance up at the clock, watching as the second hand ticks away another 60 seconds. After 2 hours, my irritation with it has dulled, and instead of grinding my teeth to the monotonous beat, I click my tongue to it. Tick, tock. I don't bother sliding my gaze toward the door. I know it's still going to be closed, just like it's been for the last 154 minutes. Still, I'm in no hurry for company, especially men whose sole purpose in life is to ensure I spend the rest of mine behind bars. Not that I don't deserve to pay for what I've done, but I'm not the only one with blood on my hands. I may have lit the match, but someone else fanned the flame. Every muscle in my body aches from sitting in the same position, so I shift, but with my hands cuffed behind my back it gives little relief. I'm on the edge of snapping my wrists just to revive blood flow when the door opens, and two men in dark suits and pinched expressions walk in. The moment we make eye contact, I know something's off. Instead of launching into the good cop/bad cop routine, they unbutton their jackets and solemnly take their seats across the table from me. Seconds pass. There's no rush to question, no immediate accusations, no push for a confession, just cool, calm, dangerous silence. Shit, I recognize a setup when I see one. Montclair police may have brought me in, but they were just the opening act. The main show belongs to the feds. Giovanni Marchesi, the taller one says, tossing a folder on the table. He's a lanky son of a bitch with a staring problem. Too bad my hands are bound. A swift swing of my pocket knife would take care of that for him. I never thought I'd find you here. That makes two of us. I'm Agent Lattimore and this is Agent Gibbs. He nods to the sweaty, bald idiot sitting next to him. In case you were wondering, we're with the FBI. I wasn't. Glad to see you haven't lost your edge. His attention drops along with his chin as he opens the folder. Grimacing, he spins it around, then shoves it toward me. Most men would after doing this to someone they claim to care about. First rule of interrogation: never respond how they want. A practice I'd have no problem adhering to if I didn't already know what was in front of me. Call it destructive masochism, but I can't stop my eyes from lowering, then immediately regret it. Her body is unrecognizable, burned beyond recognition. Looking away from the revolting image tips my hand too much, so, forcing a flat expression, I meet the bastard's eye and lie. I don't know who that is. No, I guess you wouldn't. 27 hours ago she looked much different. Lattimore flips the page, and this one's harder to look at because she's smiling. If she only knew. Beautiful girl, he notes. According to the medical examiner, she suffered horribly. Makes you wonder what was going through her head in those final moments. I'd imagine it was confusion at why her lover lured her to her death. His stockier counterpart pipes up. I slide a lethal glare between them. Do either of you have a point to make? I have shit to do. Lattimore slams his palms on the table. Drop the act, Marchesi. We both know the fire at Nana's Ristorante was no accident, and neither was that girl's murder. Is that right? Please keep digging your own grave. You're only giving us more ammunition for when this goes to trial. He leans in close, the corner of his mouth twitching. There's a stack of vandalism and extortion-related harassment complaints filed against your family by Donatella and Louis Firo. Those would be your dead girlfriend's parents and the owners of a smoking pile of ash, by the way. I glare at him, the thin hold I have on my temper slipping. You fucked up this time, Gianni. Sifting through the contents of the folder, he pulls out a photo and places it on top like a prize. Or do you prefer to be called Torch? I glance down to find a charred ace of spades. Dramatic but useless. The card may be my signature, but I'm no amateur. I wear gloves to every job. There's no way that thing has my prints on it. Besides, no one outside the Marchesi elite knows I'm the fire-breathing enforcer of the New Jersey mob. Torch has remained a faceless enigma for a reason. I chuckle, breaking the silence. You've got to be kidding me. Does the FBI seriously believe Marcello Marchesi's son is out doing his dirty work? Come on, Lattimore. I thought you agents were smarter than that. I admit it seemed far-fetched, he says, drumming his fingers on the table, until an eyewitness put you at the scene of the crime. I shrug. A simple case of mistaken identity. You have an answer for everything, don't you? Always. Then explain how surveillance footage from a liquor store across the street from the crime scene captured another smoking gun. His cool demeanor implodes as he flings the contents of the folder across the table until all that's left is one photo. I clamp my teeth so hard my jaw ticks. Fuck. A steady roar rattles in my ears as I stare at the photo in his hands. They've magnified the grainy image to hell and back, but there's no mistaking my face. They couldn't have more damning proof if I'd posed for a portrait in front of the blaze. Impressive. Lines dart across his forehead. That's all you have to say. What do you want me to say? Congratulations. I'd clap, but I'm a little tied up at the moment. So that's it. A scowl blooms across his bony face. No argument. No rebuttal. You're willing to go down for arson and murder without a fight. Willing? No. Resigned? Yes. Every made man takes his oath knowing the path he walks will either end in front of a bullet or behind bars. I won't beg for shit, especially leniency for the unforgivable. They can send me to jail or hell. It doesn't matter. Knowing the truth is the worst punishment of all. The FBI has had a hard-on for my family for years, Lattimore. You should know our rules better than anyone. Ah, yes, the Omerta code of silence. Tapping his forefinger to his chin, he leans back in his chair. What would you say if I told you I don't want to arrest you? I'd say it's a trap and to fuck off. He chuckles. Fair enough. But what if the trap isn't for you? What if you stop dicking around and say what you mean? Ignoring his partner's prominent side-eye, Lattimore clasps his hands together and rests his forearms on the table like we've become secret allies. Here's the thing, Gianni. We have time-stamped footage that places you at the crime scene. It's a guaranteed conviction. But why cage a tiger shark when you can spear a great white? Your metaphors are getting irritating, Agent. The tension that's been bouncing around the room spikes as his fist hits the table with a crack. I want your fucking father, he snaps. We've been tailing Marcello since you were a teenager. But he's a smart bastard who's always stayed one step ahead of us. Just when we think we've established a pattern, he flips it. No shit. My father is a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them. He never meets in the same place twice, conducts mandatory pat-downs before all meetings, and refuses to do business by phone. The paranoia I used to roll my eyes at doesn't seem so outlandish now. That appears to be a you problem, I say coolly. He nods. Agreed. One you can solve with a choreographed conversion. This bureaucratic idiot has lost his damn mind. I'm glad my hands are restrained because what he's suggesting is not only insulting, but it's also suicide. Go fuck yourself. You can get Marcello to talk, Gianni, his partner interjects. In fact, you may be the only one who can. I don't dignify that with a response. Lattimore exhales a frustrated breath. If you won't do it for yourself, then do it for her. Drawing the crime scene photo from the folder, he pushes it across the table. Victoria Firo didn't deserve to die like this. That girl had no business being in that restaurant. While you're a sick son of a bitch, you didn't go there to kill her. We know that was Marcello's doing. What we don't know is why. I wish I didn't. Whoever said the truth sets you free was a fucking liar. It traps you in guilt and drowns you in hate. There are no secrets inside my father's inner circle. The elite wear their sins like crowns. That's why my father's callous confession came as no surprise. You said the restaurant was empty, and you said there wasn't another woman. It seems we both lied. She was innocent, you son of a bitch. All choices have consequences, Gianni. Remember that next time. Staring down at what's left of Victoria, I hover my foot over a sacred line. He was right. All choices do have consequences. A throat clears and I glance up to find 4 steeled eyes on me. Look, Lattimore says, we're prepared to offer you a deal. What kind of deal? His sullen expression brightens. Get us something on Marcello and we'll plea bargain this down to involuntary manslaughter with time served. Both flinch at my sudden outburst of laughter. You want me to wear a wire? Do you seriously think my father is that dumb? No, we think he's that arrogant. His men he'd question, but his son... Lattimore shakes his head with confidence. He'd never see poison in his own bloodline. No one says shit as that needle works its way under the surface. When it's embedded deep, he taps the center of the picture. If you want revenge for Victoria, then take it to the source. Don't let her death be in vain. I was wrong. This isn't just a storm, it's a goddamn hurricane. I clench my fists behind my back. Hypothetically, let's say I get you what you want, then what happens? We arrest him, have bail denied, then keep him incarcerated while he awaits trial. I chuckle. Great. For the record, I prefer a closed casket. Lattimore stares at me, that straight-laced attitude launching into overdrive. I don't think you understand, Gianni. Your part involves more than incriminating Marcello. You're our star witness. For your safety, you'll be placed in protective witness relocation. We'll give you a new name, a new identity, and get you the hell out of New Jersey until this thing goes to trial. Once you testify and put the final nail in the deadpan Don's coffin, you're free to start over. Freedom, what a pleasant illusion. What makes you think I want to start over? You don't have a choice. Collecting the damning photos, he tucks them neatly inside the folder. Their stares turn from steely to impatient as the second hand of the clock ticks away the third and final hour. So, do we have a deal? Hell no. This isn't their fight to win, and my father's blood isn't theirs to draw. I'll serve my time, then kill that bastard myself. But as I open my mouth to tell them where they can shove their deal, a memory unlocks, and I'm 13 years old again, watching my Uncle Anton drag my father's blood-soaked body into the house. I remember him shouting at me to take my t-shirt off and hold it to the bullet wound in his chest. I remember the white lights on the Christmas tree flickering across his pale face as crimson stained the floor. But mainly, I remember asking my father if he was afraid to die. I'll never forget his ragged response. Death is nothing, Giovanni. The only fate to fear is a cage. Gianni. The memory fades, and once again, I'm in an interrogation room sitting across from two federal agents. Only this time they're not the enemy so much as a weapon. I give them a slow smile. Call me Johnny. Chapter 1. Johnny/Gianni. Providence, Rhode Island. Present day. My shift at the docks ended over an hour and a half ago, but instead of clocking out, I stayed to run shipments with the second crew. As expected, that went over like a hand grenade. My boss argued with me about trying to squeeze her for overtime pay until I assured her I was simply working extra hours to make up for the time I was taking off. Shockingly, she bought it, which disappointed me. I thought Alice was sharper than that. Then again, people see what they want to see. Shifting the forklift into gear, I turned the wheel, making a hard left away from the half-emptied cargo ship toward the warehouse. As much as I try to focus on my last moments on the job, I can't. Even the roar of the engine isn't loud enough to drown out the warning that's occupied my mind. Don't say a word to anyone the rest of the day. Keep your head down, and meet me in the port parking lot at 6. Owen Holmes is a little high-strung, but not one to act irrationally. However, as I walked toward the warehouse this morning, I heard the panic in his voice. I saw the proof in the text he sent me. This sudden upheaval is about more than the man I betrayed walking free. It's the unraveling of a spider's web of deception and broken alliances. It's the black swan no one predicted and everyone should have seen coming. This whole fucking thing has been a setup. A slight understatement. Once I clicked on that link, everything simultaneously fell into place and completely shattered. Killing the ignition, I dragged the back of my hand across my forehead and checked my watch. 5:41 p.m. Keeping my head down and rage in check has taken everything in me. It isn't in my nature to maintain a straight face when there's a knife in my back. Unfortunately, vigilante justice will only further tangle this twisted web of two-faced fuckery. So, instead of taking this barbed wire bullshit to its source, I'm forced to grind my teeth to every tick of the clock, anticipating it, dreading it, because once 6 o'clock hits, my life in Providence is over. Leaving Rhode Island is the only way to ensure Becca doesn't become another blood-stained warning. I climb out of the forklift, clenching my jaw as my feet hit the ground for the last time. Stop thinking about her and focus. But the more her name spins inside my head, the harder I grip the lift keys. All I can think about is the way her long blonde hair looks splayed out across her pillow this morning. And all I can see is that damn white sheet wrapped around her body, cocooning her from the avalanche about to bury her alive. By now, I'm sure she despises me more than she ever did her father. Something unfamiliar pulls at my chest, something that feels a lot like conscience, regret, and a four-letter word that doesn't exist in my vocabulary. It's that word that starts my feet moving, slowly at first, and then at a pace matching the erratic thump inside my chest. Less than 10 feet from Alice's office, I stop. No use in clocking out when I'm not coming back. Returning to the forklift, I toss the keys on the seat, then walk away without looking back. Halfway to the parking lot, I check the time again. 5:56 p.m. Keeping a close watch on my surroundings, I weave through the maze of cars, but there's no sign of Owen's SUV. I'm not sure why the Prince of Punctuality is late, but I'm not standing around with my dick in my hand. With a quick glance over my shoulder, I head to the far left corner of the parking lot. Once I'm settled behind the wheel, I fight the urge to turn the ignition and hit the gas. I'll give Owen the benefit of the doubt for now. The car's silent as I open the glove box and wrap my hand around the grip of my 9mm. It molds to my palm like a faded memory. Releasing the magazine, I verify it's fully loaded before shoving it back inside the grip and locking it in place. However, experience draws my gaze to the open compartment where 2 more cartridges sit, taunting me. Fuck it. Grabbing both spare magazines, I shove one in each pocket. Better to be overprepared than underground. The thought lingers as I shove the gun into the waistband of my pants and cover it with my shirt. Swinging my work boots onto the asphalt, I exit the car just as I hear gravel crunching behind me. I spin around to find Henry bent over with his hands on his thighs, his pale face flushed with exertion. Like me, he's dressed in his work clothes, the dimming May sun having turned his button-down shirt into a second skin. He's dry heaving like he's been waterboarded, rather than put in a normal day's work. I have no clue how the idiot has driven a forklift for 12 weeks without impaling himself. You look like shit. He glances up, his eyebrows drawing together. Where the hell are you going? Home. Holding his stare, I drive my heel behind me and mule kick the door shut. Would you like to follow me, or is there another GPS tracker on my car I need to dismantle? He cuts me a soured glare. You still don't trust me, do you? Give me one reason I should. Rising to his feet, he shoves his fingers into his brick-toned hair and tugs at the roots. Because Owen texted me, you stubborn asshole. He got tied up closing down the office, so he asked me to get you out of here. Sure he did. Clenching his teeth, he pulls his phone from his pocket and shoves it in my face. Look, I know you don't like me, and trust me, the feeling is mutual, but will you let me do my damn job for once? I narrow my eyes at the text on the screen. Ran into some trouble. Get Jay out of Providence now. I'll explain later. He's right. I don't like him, never have. Owen may get on my nerves, but he's earned my respect. When he speaks, I listen before disregarding everything he says. Henry, however, I've always ignored like the red-headed stepfuck he is. So he had time to text you a new plan, but he couldn't spare 10 seconds to clue me in. I'm not happy about being stuck with you either, Malone. Marchesi. I counter darkly. Fuck Johnny Malone. I'm done hiding behind a plastic persona. He yanks his hand from his hair and clenches it by his side. Will you keep your voice down? Why? I slide my phone from my pocket with a low laugh. Who's going to hear me, the rogue? Because they don't fucking exist. This has all been a heavily veiled chess match with a brilliantly plotted end game. My father has forced my hand by backing me into a corner. Any move I make will cost me something or someone. Henry cuts the distance between us in half, his gaze locked on the phone in my hand. Still, I'd rather not tempt fate if it's all the same to. The splotchy red stain on his cheeks deepens as I punch out a familiar number. Who the hell are you calling? I flash him an icy smirk. My probation officer. You're wasting time. I already told you Owen's tied up at the office. I've been told a lot of things since arriving in Providence. Failing to verify each and every detail is the reason I'm standing in a dockside parking lot with a wolf at my door. I drag the phone to my ear, keeping my expression blank as it kicks me into voicemail. Damn it, Owen. Frustrated, I disconnect the call, Henry's thin lips curling into a smile I want to punch off his face. Satisfied, he says, motioning to the white-knuckled grip I have on my phone. Or would you like to give Marcello even more time to plan your demise? This guy's riding a thin line with me. Luckily for him, his comment swerves my anger toward a much darker path. So it's true, not a single charge stuck. Not even a parking ticket. Look, Owen sent me the link too, he says, casting me a hesitant look. Seeing that damning evidence between Marcello and Reese blindsided the hell out of me. I know how you must be feeling. No, you don't. I don't even know how I'm feeling. My chest is burning, but I don't know if it's with vindication or vengeance. He palms the back of his neck and releases a long exhale. You're right, I don't. But you need to put that shit on ice and think like a Marchesi again. Because the reality is Deadpan Don is back at ground zero. I clench my teeth so hard my jaw clicks. I hate that damn name. The paparazzi crowned my father with it 10 years ago, turning him into an untouchable murderous celebrity. The bastard could duel with the devil at midnight and have his pitchfork mounted on his wall by dawn. That's why Owen's nuts are in such a twist to leave Providence tonight. Because of me, the Deadpan Don had his own ass mounted to the wall for once. I grabbed the brass ring and handed my father to the FBI on a silver platter, but they fucking dropped it and now we're screwed. A Marchesi doesn't forgive and he certainly doesn't forget. He tortures and gets even. Now that I know who's really been running Providence, the risks have tripled. For me, for Owen, for Henry, and especially for Becca. Gianni, the sound of my name drags me out of the past, planting my feet back on the asphalt. You're a ticking time bomb. The corners of Henry's mouth creases with frustration. The longer you stick around delaying the inevitable, the more leverage you're giving him. He targeted one woman to get your attention. Don't think he won't play the same card twice. The hatred rushing through my veins stills. My father orchestrated Victoria's murder because I refused to play by his rules. His counterattack toward Becca won't be as merciful. He'll torture her until she begs for death, then gift wrap and hand deliver what's left. Fine, I relent. Let's go. But just as I turn to reach for the door handle, Henry snatches the keys out of my hand. I'm driving, he announces, slipping in front of me and opening the driver's side door. In one wide step, we're chest to chest, my hands clenched by my side to keep from wrapping one around his neck. The hell you are. He meets my hardened stare. In case you've forgotten, this is my job. So will you please let me do it instead of going off half-cocked and getting us both killed? He doesn't give me a chance to answer before ducking his head and sliding behind the wheel. Once we get where we're going, I'm going to throat punch this bastard. Glaring at him, I round the hood and yank the passenger side door open. You're a fucking dick, you know that. He starts the ignition, his focus never leaving the windshield. About time you noticed. I've never been one for pointless conversation, but 10 minutes is a long stretch of silence, especially when riding shotgun in your own car. Every 30 seconds or so, I side-eye Henry to see if he's blinked, but it's like he froze the moment we left the docks. Leaning toward the dashboard, I crank up the volume on the radio. So, where is he meeting us? He turns it back down, his stare cemented on the windshield. Who? Owen, I say, reaching for the dial again. That gets his attention. He glances at me, irritation flaring in his eyes as I turn it up as loud as it'll go. I assume he arranged a meetup for all of us. Henry is quiet for a moment, returning his hand to the wheel and attention to the road. Don't worry about it. Just know it's far away from Providence. Anytime someone tells you not to worry about something, it should be the only damn thing you worry about. I'm not a man who settles for vague, half-assed answers. However, I'm also not a man who yells fire until I've seen the flames for myself, provided I'm not the one who lit the match. I'm sifting through hours of conversations for something to debunk this growing unease when I hear a wail that reignites the pounding in my chest. Sirens. My head snaps up in time to catch the flashing red lights of 3 fire trucks as they speed past us. What the hell? Henry murmurs. My blood runs cold. 4 months fade away, and I'm right there again. I taste the ash in the air. I smell the lingering stench of smoke and ammonia. I see the crime scene tape outline. Then I'm dragged away from that destroyed street corner and slammed back inside the car. That's when I know what's felt off all day. Turn the car around. Henry lets out a low chuckle. Yeah, I'll get right on that. I'm serious, Starling. Turn around and follow those trucks. What the? He stares at me for a beat before shaking his head. On second thought, don't answer that. I don't want to know. Henry, forget it. He holds his hand up. I'm not chasing fire trucks back to a place I'm busting my ass to get you away from. Then let me put it another way. Drawing my gun, I shove the muzzle against his temple. Turn the fucking car around or I'll pull this trigger and do it myself. All the color drains from his face. Threatening a U.S. Marshal is a death sentence. The final remnants of Johnny Malone slip away as I tighten my finger around the trigger. So is defying a Marchese. Chapter 2. Gianni. Henry hasn't spoken a word since the threat of having a bullet rip through his skull caused him to pull a U-turn in the middle of an 8-lane intersection. Not that I blame him. If a man with nothing left to lose held a gun to my head, I'd shut up too. Besides, the closer we get to Becca's office building, the more volatile I become. As soon as I saw those fire trucks, I knew they were for Becca. That's why the moment I see the black curls of smoke rising above the tree lines, I snap. Fuck, fuck. Henry winces, the Glock's muzzle digging deeper into his temple. Gianni, shut up. I don't want to hear his voice. I need to think. I need to believe she's not inside that damn building and that Henry's warning isn't coming to fruition. He's targeted one woman to get your attention. Don't think he won't play the same card twice. But once our caravan turns into the parking lot, reality sends what little hope I have up in flames, along with what's left of the building. Becca, I leap from the car and run full sprint toward the blaze. The heat is more than a feeling, it's a taste and a smell. It slithers over my skin and wraps around my neck. Hey you, a gruff voice calls out, a stampede of frantic footfalls joining the chase. Stop, but I can't. The only thing on my mind is getting to her, so I let out an inhuman roar as 3 Providence firefighters tackle me from behind. I try to throw punches while holding onto my gun when a hand clamps around my wrist. He's armed. One of them shouts and then my weapon is ripped from my hand. Becca Brennan, I bite out as multiple knees hit my spine. She works in this building. There's no one inside the premises, sir. Check again. She always works late. I lift my head and stare at the familiar Audi A5 tucked away in a far shaded corner of the parking lot. That's her car over there. Shit. The tallest of the 3 clambers to his feet and instructs the others to keep me down before sprinting toward the fire. Return with her, I say icily in his wake, or don't return at all. He doesn't turn around, but judging by his sudden stumble, he heard me. Eventually, Henry makes his way over from the sidelines where he's been watching everything unfold. Gentlemen, he says, digging in his pocket as he advances. He doesn't meet my eyes, which is a smart move. Once I'm free, there's a high probability I'll rip his lungs out through his nose. He produces a black leather rectangle and flips it open, revealing a badge and ID. Henry Sadler, United States Marshal. As the 2 remaining firefighters inspect his credentials, he nods to where I'm glaring up at him from the asphalt. This man is under federal protection, so I'd suggest getting off him. Sadler, great. Apparently he has an alias too. I wait for retaliation, but to my surprise, the weight on my back lessens. In half a heartbeat, I'm on my feet, gun in hand, ready to rain hell when a second blast sends black smoke billowing into the air. I turn to find the heart of the building gone. I don't think about the consequences as I start toward it. Becca, fuck this. I'm not burying her too. Everything around me becomes a blur. Within seconds, I'm enveloped by smoke and in a sick twist of irony, battling inside the belly of my chosen beast. There's a sharp crack of wood before a support beam snaps in half and crashes inches in front of me. I glance up, my heart plummeting to my feet. Shit. The whole ceiling is an inferno ready to cave in at any moment. I have less than 30 seconds to find her and get out, or we're both dead. By the time I reach the second floor, the smoke is so dense I'm operating on pure memory. My eyes burn, my vision registering nothing but blurred, distorted shapes. Becca. Silence. A flame ignites in my chest, rivaling the one at my back. It's a familiar burn I shove behind a thick wall of rage. I understand fury. I know how to appease it, but fear is an unfamiliar feeling. Becca, answer me, damn it. Silence. Leaning over, I brace my hands on my knees and cough. The more oxygen I drag in, the more my lungs revolt. My head turns to static and I stumble. That's when I see her. She's facing away from me, curled up on her side like a discarded doll. I can't tell if she's breathing, and there's no time to check. Scooping her limp body into my arms, I stumble back out the way I came. You can't die on me, Doc. Hate me for the rest of your life, but don't you dare fucking make me bury you, please. I've never uttered the word please in my life, but it's the only thing on my lips as I stumble through the front door and hit my knees. Out of the corner of my eye, I see paramedics rush toward me, but I strengthen my grip and draw Becca tighter against my chest. Somewhere in the haze, I register Henry calling my name, but I don't respond. Fuck him. Fuck all of them. Let the paramedics do their job. Crouching in front of me, he catches my eye. Johnny, let them help her. Hearing my alias snaps me back into reality. He's right. A media spectacle is the last thing she needs, so I force myself to loosen my hold. I grit my teeth as the paramedics swoop in with an oxygen mask and in Roman 4, then wheel her toward a waiting ambulance while the rest of the fire department fights a losing battle. I'm following their trail of organized chaos when Henry steps in front of me. Where do you think you're going? I meet his stare. With her. The hell you are. Don't you think you've called enough attention to yourself? I clench my fists. Get out of my way, Sadler. Sir, I need you to clear the way. Henry and I both turn to find the firefighter who tackled me, wearing an expression filled with way more irritation than he's prepared to enforce. For a moment, I consider shooting him. I've been itching to fire a bullet since Henry hijacked the wheel. Unfortunately, I can't protect Becca if I'm locked up for slaughtering local heroes. She needs me. I snap. She needs medical attention. He counters with a burst of bravado that even has Henry sucking in a breath. Something she can't get if you don't move and let them do their job. Any other day, I might respect the balls on this guy. Today is not that day. I'm going with her and you're wasting time. If she dies because of it, I'll hold you personally responsible. His eyes widen and he nods. That's what I thought. With that settled, I grip the open door of the ambulance and am about to get inside when Henry stops me again. Something akin to thunder rumbles in my head as I shove him off me. Hands don't reattach easily, Sadler. Put yours on me again and you'll find out. He lowers his arm with an audible swallow. How did you know the fire trucks were headed to Dr. Brennan's office? Not now. Gianni, I'm serious. I can't overlook this. I turn my back to him and climb inside. Then don't. I feel Henry's eyes on me as I brush Becca's hair from her cheek. Seconds later, the remaining paramedics close the ambulance and rush us toward the hospital. As I stare at Becca's beautiful soot-streaked face, I feel the tide turn, the life she breathed into me slowly fading. It's time to put Johnny Malone on ice. The man who allowed desire to divulge secrets and lust to bridge trust, re-hardens into the cold, calculating monster he's always been, the one he was born to be. The hospital is crawling with badges and agendas. Men who'd love nothing more than to shove me behind steel bars and throw away the key. If I had half a brain, I'd get as far away from Providence as humanly possible. Then again, my common sense went AWOL the moment Becca chucked a half-eaten apple at my head. It's the only explanation I have for pacing the halls outside her room, trying to figure out a way to con my way inside. I notice I'm getting more than a few lingering stares, so I pause a few doors down from Becca's room and pretend to scroll through texts. Eventually, the herd thickens enough for me to slip through it without being noticed. The moment I'm inside, I freeze. The blonde hair she always kept in a smart low ponytail is strewn across her white pillow like seaweed. My stomach turns at the tubes and wires crisscrossing over the dark bruises on her pale face. Closing the door behind me, I sink into the chair by her bed and take her hand. This may be my last chance to touch her. I won't let it slip away. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this mess, Doc. I know my promises mean nothing to you now, but I swear I'll make the man who did this to you pay with his life. I brush the back of my other hand across her cheek. No one will ever hurt you again. You shouldn't be here. Henry, I grit my teeth. Tell me something I don't know. You left me under an avalanche of shit. I had enough on my plate fielding questions from the fire department and EMTs, but then the police showed up. I'm a marshal, Gianni. I didn't sign up for this. I guess we're doing this now. Carefully placing Becca's hand by her side, I turn to find a splotchy flush working its way up Henry's neck as he paces. I try to do as much damage control as possible. He continues. The more he paces, the harder he breathes. If the idiot doesn't bring it down a few notches, he's going to have a stroke. I stand and cross my arms. This is where you piss me off, isn't it? He pauses mid-stride and flings his arms out wide. You waved a gun in their faces, Gianni. I had no choice but to come clean. His cheeks flame as he closes the distance between us. What was I supposed to do? Not selling me out would have been a good start. All I did was explain the situation and your and Dr. Brennan's unorthodox relationship. I stiffen. You did what? He swings a shaking finger at my chest. My job is to protect you, not lie for you. I'll risk a lot of things for the people in my custody, but my badge isn't one of them. This isn't like when Henry and I were called downtown for reports of gunfire at the docks. That was the gross incompetence of two Irish idiots. This was a real fire, real arson, real attempted murder. A page right out of the Marchesi playbook. I don't need George Reese to railroad me this time. I tied myself to the tracks all on my own. It doesn't matter what version of me they're looking for. The Providence PD will do a deep dive into my past, and the thin shell around Gianni Marchesi will crack. Uncrossing my arms, I flick out my index finger and calmly knock his away. Aren't you going to ask me if I had a hand in it? You're a diabolical son of a bitch, but even you can't be in two places at once, he mumbles, resuming his pace. Careful, Henry, I think you're starting to like me. His response is a wide flare of his nostrils. I said I believe you aren't responsible for the fire, not that you don't know who is. I don't like what you're implying, Starling. It's Sadler and I don't give a shit what you like. This isn't about you. He nods behind me at Becca. It's about the innocent woman who almost died tonight. Gianni, you forced me to follow those fire trucks at gunpoint and ran into a burning building, knowing exactly where to find the victim. Even you have to admit those are damning actions. You think I don't know that? I yell because fuck him. Do you? The way he cocks his chin makes me want to knock it sideways. A man with his freedom on the line doesn't risk it to play hero. So you want to tell me what the hell's going on? What I want is for him to shut up and stay in his lane. I can't deal with this shit right now. You're going to have to. At my scowl, he exhales roughly and drags his hand down his face. The Providence PD is the least of your problems. I found this beside the storm drain. He reaches in his jacket, then flips a small white card between his fingers. It's battered and water-damaged, but there's no mistaking what it is. The ace of spades. The ultimate fuck you. When I take the card and read the words scrawled across the front, my world ignites. Infam, traitor, I was right. The fire was no accident. It was an invisible message on walls no one will ever see, and a curse on the ground marked by one name: Torch. Henry clears his throat. I take it you know what this means. It means my father has drawn a line in the sand I'm about to obliterate. I lower my gaze to Becca. Considering the heavy security around here, I'm assuming someone called her father. As soon as dispatch got the call, a car was sent to his house. I dip my chin, both grateful and pissed. Despite being a duplicitous and manipulative bastard who mind-fucked his daughter, I don't think Reese is a danger to her. In fact, I believe in his own warped way, all the deranged shit he did was to protect her. It backfired spectacularly, but it was still a commendable effort. That's why I know she'll be safe with him. He'll ride in on his painted white horse and pick up the pieces I broke. I turn to Henry, my hand outstretched. Give me my keys. What? Are you crazy? For the second time, I pull my gun and aim it at his face. I think we've already established that. Now give me the fucking keys. You won't pull the trigger, not here. There are too many witnesses. A slow, sadistic smile pulls at the corner of my mouth. Are you sure about that? You've listened to those missing audio tapes. We both know what I'm capable of. His demeanor shifts. I'm not surprised. Reminding a man confined by morality that you piss on its very existence always tips the scales. There's a slight tremble in his hand as he hands me the keys. This is suicide, Gianni. Then you should be happy. A dual homicide officially ends your assignment. He doesn't respond, which is just as well because I'm no longer listening. My attention is on the only innocent person in this shit storm. I lower my gun, 3 silent steps bringing me to Becca's bedside. There's so much I want to say, but I won't bring down walls just to drag her into more darkness. So I hover like the vulture I am, spilling truth I know she can't hear. They'll burn for what they did to you, cara mia. Scusami si sono così. I'll have to report you as a fugitive, Henry announces, his nasally voice shattering the moment. You do what you have to do. Straightening my spine, I turn to walk out the door when a weak voice from behind stops me mid-stride. Who's the frantic butterfly now? Chapter 3. Becca. Johnny is facing away from me, his arms braced on either side of the doorframe. His body is tense, every muscle retaliating against a confrontation he obviously didn't expect. But then he turns and his eyes hold all my attention. They are red and glassy, as if he's defied sleep only to walk through a dust storm. His soot-smudged cheeks, hard-set jaw, and heavy brow give him the appearance of a tortured soul who's straddling 2 worlds. Then, my gaze drops and I see the gun. I should be shocked, horrified, appalled, and whatever other adjective an intellectual like me is supposed to feel after waking up to find her lover holding a gun. Instead, I stare at it, oddly at peace with how natural it looks, as if it's been there all along, tucked in his palm, hidden in plain sight, flipping through his fingers at every appointment. Becca. At his rough murmur of my name, I lift my gaze to his face and the tight pull of his black eyebrows. I try to mute my expression, but it's a wasted effort. He's a master at coaxing every emotion to the surface, especially when he clenches his jaw and looks down at his hand. The longer he stares, the more his head bows. Whether it's in shame, hate, or resignation, I don't know. The energy radiating off him is different. Then the curtain drops, and detachment spills across his face as he tucks the gun under his shirt. How long have you been awake? Long enough. I'm about to redirect back to the gun when I notice the wires. They're everywhere along with an incessant beeping noise. Where am I? I try to lift my head, but it feels like a cracked bowling ball. I squint as the noise gets louder. And what's that sound? He exhales a labored breath. The hospital. You're hooked up to machines monitoring your vitals. That sound is your heartbeat, and it gets louder the more you do, so unless you want this room filled with white coats, I suggest you try to keep calm. Hospital. Why am I? Then it all comes rushing back. The fire. Someone sent my office building up in flames, ensuring I burned along with it. I remember my father storming into my office, and there being a heated confrontation that twisted his and Johnny's accusations into one big coil of deceit. After that, things get distorted, but I know someone carried me out of the blaze. A knot tightens in my stomach as my gaze falls to Johnny, a touch I'd know anywhere. You carried me out of that fire. When he simply nods, I add, why? Is that a real question? It's an honest one, but I suppose you aren't familiar with that word, huh, Gianni? He winces, that stoic veneer cracking. That's your name, isn't it? Gianni Marchesi, Prince of the Underworld. I should be furious, but I'm not. In fact, being forced to face the truth is almost comforting. I've spent 8 weeks staring at 9 out of 10 puzzle pieces, only to have the last one finally click into place. Gianni, Johnny. The two names blend, making strange yet perfect sense. He scrubs his hand down his face. Becca now. Isn't the time right? Well, I'm sick of hearing that from everyone. Ignoring the vise clamp around my chest, I wiggle my arms until I've propped myself up onto my elbows. It's not eye to eye, but it'll have to do. So why don't you be straight with me for once? He slides a narrowed gaze at Henry, who I'd forgotten was even in the room. After blinking through a few awkward beats of silence, our third wheel rises to his feet. Right. I have a thing out in the I'll just be. His eyes bounce back and forth between us before he throws his hands up and shuffles toward the door. Fuck it, I don't get paid enough for this shit. I watch the door close behind him. You should get better friends, Mr. Marchesi. The ones assigned to you leave a lot to be desired. Just Gianni will be fine, he says tightly. I take it you heard our conversation. You weren't exactly subtle about it. I thought you were unconscious. And I thought you were a belligerent ex-firefighter. It seems we've assumed a lot of incorrect things about each other. Becca, you'll never understand what all I've done for you. He tips his head back. So you know Henry's a marshal. Yeah, I tusk sarcastically. A badge and bullet coalition, what is this world coming to? The next thing you know, psychiatrists will be manipulated into screwing their patients. I flash a strained smile. Oh wait, Gianni doesn't recoil. He simply stands there, his gaze settling on me. I never meant to hurt you. No, just use me. You're an arsonist, but the disgraced firefighter was a backstory you used to protect yourself from other men just like you. I hurl one heated accusation after another, knowing the risk, yet not giving a shit. I'm too hurt. The FBI relocated you to Providence. Yes, he says, with such cool indifference, I want to take a hammer to it. I grit my teeth. Yes, to what? To all of it. I'll wear every sin you want to paint me with, Becca. My heart lurches as he steps closer, except for using you. He leans forward, the scent of burnt pine paralyzing me as he braces his hand next to my pillow. You were supposed to be a pretty decoration. I was supposed to sit in your chair once a week and play a role. So what happened? You happened. You fucking changed everything. I wasn't supposed to find you so goddamn addictive. I wasn't supposed to want you, and I sure as hell wasn't supposed to care about you. You act like that's a bad thing. His lip curls. You tell me you're the one lying in a hospital bed. My wince doesn't stop him. You've read the articles. The objects of my affection don't have the longest lifespan. I blink, his taunt unlocking another memory, one that releases a flood of fear and jealousy that sends my insides plummeting. He's talking about her. Victoria Firo, the woman who died in that restaurant fire. While part of me wants to know the truth, the part that's been dragged over an emotional razor is too raw to hear it. So I stare at the sheet and say nothing. Last night you said that just because people do bad things, it doesn't make them bad people, he says, breaking the silence. Do you still believe that? The words hit like a punch to the gut. I shouldn't be surprised. He's doing what he does best, twisting a vulnerable moment and using it against me. I glance up to return the favor, only to be swept away by the storm brewing in his dark, hypnotic eyes. Fate is a cruel, heartless bitch. Even as our world caves in, the fire between us still smolders. You're not being fair. Nothing about this is fair, Doc. You can't claim the moral high ground and talk out of both sides of your mouth. He leans so close I can feel his breath across my face. So all cards are on the table, Dr. Brennan. You need to stand by your words or climb off that pedestal. I lie there, opening and closing my mouth like a hooked fish. Damn it, he's infuriatingly shrewd when he wants to be. I know your torch, I say, dropping my last piece of armor. You set fires and get off on it. Those confessions in my office weren't an act. Truth has a way of bleeding into lies, and that part of you was always there. But in answer to your question, yes, I still believe the bad things you've done don't automatically make you a bad person. He shifts closer. Why? Because I know you didn't set the fire at my office. I didn't take you as the blind faith type. I'm not. I heard Henry say you were with him when the fire broke out. He scowls. Glad he could clear that up for you. Don't get sanctimonious with me. In case you haven't noticed, your moral high ground is a broken step stool. But I deflate as our familiar banter falls flat within the sterile walls of my hospital room. Tilting my head back, I exhale and stare at the ceiling. Henry only validated what I already knew. I never doubted you. You risked your life to save me, and you're you. And who would that be, Cara Mia, Johnny Malone, Gianni Marchesi, or Torch? He pauses between each name as if it's some sort of test. All of them, none of them, it doesn't really matter. Mirroring his cool indifference, I level my gaze back on him. You can wrap a box with as many ribbons as you want, but it doesn't change what's inside. That's the man I know, and while he's capable of a lot of things, hurting me isn't one of them. I take a deep breath to steady myself. Well, physically at least. What's that supposed to mean? It means I may be a psychiatrist, Gianni Marchesi, but you're an emotional terrorist. I never know what's up or down or real or fake with you, and last night, I swallow against the ball of uncertainty lodged in my throat. Was it real or just part of the blueprint? What do you believe? I slump into the pillows. I don't know what to believe anymore. It was real, Doc, he says, running his fingers along my jaw. Everything between us is real. What I wouldn't give for those words to be true. I hug my arms to my chest. Real would have been you not skipping out before dawn. Walking away while I was asleep was a coward's move. You knew once the sun came up, my phone would ring, so you made sure you weren't around when it did. I know you didn't like Jack, but he was my friend. Just mentioning his name makes my chest ache. Was. Gianni pulls his hand back, a vertical line slicing between his eyebrows. Ledger's dead. Don't do that, all cards on the table, remember. I slide him a sharp gaze, then toss the bomb and brace for impact. They found him burned to death in Narragansett Bay. Witnesses saw you two arguing at the docks Tuesday evening around the time of his death. Are you accusing me of murder? Does it matter? I counter flatly. My father has written your name in his blood. Just add it to all the other bad decisions he's made. I grip the sheets as he leans close again, this time pressing a palm on either side of my head and caging me to the bed. What other bad decisions has he made? I lick my lips, the thinly veiled challenge in those words forcing all the air from my lungs. Ones that indebted him to the wrong people. And who would that be? I hesitate. Once I give the darkness a voice, there'll be no place to run, no place to hide. All my black and white will turn red. But the longer I stare at Gianni, the more I see through all the layers of gloss between us and realize they've been red all along. The same ones who murdered my mother, I say softly. Chapter 4. Becca, Gianni's razor-sharp gaze holds me at knife point. You said you overheard Henry and me talking. What exactly did you hear, Cara Mia? My mouth goes dry. Why does it matter? Just answer the question. I want to double down and ask again, but something tells me I don't want the answer. I'm not sure if that makes me a coward or a survivalist, but I've had the floor drop out from under me too many times in the last 24 hours to care. Plus, if this is what it takes to swerve away from the Irish road we're traveling down, then so be it. Just that Henry is a marshal and you were leaving on a revenge mission, I say, unsure if the tight press of his lips is from relief or suspicion. I'm more concerned with the loaded elephant in the room. Speaking of which, there was a gun in your hand. That's because I plan to use it. Johnny, I grit my teeth at how easily his alias falls from my lips. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to calling him Gianni. I'm not sure I even want to. However, if he hears my mistake, he doesn't call me out on it. He's too busy stomping holes in the tile. What do you want me to say? That I didn't start your office fire, but I know who did. That you weren't a target so much as a message. That I was headed across state lines to settle several scores, because they are all true. I heard Henry call what you're planning to do suicide. Henry's dramatic. Gianni, my calm use of his name brings his furious pacing to a dead stop. Sitting up, I climb to my knees, leaving a cascade of wires dangling behind me. It's over. The lies, the secrecy, the keeping me in the dark for my own good, it's all over. It didn't work. I gesture around the room. This is where it got us. So if you ever cared about me, don't shut me out. As we stare at each other in a battle of wills, I worry the last remaining threads between us are snapping. But then he palms the back of his neck, and the hostile tension in the room thins. The condensed version is that my father didn't get his way, so he retaliated by manipulating me into murder. I got revenge by turning against him. He went to jail and I went into witness protection. But nothing is ever black and white and nobody's hands are ever clean. Evidence went missing and he walked. It didn't take long for him to find me. His guarded gaze falls on me. And then you. I recoil, my head spinning. Are you suggesting your father tried to kill me? I'm not suggesting anything, I'm saying it. Holding my stare, he reaches into his back pocket and pulls out a playing card. Henry found this at the scene of the fire. It's dirty and torn, but unmistakable. The ace of spades, I murmur. There's only one person who'd railroad me with my own signature. He huffs out a bitter laugh. I guess ripping my heart out wasn't enough. He wants to see me rot behind bars, too. That's when I see the smudged word scrawled along the top. Infam. Traitor, he translates, his lips peeling back in a jaded sneer. The bastard was never one for mincing words. That's why I left last night and why I'm leaving now. As long as I'm in your life, it'll continue to be in danger. I won't let you pay for any more of my sins. That's not your call to make. The hell it's not. He's at my side in a heartbeat, his fingers curled around the back of my neck. My breath hitches as he drags his thumb along my jaw, pressing hard enough under my chin to force my head back. I'm not Johnny Malone anymore, Doc. I'm Gianni Marchesi, and you're in my world now. There are no laws, and that order you're so fond of doesn't exist. I found you lying in the middle of an inferno, for Christ's sake. I thought I was too late. But you weren't. This time, he stresses. But what about the next one? Because there will be a next time. Becca, do you think my father will just cut his losses? That's not how it works. Tomorrow doesn't come without putting an end to today. The grave reality of those words washes over me as his other hand cups my cheek, his tone softening. I have to go. I know he does. I always knew the path he walked led away from me. That's why I fought him so hard. That's also why it's this moment when all the lies and accusations fade away. They mean nothing when I'm watching the only color in my life slip through my fingers. Come back to me. The words sound so soft, I'm not sure if I said them at all. When his lips crash onto mine, I know the answer. The kiss is hungry and desperate and tastes a lot like goodbye. I don't want to accept it because that paints the final brushstroke of our forbidden story. But the moment we locked eyes in that courtroom hallway, I became lost to him. So, instead of fighting it, I coil my arms around his neck and memorize everything. The scent of burnt pine that somehow still clings to him despite all the soot and ash. The dominant touch that knows how to push my boundaries without crossing the line. The deep, possessive voice that chases away all my monsters. Johnny, I groan against his mouth. Gianni, he commands, his grip on my neck tightening. Say it and mean it. Gianni. The name rolls off my tongue as if it's been there all along. It's like listening to the first act of a play with your eyes closed, then watching the second with your ears covered. Either way, it's the same script. Knowing who he really is should change how I feel about him, but it doesn't. If anything, it fans the flame even higher. Becca, I got here as fast as My eyes widen as my father's voice trails off, his expression turning to stone when Gianni casually turns around, wiping his bottom lip with his thumb with a smirk. "What the hell is he doing here?" he hisses. I grip the sides of the bed. "He was the one who—" "Forget it." My father slices his hand through the air. "I don't care. It just saves me the trouble of tracking the bastard down." I'm not shocked he's refusing to listen to me. It's the hallmark of our relationship. However, my plastic facade crumbles when he pushes a button on his radio, his eyes never leaving Gianni. "I need all officers at Providence Hope to report to room 328 for a 10-38. "What are you doing?" I sputter. "What's happening?" Gianni just stands there, his smirk widening. "Man with a gun call. Nice touch. Bet mine's bigger than yours." My father presses the button again, his glare hardening. "Suspect is being charged in connection to the office fire on Fenwick Drive." Before I can open my mouth, two uniformed men rush through the door, guns drawn, and the monitors attached to my chest kick into overdrive. As the room fills with the chaotic chirp of my racing heart, everyone stares, but nobody moves. Then all hell breaks loose. "Cuff him." The two officers rush toward Gianni, one jerking his arms behind his back while the other locks a pair of steel handcuffs around his wrists. This can't be happening. I watch in horror as my father walks slowly toward Gianni. "Giovanni Marchesi, you are under arrest for first-degree arson and the murder of Detective Jackson Ledger. You have the right to remain silent." "Dad, stop." I climb off the bed, only for the wires to pull me back. "You can't do this. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Another step and the smile on his face broadens. "You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you." "Dad," I scream, frantically ripping off wires and leads. "Do you understand the rights I have just read to you?" They're face to face now, mutual hate simmering between them as my father taunts him with the upper hand. But Gianni just stands there, completely unbothered. "I'll take that as a yes." "He didn't say that." "Stay the hell out of this, Becca." Gianni's expression darkens. "Don't speak to her like that again." "Is that a threat, Marchesi?" "It's a warning." They glare daggers at each other. Just as I'm about to intervene, Dad tips his head toward the door. "Get him out of my sight." Panic tears through me as I watch them drag Gianni away. They can't lock him up. They might as well shine a spotlight over him and light a runway to his cell. "Gianni," I call out, my voice catching. He grounds his feet in the doorway and glances over his shoulder. "It's just a jar, butterfly. Sooner or later they all break." Then he's gone. "Are you proud of yourself?" I hiss as my father follows them out. "Will your silent partner give you a sticker for a job well done?" He stills in the doorway. "You'll never understand what all I've done for you." I let out an acidic laugh. "Funny." Gianni said the same thing. "Given your shared love of illegal enterprises, I guess I shouldn't be surprised." He turns toward me, his fingers curling around the doorframe. "Lower your voice." "No, I don't think I will. I'm done with the whole being seen and not heard thing," I say, anger cutting through my rolling anxiety. "In fact, I'm about to be incredibly vocal about a lot of unpleasant shit if you don't let him go." "So this is what he's turned you into, a heartless blackmailer?" "No, that was you. He just polished the edges." I'm not sure what either of us thinks slinging insults will accomplish, but I'm too far gone to analyze it. All I know is that I want to inflict as much pain as I'm in. He tightens his grip on the doorframe, my strings pulling taut. "You do what you have to, Becca," he challenges. "Swing that blade, but know my throat won't be the only one you cut." I clench my fists, hating that he's right. I hate that the only way to save Gianni is to destroy him. I hate that the only ace I hold is a death card. Christ, it really is the ultimate fuck you. I'll never forgive you for this. He turns his back to me, his rigid posture melting. "I don't expect you to, but as long as you're safe, I can live with it." He closes the door, and once again I'm alone. I stare at the blank walls, shaking with rage. If my father thinks he's going to control my life, he's mistaken. Gritting my teeth, I take hold of the needle in my arm and pull. "Rebecca Brennan." I glance up at the doorway where an older man wearing a white coat and a permanently pinched face stands, clipboard in hand. "Yes." I expect a follow-up. Instead, he invites himself inside and nods to the Roman 4 tube clenched in my hand. I'm pretty sure that works better when it's in your vein. I don't answer because I'm pretty sure he won't like my explanation. I'm Dr. Powell. He carries on. I apologize for my late arrival, but maneuvering around the added security has been challenging. I pull the oxygen tube over my head and roll my eyes. Chief Reese seems to think my safety is a national concern. Well, your health is mine, he counters, which other than a bit of smoke inhalation and a minor concussion is doing remarkably well. He gives me a sharp look that bores into me. You were lucky, Miss Brennan. Another 30 seconds and there would have been a different outcome. That being said, I see no reason not to discharge you first thing in the morning. That's too late. By then there's no telling what truth my father will have bent to fit his narrative. Gianni walked through literal fire for me. The least I can do is walk out of this hospital for him. Tossing the tube on the bed, I swing my legs off the side, my gaze landing on a side table where my glasses lay slightly bent, sporting a not-so-functional crack down the side of one lens. Screw it. Quickly slipping them on, I reach for the hospital phone. That won't work. He scurries around the corner, his hand landing on the receiver. You nearly lost your life tonight, Miss Brennan. I'm sure risking a setback is something you want to avoid. That's my choice. He puffs out his chest, those credentials on his badge inflating his confidence. I can't let you leave. I'm done playing by everyone else's rules. Taking my hand off the phone, I rise to my feet. My father is the chief of police, a man with access to information most people wouldn't want to become public. We all have closed doors in our pasts, Dr. Powell. If yours opened, how many skeletons would fall out? He visibly deflates. It's as if I took a scalpel and popped a hole in his sanctimonious balloon. I'll get your discharge papers ready. I nod. I'm glad we're on the same page. Now, if you wouldn't mind, please see yourself out. I have a phone call to make. He wastes no time in leaving. Maybe when this is all over, I'll have my father run a background check on him. There's definitely something there worth tucking in my back pocket. But right now, I have to get Gianni out of the corner he's shoved him in. Exhaling wearily, I cradle the phone in my hands and dial the only person I can think of. It only takes her 2 rings to pick up. Hello, Meredith, it's Becca, Dr. Brennan. She screeches, her monotone voice pitched high enough to break glass. Oh my God, how? No time for questions. I need you to bring a change of clothes to Providence Hope Hospital, room 328, and then I'll need a ride downtown. I close my eyes and sink onto the bed. Please hurry. Fumes of hysterics by the time I charge through the doors of the Providence PD and sprint to the front desk. I need to see Chief George Reese. The blonde behind the counter looks me up and down while smacking her gum. The chief is busy. I slam my palms on the counter. I don't care if he's having tea with the royal fucking family. I want to see him now. Lady, I don't know who you think you. Becca. We both turn to see Marvin Hooper, the department's captain and one of my father's oldest friends, standing in the doorway at the heart of the building, a bewildered look on his face. What are you doing here this late? I ask in what I hope is an even-keeled and not at all panicked voice. Aren't you supposed to be off duty? Aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? He quips, walking toward us. Yeah, about that. While I'm fairly certain he's oblivious to the stain on my father's badge, the fewer people drawn into this mess, the better. However, flat-out lying to him after waving my morality card in Gianni's face makes me the worst kind of hypocrite. So I tie strings of truth around a lie and hope for the best. I need to see my father. It's about the arrest he brought in. I have information. His warm expression cools. It's an open and shut case, according to who, the law or my father, because there's a personal vendetta fueling one of them. It'd be a shame if someone went public with it. He stares at me with a mangled look of surprise and disgust. I don't blame him. I'd say I don't know where that venom came from, but it's the second time I've threatened someone today. I appear to be on a hot streak of doing out-of-character shit. It's a different experience to be on the outside of the corner for once, to wield power instead of wither under its weight. After a lifetime of keeping my head down and eyes lowered, I feel the tables finally turning. And when Hooper's sour expression turns to stone, I know he does too. "I'll get someone to take your statement," he says curtly. "No," I blurt out, inwardly cringing at the echo that follows. What the hell was I thinking? Manipulating situations is Gianni's area of expertise, not mine. That man could strut out of hell with the devil's crown, armed only with his confidence in his own bullshit. Wait, that's it. Coercion doesn't always require an elaborate web of deceit. Sometimes, all it takes is a simple game of chicken. Exhaling, I meet Hooper's hesitant gaze. "Let me rephrase that. You can take me to my father right now, Captain, or I can call the U.S. Marshal's office, and you can explain to them how you single-handedly destroyed their high-profile RICO case." Luckily, he doesn't call my bluff. After his ruddy complexion turns the color of curdled milk, he makes a stiff motion for me to follow him. I do, silently basking in my victory as we maneuver our way through the empty hallways. The longer we walk, I question what I'm doing, only to come to an abrupt stop. I look up at Hooper, who already has his palm extended. "Wait here." "But Becca," he drawls, glaring at me while clenching his hand into a fist. "I can't break protocol even when threatened with extortion." Ouch. When he says it like that, it does sound kind of shitty. Sinking my teeth into my bottom lip, I give him a swift nod, envisioning all the ways this could play out as the door closes behind him. None of them include muffled shouting and a loud crash seconds before the door flies open and my father comes barreling out, cheeks flushed. "Have you lost your goddamn mind?" However, my attention isn't on him. It's on the man sitting at the other side of the table. The moment we lock eyes, his bored, blasé expression turns to stone. "Becca," Gianni hits his feet, halfway clearing the table before two men all but clothesline him back into his seat. I rush forward only to collide with my father's chest, his hands gripping my arms. I jerk and twist, but it's like fighting a dozen rusted seat belts. "Let me go," I scream. "Get your fucking hands off her," Gianni roars from inside the room. My father glares at his friend, his teeth clenched. "Don't just stand there. Shut the damn door and get out of my sight." Shooting me a dirty look, Hooper slips in behind him and closes the interrogation room door before quickly disappearing around the corner. With my access to Gianni cut off, I slump in my father's grip. Great. Now what? Releasing his hold, my father steps back and lets out an exasperated sigh while pinching the bridge of his nose. "What the hell are you doing here? Didn't the captain tell you? I have information pertaining to your witch hunt." I flash a plastic smile. "I mean case." "Don't test me, Becca. I'm not in the mood." "You're not in the mood." I throw my head back and laugh. "Well, I'm sorry your attempt at playing both sides hit a snag, Dad. Try nearly being charbroiled to a crisp. That'll put a kink in your day." The anger fades from his eyes. "Why are you out of the hospital?" He scans the white cotton dress and sandals Meredith pulled from the back of her closet. "And why are you dressed like that?" I stifle the urge to cringe. Either my receptionist is seasonally clueless or a colossal smartass. "Not important," I say, hoping he lets it go. "Not important," he repeats. "You said it yourself. You were nearly charbroiled." Jesus, Becca, you're a psychiatrist. Why in God's name would you leave the hospital knowing what something that traumatic can do to a person? Because I'm not a narcissistic asshole who always puts myself first. You should try it sometime. Part of me feels bad for the vitriol I'm spewing. The old me would never speak so callously. She whispered it safely behind a wall of fortified glass where she could be the smart, systematic robot everyone wanted. Because there's nothing oppressive men fear more than a woman with nothing to lose. My insult washes over him, hardening his expression. "This isn't the time or place for this conversation." "You're right," I say flatly. "So why don't you find some non-corrupt officers so I can give my statement? I can take whatever statement you feel you need to give. So it can just end up in a paper shredder the moment I walk out the door. No thanks, I prefer to give it to the men without my mother's blood on their hands." He flinches, and for a moment I regret the low blow. Then I think of Gianni most likely being interrogated without an attorney, and every ounce of remorse evaporates. We stand there in silence, each waiting for the other to fold, when he lets out a resigned sigh, his clenched jaw relaxing. "I'll let you give a statement on one condition." I don't ask. I simply raise my eyebrows and wait. "You let me take you back to the hospital afterward." "I've been discharged," I say, folding my arms across my chest. "Then let me take you home." His gaze narrows. "But you have to stay there." "Not ideal, but I can live with it." "Fine." He blinks as if he expected more of a battle. Honestly, so did I, but with my energy tank on reserve, I don't have any fight left in me. "All right. Well, I guess let's get you set up in a room." He turns and walks down the hall. I stare at the closed door in front of me. "What about this one?" He stops and looks over his shoulder, deep lines creasing his forehead. "It should go without saying that legally I can't put a witness in the same room with a suspect," he says, his voice tight. "And that personally I'd take a bullet to the head first. When are you going to stop treating me like I'm 12 years old? When you stop acting like it." At my sharp inhale, he bites down on his tongue and huffs out a breath. "Let's just get this over with." Unease settles low in my stomach as I cast one last glance at the interrogation room door, then follow him down the quiet hallway. With every step, I remind myself that truth is on my side, that what's done in the dark always reveals itself in the light, that the bloodiest hands always pay the highest price. But what if I'm wrong? What if sin really is an irreversible stain on the soul? What if instead of bringing the wolf to his knees, I'm delivering Gianni to his door? What the hell was she thinking? My Providence PD babysitter's constant chatter fades into the background as my head fills with the image of her standing outside that door, desperate, determined, and depleted, with no fucking clue what she was doing. Reese and his sidekicks were an hour into their interrogation when the door opened, and an older man with gray hair and a matching porn stash shuffled into the room like he had a bomb strapped to his chest. With a few mumbled words, the chief went from having the upper hand to having a breakdown. Then I saw Becca standing in the doorway and my vision went black. That was over an hour ago. They refused to tell me anything and my mind won't stop spinning. I keep imagining the worst, which is making me even more of an asshole. "You seem awfully worked up over the chief's daughter, Gianni," the younger officer muses. "She's a pretty girl. Kinda reminds me of someone." "Does she remind you of someone, Banks?" His older and grayer partner smiles. "Now that you mention it, I believe she does. Same hair, same eyes, same modus operandi of destroying both." "Are you two finished?" "Why, something we say hit a nerve." "No, you both just really suck at innuendos and I have a low tolerance for stupidity." The young, overeager officer clenches his fists and leans forward. "And we have a low tolerance for murders, especially when they involve one of our own." I stare at his pudgy, round face, wondering what it'd feel like against my fist. "I'm going to say this one more time. I didn't kill Ledger. I didn't set that fire, and I've never, nor would I ever, hurt Becca Brennan." His smug mentor lifts a brown folder from the table and waves it in the air. "That'd be easier to believe if I didn't have this report regarding a call about gunfire at the Port of Providence. It says you were brought in for questioning." He flips through a few pages, then looks up with a smile. "Well, would you look at that? It was by Ledger himself. Did you two read the report or just pick out a few big words that stroked your egos?" "I'd bother to read their name tags if I actually gave a shit." After a few seconds of straight silence, I'm wondering if I should bang my cuffs against the table to get his attention when the younger one clears his throat. "Reese has an eyewitness who saw you arguing with Jack Ledger before he went missing, and was eventually found burned beyond recognition. That's strike one. His daughter's office building was set on fire, a place you show up with a gun to play hero. That's strike two. If all that wasn't enough, you then bypassed all his security and snuck into her room once again with a gun to finish the job. You know what happens with that third strike, don't you?" "I get a bigger bat." "No, smartass, you get 20 to life." This guy's Napoleon complex is out of control. I've been letting him lob half-assed insults here and there, but if he keeps swinging those tiny walnuts around, they're going to get flattened under my boot. You're not a reckless criminal, Gianni. The older officer intervenes. So why not work with us rather than against us? Because one of us is a paid trick pony of the man the FBI keep letting slip through their fingers. The same one who's been riding shotgun on all this chaos. As of right now, only 2 marshals and my psychiatrist know his reach has crossed multiple state lines, and I want to keep it that way. Alerting everyone that my father has found me is one thing, but once that siren wails, the echo travels for miles. After I disgrace the sacred Omerta oath, the rulers of the 5 families will be out for blood. I'm still waiting for that lawyer. The younger one shoves a stack of papers off the table, his chair scraping across the floor as he abruptly stands. Fuck it, call the public defender, I'm tired of this. His mentor shakes his head and goes to stand when the door opens and George Reese reappears. All that hot air from earlier has deflated. His bloodshot eyes sag at the corners while heavy black circles stain the skin underneath. If I didn't hate the man so much, I might actually feel bad for him. Where is she? I demand. He faces the 2 officers, his hands clenched by his side. My daughter would like to give a statement. My palms hit the table and I leap from my chair. Like hell she will. Reese turns a hard glare my way. Sit down or I'll throw you in a holding cell. Normally I wouldn't give a shit, lock me up. It wouldn't be the first time and it sure as hell won't be the last. But I can't save Becca from herself while trapped in a cage. Clenching my teeth, I lower into my chair and turn my attention to the 2 smiling idiots across the table. You can't take a statement from her. And why is that, Marchesi? The younger one tilts his blonde head, his New England drawl getting heavier now that he thinks he has me backed into a corner. Is there something you don't want her to say? Yes, because she's pumped full of painkillers, and I don't want anything compromising her medical license. The older officer's lips peel back to reveal a set of stark white veneers way too big for his face. That's rich coming from the mobster who manipulated his therapist in more ways than one. He lets out a little snide chuckle, and I swear if my hands weren't cuffed, I'd knock every single horse tooth down his throat. But don't worry, Gianni, dealing with us is a lot safer than dealing with La Cosa Nostra. You of all people should know that. Enough, Reese interjects. She's in interrogation room 5. I'll stay with him while you're gone. Just what I wanted, a heart-to-heart with Daddy Dearest. The 2 officers exchange glances, then rise from their chairs in silent unity and walk out of the room with renewed vigor. It's all I can do not to roll my eyes. Reese closes the door behind them, avoiding my gaze as he collapses into an empty chair. There's a long stretch of silence where I think he's met his quota of insults and accusations for the day, and I might get a moment of peace. But then, he clasps his hands in front of him and calmly asks the one question I can't answer. Why her? Because she's brilliant. Because she challenges me in ways no one has ever dared. Because underneath all that brokenness lies a darkness that calls to mine. Because karma is a sadistic bitch. I say none of those things because he doesn't want that kind of honesty. He wants a black and white answer so he can wrap it in logic and prejudice and justify his hatred for the very thing he's become. But if I have to drown in this quicksand, so does he. Because she's Becca. That's not an answer. I disagree, and the fact you can't see what lies beyond those words should tell you a hell of a lot more about your relationship with Becca than mine. He bristles, a rush of crimson staining his cheeks. Are you done? I assume he doesn't really want an answer, especially when he tips his head back and closes his eyes. I'm not insulted. It's never a pretty reflection when someone shoves a mirror in front of your face. Sometimes, there's more truth to be found in silence than in any interrogation. His grip on the steering wheel. Talk to me, Becca. What would you like me to say? I gaze out the passenger side window of his car. It's late, After spending over an hour arguing with those two pompous officers, I lost all track of time. However, judging by the moon and lack of traffic, I'm guessing it's close to midnight. You could tell me what happened with the officers. I shoot a narrowed glance across the console. Chief Reese, are you asking me to violate a suspect's constitutional right to a fair trial? His posture stiffens. No, of course not. I stare straight ahead and sulk. It's not like a word I said mattered anyway. Explaining to those officers how Gianni risked his life to save mine went in one ear and out the other. As far as they were concerned, I was just the brainless psychiatrist who fell victim to Gianni Marchesi's false charm and convincing lies. He was on his way out of town, he says tightly. Did he tell you that? I flinch, my fingers clenching the sides of my seat. My father reaches across the car and takes my hand, his touch as unbalanced as the ties that bind us. Becca, open your eyes. You were in a near-fatal fire not long after I exposed him for being the lying, cold-blooded murderer he really is. I don't want to talk about this right now. Not talking about it is what landed you in the hospital, he counters sharply. You don't know him like I do. You don't know him at all or what his family does to someone like. Gritting his teeth, he drops my hand before shoving his into his graying hair. For God's sake, the man lured his girlfriend into a building, then set it on fire. Sound familiar? I round my shoulders, the hit as physical as if it had come from his fist, but I refuse to let him gaslight me. Gianni didn't do this to me. Like it or not, a criminal walked through literal fire to save my life. I felt him carry me out of that building. I hold his stare, daring a response. Are you going to convince me I didn't see him too? His walls shoot up like fireworks. I don't like what you're implying, and I don't like that you're avoiding my questions. Not like it's a new occurrence, but at least here. I have him cornered. Bracing one hand on the dashboard, I turn and face him. So why don't you be straight with me for once? You can start by explaining why you barged into my hospital room uninvited. You've been through a lot. This isn't the time for what honesty? It's never been the time. Not when I was watching my mother die. Not when I was cutting you out of my life. Sure as hell not when I was getting involved with a mobster. So when will it be time, Dad, during my eulogy? Thick silence fills the car as he pulls into the rear parking lot of my condo. I stare through the windshield at the boarded-up window. It's been less than 30 hours since my life imploded, yet it already feels like another lifetime, another me. I sigh. You always say when there are two sides to a story, search the middle for the truth. I gesture down at the traces of soot on my body, my voice shaking. Look at what 22 years of searching has gotten me, Dad. This is my middle, step up or leave. There it is, my line in the sand. I'm done being left in the dark by men trying to protect me. If they won't let me fight my own battles, I'll create new ones. Nothing in life is ever a coincidence, Becca, he says solemnly. Actions always show a pattern. Time rewinds. I hear us hurling accusations about secrets, lies, privacy, and a phone call. At my office, you said you made a few calls to someone about Gianni. It was my mother's killer, wasn't it? I clasped my hands to keep them from shaking. He owns you and you told him everything. No, I called his mouthpiece. Crawling to that bastard would have been a last resort. His fingers flex around the wheel, his knuckles paling. Christ, Becca, why would I open a direct line to the man after doing everything in my power to keep you away from his son? What did you just say? But one look at his raw expression and I already know. I can read between the lines. I just don't want to see the truth that's buried there. Marcello Marchesi controls Providence, he says, a chill settling inside the car. That's the man responsible for your mother's murder. I grip the dashboard, my body folding forward as his words hit their mark. That's impossible. I heard Mom's killer say bullets and blades in an Irish accent. He had a rose and dagger tattoo, the rogue tattoo. The rogue did kill your mother, Becca, but it was under Marchesi's command. 2 decades of deception crumble beneath my feet. No more lies, I say, my breath catching. For once tell me the whole truth. A strained lull hangs in the air, a thin thread stretched so tight I wait for the snap. But then, the sound of a weary sigh seeps through the cracks. 22 years ago, the Rogue was the most powerful alliance on the East Coast. Then, the Italians came in and exterminated the entire lot of them. Unfortunately, they pulled the trigger without sticking around to count the bullets, and Marcello Marchesi took advantage of their negligence. He shrugs. While the powers that be stood around congratulating themselves, the King of New Jersey rounded up the surviving Providence Rogue and started pulling strings. Why? Such a simple question with such a loaded answer. Money, power, greed, they make smart people do illogical things. Does that include you? His gaze is fierce, as if daring to question his integrity is an insult. I ran the department's organized crime task force. My job was to bring down men like Marchesi. That doesn't answer my question. He clasps his hands in his lap and stares down at them. For months, Marchesi used the Rogue as a shield, hiding behind a symbol of fear and the Irishman who tried buying me. When that failed, he stepped out from behind the curtain and threatened your mother personally. His shoulders slumped, the weight of those words nearly crushing him. I believed having the law on my side would protect us. I was wrong. Small eyes, big teeth. This Irishman, I swallow. He's the one who killed Mom. He nods. I don't want to ask, but I have to. What's his name? His jaw tightens. Dagger. Dagger what? Just Dagger, he repeats. That's all he ever went by. After Carol died, I swore I'd do whatever it took to keep him and Marchesi away from you, even if it meant shielding you from yourself. All the years of lies and manipulation make sense. You made me believe I didn't hear those words or see that tattoo to protect me. He nods, still unable to meet my eyes. It killed me to accept blood money from the man who destroyed our family, but I'd already lost your mother. I knew if Marchesi found out you could ID anything that linked to him, he'd return and follow through on his threat to. He frowns again, something dark and painful clouding his face. Let's just say it worked, at least until his son showed up. Are you insinuating Gianni knew all of this, that he was a part of it? No, yes. He shakes his head. I don't know. He sank his teeth pretty hard into the Rogue theory at that diner. Then again, I've learned to take nothing about a Marchesi at face value. They are masters of manipulation. I don't care whose blood runs in his veins, I insist. Gianni wouldn't do that. No. In the last few weeks, 3 people have posed a threat to his father's secret operation. As of today, the only ones still breathing are in this car. The pressure in my chest triples. You're talking about Jack. I was trying to spare you more pain, but you refused to, he sighs, those horizontal lines darting across his forehead again. Yes, I'm talking about Jack. Did he know about this Dagger person? No, he snaps. I may be a disgrace to the badge, but I'd never intentionally drag one of my own down with me. The fierce conviction he has in those words is so proudly misguided, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. He started getting suspicious after you two met at that diner. I warned him to let it go, but he wouldn't listen. It was just a matter of time. I gripped the door handle as Jack's final warning filters through my head. Your father thinks he knows who your mystery patient is, and I hope to God for your sake he's wrong. You sent him to get intel on Gianni. You knew he had feelings for me, and you used it against him. Only because you refused to talk to me, he says, his defenses rising. I had to get through to you somehow. How was I supposed to know he'd take it too far? Because you taught him to. Flinging the door open, I slam my feet on the asphalt and stomp toward my condo. I can hear his muttered curse behind me, but I don't turn around. I let him chase me until we both reach the front door, and even then I stand with my back to him, fighting tears. You wound him up and turned your back on him. I won't apologize for doing everything in my power to protect you. I glare at him over my shoulder. Don't you see the hypocrisy in that? Your vendetta against Gianni isn't because of who he is. It's because you share the same agenda, and he's the one ticking off all the boxes. Spinning back around, I punch in the security code on the keypad next to the door. As usual, when forced to face his own sins, he falls mute. Frustrated, I shove the door open, then lock it behind me, not bothering with the light switch. Maybe it's because I know the moment I let in the light, everything about today becomes real. and I'll be forced to face it. Or maybe you're afraid to look down and see the red stain on your feet. I press the heels of my palms to my eyes, then slowly drag them down my face. I used to be afraid of the dark. Now all I want is to disappear inside of it. Same habit, different extreme. Maybe a long hot shower will wash away this feeling of dread. My limbs feel like lead as I shuffle across the living room. There's a static in the air I can't explain. Kind of like hearing the roar of traffic, yet still standing in the middle of the intersection, spinning in circles. Hopefully, by the time the water turns cold, I'll have made sense of the chaos my life has become. I'm almost to my bedroom when a creaking noise from behind sends my hand flying to my chest and my heart into my throat. Cold dread pools in my veins as I stand frozen, listening for what, I don't know, a mouse, a ghost, both. At the moment, I'd take a demon rodent over what I fear is the most likely source. I'm regretting that decision not to turn on the lights. I feel like that idiot in horror movies everyone hates. The one who'd trust the blanket of silence I'm currently under. But I don't. One stupid mistake is enough. I need a weapon. Sinking my teeth into my bottom lip, I lift my foot off the floor, reach back for my shoe, and bite back a curse. Of all times not to be wearing stilettos. Removing my sandal, I tighten my fingers around the arch and turn, ready to swing. I never get the chance. I'm blindsided from the opposite direction and yanked against a hard chest, a cloth slammed over my face. The sandal falls from my hand at the first hint of its sickeningly sweet scent. Chloroform. Holding my breath, I swing my elbow backward and stomp my foot. Both connect, and I hear a deep groan as the arm around my waist loosens. Seizing the opportunity, I lunge forward, a move that sends both of us tumbling to the ground. I'm spinning faster and faster, cars coming from every direction. I claw the floor trying to crawl out from under my attacker's heavy weight, but it's like being pinned by a mountain. I open my mouth to scream only to fall silent when he swings an arm in front of my face. Going somewhere. I still, the familiarity of those words slamming a fist into my gut. Trapped between a wall of shock and spiraling rage, I clench my fists, one word escaping my lips before they are crushed behind the darkness of the cloth. You. Hangs in the air, a guillotine waiting to fall. I don't want to turn, I don't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing the shock on my face. But my body betrays me, twisting in the chair as the office door swings open. And there he is. Henry Sadler, U.S. Marshal, my babysitter, my supposed protector. He's not beaten or bruised. He's not being held at gunpoint. He's standing in the doorway, calm and collected, wearing a suit that's sharper than the one he had on at the hospital. He looks like he belongs here in the belly of the beast. My blood runs cold, then boils. Every interaction, every skeptical glance, every muttered complaint clicks into place with sickening clarity. It wasn't irritation, it was contempt. He wasn't a by-the-book cop annoyed with a loose cannon. He was a handler annoyed his asset was going off script. The word is a strangled sound ripped from my throat. Surprised. Gianni, my father purrs, circling back to his desk. He's enjoying this, savoring it. You really should learn to vet your friends better. Henry steps inside, closing the door behind him. He doesn't look at me. He looks at Marcello, a flicker of professional deference in his eyes that makes my stomach turn. He's alone, no tail. Good. Marcello gestures to the empty chair next to me. Have a seat, Henry, we were just catching up. Henry's gaze finally slides to me, and there's no apology in it, no regret. Just a cold, detached assessment like I'm a problem to be managed. You shouldn't have come here, Gianni. Fuck you, I snarl, my knuckles white around the grip of Reese's Glock. How long? Does it matter, he says, taking the offered seat. It matters to me. I shift my aim from my father to him. Was any of it real, the bumbling sidekick act, the constant bitching? Or was that all part of the show? A little of column A, a little of column B, Marcello answers for him. Henry here has been a freelance associate of mine for quite some time, long before the feds got their hooks into you. When they assigned him to your case, it was a gift from the gods, an inside man I didn't even have to plant. He chuckles. I must admit, I was impressed with their vetting process. Almost as impressed as I was with Owen's ability to dig through financial records. He's the one who found Reese's account, isn't he? Clever boy, too bad he's so predictable. My mind races. Owen, is he next? Is he even real? Or is he another one of my father's puppets? You set this whole thing up, I say, the realization landing like a ton of bricks. The fire, the ace of spades, you wanted me to come running back home. Of course I did, Marcello says, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. What did you think would happen? You broke the most sacred vow we have. You sang to the feds like a canary in a coal mine. Did you really think there wouldn't be consequences? That I'd just let you waltz off into the sunset with your pretty little psychiatrist and live happily ever after? He scoffs. You're a Marchesi. There is no happily ever after. There is only power and the taking of it. So what's this about? I gesture between him and Henry. You bring me back here to kill me, because if so, get on with it. Kill you? Marcello looks genuinely offended. Gianni, son, you're not thinking big enough. Why would I kill you when I can break you? You took something from me, my reputation, my freedom, so I'm going to take something from you. He leans forward, his eyes glinting with malice. I'm going to take her. Rage, pure and blinding, floods my system. I'm on my feet, the chair clattering to the floor behind me. You touch her and I swear to God. You'll what? He roars, his own composure finally shattering. You're a ghost, Gianni, a man with no name, no family, no future. You have nothing. I am the one with the power. I am the one holding all the cards. Is he? Henry says quietly, and the sudden shift in his voice makes me pause. He's looking at my father, not me. There's a challenge in his tone. Marcello's head snaps toward him. Watch yourself, Henry. You're replaceable. Am I? Henry stands slowly, deliberately. He reaches into his jacket, and for a split second I think he's going for a gun. Instead, he pulls out a slim, silver cigarette case. He taps one out, places it between his lips, and lights it with a silver Zippo. The whole process is unnervingly calm. The way I see it, Gianni is the only thing keeping you from a RICO indictment that will stick. The feds have nothing without him. If he's dead, he's a martyr. If he's alive and talking, you're finished. But if he's back in the fold, if he's loyal, then the government's star witness is just another mobster. Their case collapses. Marcello stares at him, smoke curling from his own lips. Get to your point. My point, Henry says, blowing a plume of smoke toward the ceiling, is that killing him is a waste of a valuable asset. And hurting the girl, that's just sloppy. It makes him unpredictable. It makes him a martyr. You don't want a martyr, Marcello, you want a soldier. I watch this exchange, my mind reeling. What the hell is this? A power play, a double cross? So what do you suggest, Henry? My father sneers, drawing out his name. Let him prove his loyalty, Henry says, his gaze finally landing on me. It's like looking into the eyes of a shark. Give him a task, something that shows he's truly back, something that erases the stain of his betrayal. Marcello considers this, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. You know, that's not a bad idea. He looks at me. There's a capo in Philadelphia, a man named Sal DiMaggio. He's been talking to the feds, making noises about testifying against me. I want him dead. No, I say immediately. I'm not your hitman anymore. Oh, I think you are, Marcello counters. Because if you're not, Becca is. She's at an old warehouse on the docks, the one we used to use for imports. He smiles. You have until sunrise. Bring me Di Maggio's head and you can have your girl back. Refuse and I'll send her back to you in pieces. He's painting me into a corner. If I kill DiMaggio, I'm sealing my fate, becoming the monster he wants me to be. If I don't, Becca dies. Why should I believe you? I spit. How do I know she's even still alive? Henry pulls out his phone, taps the screen a few times, and tosses it on the table. It's playing a live video feed. Becca is tied to a chair in a dark, dusty room. She's unconscious, but she's breathing. Relief and fury war inside me. The choice is yours, Gianni, my father says, his voice dripping with triumph. Be a good son or a dead one. I stare at the phone, at Becca's pale face. There is no choice, there never was. I lower the gun, my shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine. Marcello claps his hands together. Excellent, it's good to have you back, son. He slides a set of keys across the table. Take my car, and Henry here will go with you, to make sure you don't get any funny ideas. I look from my father's smug face to Henry's cold, unreadable one. I'm a dog on a leash, and they're both holding the end. Snatching the keys, I turn and walk out of the office without another word. I have until sunrise to save the woman I love, and to do it, I have to become the man she deserves to be saved from. Jersey. I wake with a groan, fighting the fog that's trying to pull me under. Jesus, what the hell happened? Blinking feels like dragging razors across my corneas, but I grit my teeth and do it anyway. When the haze finally clears, the first thing I notice is concrete. The more I blink, the more it surrounds me, the floor beneath. My cheek a cold reminder of the bleak gray stone walls. I search for my glasses, but they are nowhere to be found. Great, I'm groggy and blind. Another hoarse groan breaks the silence as I fight for memories against a wave of nausea. I remember standing in my living room. There was darkness, loneliness, a need to shower away all the sickening red. I close my eyes, my pulse jumping as I feel a cloth slam over my mouth, and then I'm assaulted by a sweet, musty smell like pen is wrapped in a damp paper towel, chloroform. I cringe, the revolting stench still trapped in my lungs. It sparks a memory of a familiar man's heavy frame pinning me to the floor, but I can't draw his face from the shadows. Then everything goes black, my stomach roils as I push myself up, ignoring how my arm shakes under my weight. Little by little, my eyes adjust to reveal my new, sadistic reality. No windows, no sound, no one to hear me scream. This is more than a basement. It's a prison that can only belong to one person. Marcello Marchesi. My father warned me about him, and now I'm here alone. I want to be devastated. Instead, all I am is angry. I think of the years I kept myself hidden behind a glass only to wind up shattered. All I've ever done is try to help people, and where did it get me? Knocked out, kidnapped, and dumped. In a basement. Emotions I've kept locked away far too long come spewing out, and I let out a shrill scream. Ignoring the protest from my body, I climb to my feet, and after multiple unsuccessful attempts at prying open the locked door, I pace the room until madness sets in. What am I doing here? What's going to happen to me? Overwhelmed, I press the heels of my palms to my forehead, only for a searing burn to shoot down my arm. Letting out a strangled cry, I pull them away, bile crawling up my throat as I stare at the inside of my right wrist and the rose and dagger tattoo drawn in harsh black ink. I can't breathe. The jagged, angry lines blur as the walls close in. Doc. I spin around to see Gianni standing at the top of the small staircase. Even with his face half covered by shadows and my vision distorted, I know it's him. My gut reaction is to run into his arms, but I only take one step before my stomach plummets. Why aren't you in Providence? He doesn't answer. Instead, only heavy silence greets me. He stares. I stare. His palm presses leisurely against the wall, and mine curls tightly by my side. Suspicion wraps a tight coil around my fear. Say something. It's a long story. He descends the stairs, moving with lethal calmness, until he's standing in front of me. I shiver as he drags his stoic gaze down my body. You're hurt. I glance down to see a scratch running down my arm caked in dried blood. I don't bother being concerned. A few missing layers of skin is the least of my worries. Maybe that's because I survived nearly being burned, alive only to be chloroformed and dumped in a basement. His eyes darken, and I catch a glimmer of something that stutters my heart. Conflict, regret. Before I can label it, it's gone, and he's on me, his hands digging into my hair as he crashes his lips to mine. I fall into the kiss, willingly and helplessly, cupping his cheeks before slamming back into reality. Pressing my palms against his chest, I push him away, then swing, landing a satisfying slap across his face. You lied to me again. Gianni doesn't recoil. He simply stands there, his gaze never leaving me. Did you know I was in danger? I hurl one heated accusation after another, anger, winning out over self-preservation. Are you the reason I'm here? Yes. A one-word confirmation is all he offers before drawing me into a demanding kiss. Once again, I relent. My head knows I should resist, but my heart doesn't listen. It grasps onto the familiarity of his scent, that heady blend of burnt pine and desire that seeps into my veins and blots out all the danger. I'm not safe, he's not safe, but something about being in his arms makes even obvious wrongs feel right. It's a craving, a blindness, a desperation that turns a person inside out, robbing them of all rational thought. Instead of fighting it, I sink into it, meeting every lash of his tongue. He walks me backward and presses me against the wall, drowning me as he draws me into his fiery control. I close my eyes, my heart slamming against my chest as he drags his lips down my throat, his teeth grazing my skin. Tell me to stop. I can't. My mind is too busy imploding from the feel of his hand sliding down my hip toward my thigh. He pulls his lips away from my throat, the hand at the back of my neck, moving forward to grip my jaw. Answer me. I stare into his hooded eyes. No. The damp air between us thickens. I know what I'm doing, and so does he. This is the crux of who we are: submission and defiance. It's why we fit so well together. We're two opposite ends of the spectrum that lock in the middle like yin and yang. There's a pause, then the line I've been pushing against severs as the hand on my thigh dives under my dress. My eyes roll back in my head. Shit. His touch becomes a brand, a possessive claim that sends a shockwave through me. A tremor starts deep inside, building into a relentless quake that shatters my control and leaves me gasping, my body arching against his in a helpless, overwhelming release. Last chance, Doc. I feel his hand working between us at his pants, the hard line of him pressing against me. The moment I'm inside you, I'm breaking both of us apart. I don't stop him. This is what I want. It absorbs all the chaos, stoking a fire that incinerates all the fear. Finish what you started, Johnny Malone. Those two words are his breaking point. With a guttural sound, he hitches my leg around his waist. In one desperate, claiming motion, our bodies collide and my back slams against the wall. Self-preservation screams at me to close my eyes, but I don't. I look for the cold hate the confused part of me expects to see. Only there is none. What I find is far more dangerous, a word that scares me way more than prison walls. I don't know if he sees it on my face, but something in Gianni shatters. His grip tightens, and he moves against me with a desperate, punishing rhythm that steals the air from my lungs. It's not gentle, it's a storm, a frantic claiming as the world outside these four walls ceases to exist. My body shakes, spiraling higher and higher with each powerful movement. Who? He demands, his voice a raw growl. Do you, slam, belong to, slam? There's only one answer. The devil. As the words leave my mouth, the storm inside me breaks. A wave of impossible pleasure crashes over me, and I feel him follow me over the edge, his body tensing before a final, shuddering release. And like every time before, the moment it's over, both our walls come crashing down. He says nothing, his lips a thin, flat line as he pulls away. The space between us instantly grows cold. Avoiding his eyes, I smooth my dress, trying to piece together the shreds of my dignity. The tension from before returns with a vengeance, the distance between us widening as he steps back and tucks himself back into his pants. That's when I'm shoved back into reality and my concrete prison. As always, we're 2 steps forward and 5 steps back. Unfortunately, sex isn't a fix-all. It doesn't change where I am and how I got here. He couldn't have done this. I couldn't have been this willfully ignorant. I brush a shaking hand over my swollen lips, the awkwardness setting in. Tell me you're not responsible for me being here, Gianni. My stomach knots as I hold up my wrist branded with the mark of my mother's killer. Tell me you're not responsible for this. His jaw tightens. You ask this after letting me inside you. Just answer the question. He's silent for a moment, his hands clenching at his side. I'm not responsible for any of it, Cara Mia. Why should I believe you? You shouldn't. It's the first honest thing he said since we met. I stumble backward, the rage that fueled me earlier now draining me. I gave you an alibi, I lied to the police, and now I'm here. Because of Henry, he snaps, his expression darkening. Henry. My stomach drops. Oh my God, what happened to Henry? Is he lying face down under a bus? I hope the fuck so. You would too if you knew how dirty that bastard turned out to be. The room spins as the final moments in my condo play out like a movie in my head. I feel the heavy arm swinging in front of my face and the familiar voice in my ear, going somewhere. I raise a shaking hand to my mouth. Christ, does everyone pull a gun? Once my back turns, for someone who reads people for a living, I've done a shit job of it personally. I gesture around my musty prison, all the fight in me evaporating. Why bother saving me if this was always going to be the result? I told you I'd never hurt you. Then open the door and let me walk out. When he doesn't budge, the crack in my heart widens. You know what makes me feel most stupid? I defended you when my father claimed I was just another spoke in the Marchesi wheel. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear he winced. You don't know what you're talking about. I offer a slow, bitter smile. I know a lot more than you ever wanted me to. The confidence on my face is only skin deep. Beneath the surface, there's a riptide of indecision pummeling my heart. I don't know whether I want him to turn away or force an answer out of me. Maybe both. Because of that, I don't know who I fear more, him or me. My answer comes when he closes the remaining distance between us, the ever-present pull wrapping a firm hand around my throat. Well, come on, Doc, I'm waiting. If you're going to play poker, then play by the rules. Either show your cards or fold. I step back, my tepid smile faltering. My father finally told me the truth. All this time, the monster in my nightmares was never the rogue. Lowering my gaze, I hug my arms to my chest. It was you. You don't have the whole story. I never have, and something tells me I never will. There will always be pieces hidden from me by my father, by you, by God knows who else that's involved in all this. I've learned in the last few days that people want forgiveness, but they want it on their terms, but it doesn't work that way with me. Truth is a right, not a judgment call. Doc, without warning, his boots flood my line of sight. I snap my head up, stopping him with a palm to his chest. I have to. I won't be strong enough to push him away again. My resistance turns the muscle beneath my palm to steel. Your father isn't the reformed white knight you're making him out to be. No, I agree shakily. But at least he opened a vein and came clean. I want to believe you, I want to believe in you, but things like this keep happening. I wave my hands around the damp basement and revert us back to square one. What about what just happened? That was just sex. What about everything I said in the hospital? He counters, his nostrils flaring. Do those confessions hold less weight than your father's? Words can be twisted to suit any agenda. The cords in Gianni's neck tighten as he pushes against my hand. Something you know all too well, yet you condemn me on the word of a man who spent 2 decades convincing you that your version of the truth was a delusional opinion. A slap across the face would have been less brutal. Don't try to gaslight me. I stumble back a step, then two. When my spine hits concrete, he leans forward and braces his palms above my head. You're both responsible for some very permanent scars, I counter. You wanted each other out of my life and you both went too far. He tried to sabotage my witness protection. He was protecting me the only way he knew how. He arches an eyebrow. By lying. Yes, something you know all too well, I say, throwing his words back at him. Ice blankets his face and my shoulders sag with the weight of my father's admission. Look, my father is no saint. He lied to protect me from you, hell, even from myself. But that's only because he was being forced to answer to. I know who he answers to, Becca. An ugly truth confessed by my father, yet somehow hearing the confirmation from his lips is so much worse. Christ, my father was right. My insides feel shredded, gutted, burned. I slide my hand down his shirt and drop it listlessly by my side. How long have you known? This isn't the time for. Did you know who I was in that courtroom hallway? I don't give him a chance to answer before firing another question. Did you know all along? Your father murdered my mother. You're not being fair. I've been forced into your office. I needed to ensure whatever was said between us stayed there. Did you know about my mother? A whole psych ward of personalities rolls across his face. I watch them, battle for control, and just when I think I see Johnny Malone break the surface, his eyes flash and he disappears. Not until I made the choice between my freedom and yours. It feels like he's reached into my chest and ripped out my heart. I fight to keep my voice even, but it shakes along with my hand as I wrench out of his hold. What have you done? He says nothing, the muscles in his neck working hard as he swallows. I'm terrified at what I see. The enigmatic man I allowed to get close to me is gone. In his place stands the stone-cold killer I turned a blind eye to. This is who he is, who he's always been. The private recluse, the fallen firefighter, the troubled patient, and the dominant lover were all roles he played to hide the Armani-clad monster lurking beneath the surface. And I'm the idiot who fell for them all. Are you going to kill me too, Gianni? No, you'll go home as long as you behave. Fuck you. I want to hurt this man as much as he's hurt me. I want to tell him to get it over with and kill me for getting involved with him, for daring to cross his path. But those black eyes flash and my resolve crumbles. Play along, Becca, he says, turning to leave. Trust me when I say your life depends on it. Play along. Has he completely fucking lost it? I can't afford to make that mistake again, I bite back. I watch him climb the stairs in silence, but when he reaches for the door, my need for truth overrides self-preservation. Wait. I expect him to dismiss my plea, but he pauses. Swallowing hard, I ask the one question my heart doesn't want answered. You never answered me. Why am I here? There's a beat of weighted silence before Gianni glances over his shoulder. That's when I see them. The demons I saw dancing in his eyes the day he walked into my office. Because you bit the apple, Eve. Providence. Don't trust anyone. I stare at Owen's latest text, unsure if I want to high-five him or punch the shit out of him, relinquishing my grip on a half-empty glass of Johnny Walker Black. I type out, then erase 3 different responses, eventually downgrading to one that doesn't threaten to pulverize multiple vital organs. 2 warnings that would have been useful yesterday. Frustrated, I toss my phone on the table and run a hand over my chin, my gaze straying back to the monitor. Becca is sitting in the far left corner of the room, her back to the camera. The screen is grainy, but even the worst resolution couldn't hide her from me. 4 hours later, and her question is still spinning inside my head. Why am I here? All I can see are her blue eyes and the splintered hope I ground into dust with a cruel but necessary response, twisting the moment we met into a sin was like firing a bullet into my chest, especially after seeing that damn tattoo. But right now I need her cooperation more than her affection. I already crossed the line in fucking her. I sure as hell can't offer a truth I can barely admit to myself, because I fell for the forbidden fruit. I tip my glass back and down. What's left? A few weeks with a shrink and you sound like a suicidal Hallmark card. I glance across the control room to find my father's underboss standing in the doorway like a sniper. You lost, Anton. And by the looks of him, I mean more than his location. After driving to the estate in dead silence, I assumed he'd get the hint and fuck off. It seems I underestimated his ability to read a room, because here he is hours later, in a pressed designer black suit, while the rest of him seems trapped in an uncharacteristic state of chaos. Deep lines carve their way across his forehead, while each strand of his gray hair appears to be fighting its own war and losing. Still a smartass, I see. The corners of his mouth lift, but his eyes stay outlined in a bitterness I understand all too well. But I'm not stupid. Talk is cheap, and trust is a costly commodity earned in blood. Anton Altieri has stood at my father's side for over 30 years. I don't know how deep the rivers of his loyalty run, and as private as he is, they are not bridged easily. Considering his actions at the club, I have to assume he had a hand in stirring the pot of shit that trapped Becca in a cage and me in the line of fire. Still showing up where you're not wanted, I see. Because you're a stubborn pain in my ass. I was supposed to take you home hours ago. When I say nothing, he exhales roughly and nods at the screen. You're no good to her if you collapse, you know. When's the last time you slept? November. Cut the shit. Unbuttoning his suit jacket, he pulls out the chair beside me and sits down. You want to tell me what the hell you think you're doing? Going to have to be more specific. That performance you put on at the Boo, pulling a gun on Marcello, wasn't the smoothest way back into the family. If that's what you think I'm doing here, then one of us is delusional. I scan him up and down like a grade-A asshole who has no room to talk. Lucky for you, I know one hell of a psychiatrist. If you ask nicely, I could put in a good word for. His palm connects with the back of my head. You break omerta and suddenly you got jokes. I grab his wrist. Don't touch me again, Anton. That's your only warning. He lowers his gaze to my grip, then lifts it back to my face. Taking his silence as a concession, I let go, then flip a switch on the control board, turning the image on the screen black. I asked you a question. Why are you here? You heard your father. He wants you riding shotgun on a collection. Pulling a playing card from the inside pocket of my jacket, I twirl it between my fingers. I already told him I don't need a fucking babysitter. And how did that work out for you? He mutters. I say nothing because the asshole has a point. Besides, you agreed to this. I didn't have a choice. We all have a choice. It's how far we're willing to go and how much we're willing to sacrifice that determine the outcome. I huff out a dry laugh. Now who sounds like a suicidal Hallmark card. Don't push me. Gianni, it's not in your best interest. None of this is in my best interest. If you think differently, you haven't been paying attention. No, he says, his stilted tone wound tight enough to snap. It's you who hasn't been paying attention. How many fists have to hit your head before you see the hand in front of your face? What the hell's that supposed to mean? He rises to his feet and buttons his jacket, the unguarded look on his face hardening. It means meet me downstairs in 5 minutes. I'm driving. You home to shower and lose the attitude. He eyes my disheveled attire and put on a suit. You're Gianni Marchesi, for Christ's sake, start acting like it. I'm not putting on a fucking suit. I stare at him, trying to drill through that plastic coating to find a motive, only to hit a layer of steel. I've already told you I'm not. The card stills between my fingers as my phone screen flares to life. About damn time. I drag the device off the table and scrub my hand across my forehead as I scan the text. My apologies. In the future, I'll get shot in a timelier manner. Nearly met his maker and still a dick. It's irritating how much I appreciate that now. Before I can respond, a second message appears. Meet me at Louis' Deli at 5 p.m. A quick glance at the time has me biting back a curse. That's cutting it close. I don't know how I'm going to connect all these damn dots with Anton watching me like a scorned wife. Unfortunately, the best shot I have is to fall in line. This shit is really getting old. Gianni. I glance up to find Anton snapping his fingers in my face. I'm talking to you. Yeah, suit, got it. I shove my phone in my pocket. So are you going to tell me the name of this place, or do I find out as the sign melts off the frontage? Cucciola's Trattoria in Hackensack, a family operation on the verge of bankruptcy. Unsurprising. The only small business thriving in New Jersey are the ones my father has by the balls. Those who cling to their principles get broken bones and an insurance claim. Glad to see some things never change. Only some things, he murmurs. What kind of thinly veiled bullshit is that? Before I can call him on it, he starts toward the doorway. He betrayed me first, you know. Which, by La Cosa Nostra standards, doesn't validate shit, not that I care. My father earned his first strike with me when I was 13 and his second with Victoria. I took action to prevent a third, yet here we are. Pausing, he turns and cuts me a hard glare. That's where you're wrong. There's a sharp edge to his voice, an emphasis and urgency that feels off. I don't like it, so I keep my eyes on him, watching every move he makes. That's why, when he dips his hand inside his jacket pocket, mine curls into a fist. I'd prefer to not fight a man who's been more of a father to me than my own, but if it comes down to it, I won't hesitate to break his neck. Just as I go to swing, his hand reappears holding my gun, not the Providence PD issued one he took from me, but my gun, a custom piece, worth $18,000, a spade engraved, one of a kind he gave to me on my 21st birthday, the day his godson became a made man. How far are you willing to go to determine the outcome, Gianni? He repeats as he places it on the table next to my phone before walking out the door. Hackensack, New Jersey. Sliding my sunglasses down with my index finger, I stare at the rundown building across the street. Nice place. I always like my meals with a complimentary side of Hep C. Cucciola's Trattoria is more than a health code violation. It's a monument to the dangers of virtue signaling. It's obvious Marcello is letting this place rot to send a message. The busted windows and rotted wood frame have tragic morality written all over them. Anton flings off his seat belt, side-eyeing me as he swings his door open. How that doctor put up with you for 8 weeks I'll never know. Because I gave her no choice. Pushing my sunglasses back up my nose, I step out of the car and straighten my suit jacket before crossing the street. We walk inside to a drastic improvement. There's no crystal or polished silver, but there are white linen tablecloths, and the floor is so clean you could eat off it, which might be necessary after the bank liquidates all his assets. Amico mio, I wasn't expecting you until later. I slip my hand under my jacket as a man with a half-circle of black hair strides out from 2 swinging doors. Anton's gaze shifts to where my hand rests on my concealed gun and discreetly shakes his head. Plans changed. I see. The man turns a sharp eye to me. That appears to be happening a lot lately. I tuck my sunglasses in my pocket. I don't remember hearing him ask for your opinion. Gianni Marchesi, he says, his words dripping with venom. In the flesh. Not here, Anton hisses between clenched teeth. I arch an eyebrow. And you are someone who knows all about you and your piece of shit father. Strange way to announce a death wish, but whatever. While I have no interest in defending my father's name, I won't tolerate disrespect. Obviously not, or you wouldn't have taken that tone with me. I suggest you fix it. The 3 of us remain locked in a silent standoff until the man mutters something under his breath and releases a heavy exhale. The name's Sardora, and I know why you're here, so let's just get this over with. Giving Anton a curt nod, he starts toward the back of the restaurant. I grab Anton's arm. What the hell's going on? He glances over his shoulder and huffs out a heavy breath. Trust me, Gianni, please. The please gets me. Made men don't beg for shit, so if that word ever passes their lips, they're not fucking around. But I'm also not a suicidal idiot, so I unclip my holster before following him down a hallway where Sardora opens a door to a small private room. Sit, he says, gesturing inside. I'll bring the bread and wine. I watch him disappear through the swinging doors, then turn to Anton, my fuse nearly burnt to a crisp. You have 30 seconds to. The rest of my inquisition trails off when Sardora strides back in, a tray balanced in one hand, a bottle of wine in the other. We sit in silence as he presents a basket of bread along with 2 glasses. He goes to uncork the wine when Anton stops him. I can take it from here, Bobby. Bobby, it's not a common practice to be on a first-name basis with a man you're about to put out of business. I clench my fists as Sardora nods. Back, another cryptic look passing between them before he disappears through the doors again. Anton's movements are stiff as he uncorks the wine, filling both glasses before pushing one across the table. I'm curious what's behind the big production, so I humor him and pick it up. I take it Sardora is a friend of yours, more like an acquaintance with a mutual goal. What kind of goal? Revenge, retribution, restitution. The muscles in his neck tighten. Doesn't Bobby's hostility strike you as odd, as if you'd wronged him personally? My mind spins in so many directions I almost miss the obvious answer. Cucciola means little puppy in Italian. It's what Victoria's mother used to call her. My vision becomes a kaleidoscope of rage. Her mother's maiden name is Sardora. This is her uncle's place. His hostility makes sense now. I have his family's blood on my hands. A bomb goes off inside me. Marcello, that fucking sadistic bastard. I lower my hand. I'm not hurting Victoria's family. Anton gives me an empty stare. Nobody said you had to. Then why bring me here if not to? I narrow my eyes. He knows what I'm reaching for, but he's not reacting. He's just sitting there sipping wine like a spectator in his own circus. Are you seriously trying to insinuate he doesn't know who Sardora is? It's obvious he sent me here as a fuck you. Of course he did. He knows exactly who Bobby is, just not where his allegiance lies. There's a hint of a smirk on his face as he picks up a slice of bread and points it at me. The key to longevity is using situations and people to your advantage. Have you ever heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? He waits for my cautious nod before adding, maybe your father should have looked it up before sending me to Hackensack a few months ago. I'll be damned. You could have given me a heads up. Cars and houses can be bugged, he says between chews, considering the only thing I found in mine that resembled a weapon was a fucking butter knife. He has a point. Until I have my place swept, it's a hotbed for blackmail. So Sardora is in on whatever this is. He dips his chin. The man who wants revenge, retribution, and restitution is trusting. The man who dropped the first match not to do it again. You think I'm playing you, don't you? Cursing, he tosses the bread into the basket and jabs his finger across the table. Chi cazzo, Gianni, I was there when you were born. I looked your mother in her eyes and promised to look out for you. I knew this whole thing went deeper then. Marcello framing you for murder because he didn't get his way. He exhales a low breath. I didn't know it went all the way to hell. So you knew he was dipping his dick in Providence. He leans close, his gaze sharp. Who do you think sent Owen Holmes that link? I don't know what kind of response I expected, but it sure as hell wasn't that. I never questioned how Owen came into possession of the link. After it, revealed regular deposits made from Rose and Dagger Holdings and Tessora International into an offshore account in Reese's name. Logic took a backseat to rage. Tessora was what my father used to call my mother. In normal relationships, darling would be a term of endearment, but it was the name he used before unleashing the monster. The moment I saw it, I knew who owned George Reese in Providence. Start talking, Anton. I stole Marcello's laptop before the feds could get to it and started digging, he says. The more closets I pried open, the more skeletons fell out. After his arrest, I found a hidden file protected by a wall of encryption. I have a contact who specializes in less than ethical IT work, so I enlisted his help. Let me guess, he discovered Rose and Dagger Holdings and Tessora International, among others. These constant plot twists are really starting to piss me off. I jerk my tie loose as the walls inch closer. How many fucking shell companies is he using to launder his dirty money? At least 3, maybe more, all set up by figureheads across the globe, who populated them with a bunch of straw men, little to no regulation of. Foreign financial institutions makes illegal enterprise a hot commodity. No one pays more for discretion than a criminal. I say the words, sounding much calmer than the intent behind them, but I'm guessing there's more to the story. He sips his wine before pulling back more of the curtain. It was the regular payouts from the shells to 4 offshore accounts that caught my contact's eye. He bypassed the encryption on 2 of them and found money being funneled from Rose and Dagger Holdings and Tessora International into the Providence police chief's pocket. It seems Marcello was layering his money laundering. How entrepreneurial of him. That must have been around the time Owen uncovered Reese's Cayman Islands account. I say more to myself than him. He'd been poking around his finances for days when deposits from Rose and Dagger tripped his alarm. I can still see him in my living room the night I turned dice and his sidekick into overdone Irish kebabs. Blood drained from his face as I told him how Becca's attacker had a Rose and Dagger tattoo. He'd assumed Reese was being controlled by the rogue. If only he'd seen past the veil, she wouldn't be here right now. You said your contact bypassed the encryption on 2 accounts, I say. We know one belongs to Reese. Let me guess. The other links to Sadler. Anton's stare never wavers. The one and only. Unfortunately, the other. 2 accounts have more intricate codes beyond his expertise. I'm still not hearing the how and why this revelation led to me. 2. Dirty law enforcement officers point to a conspiracy, not a trap. I lean close and tighten the rope. What aren't you telling me, Anton? He hits me with a deadpan stare. My contact called me the day of Marcello's release to tell me it was all gone. Decades of transactions were erased and all the shells had been put in your name. I freeze. What the fuck did you just say? It's a setup. Gianni, once I knew your father's end game, I followed Sadler's paper trail to Providence. He rolls the wine glass stem between his thumb and index finger. I had a 50-50 shot that the other Marshall wasn't a sellout, so I took a chance and clued him in. Yeah, with a filtered and watered-down version. I lock eyes with him across the table. Why send him the link in a burner email with some cryptic note to have me read between the lines? Why not tell him I was being set up by my father and framed by a dirty Marshall, and risk you murdering Sadler and confronting Marcello with the only leverage I had against him? Staunch indignation clouds his face. I said I took a gamble on Holmes, not that I threw a bullet in the chamber and gave it a spin. Fair enough. He's right about me, and Owen is so by the book he probably would have called in a fucking report. I needed to tell you. In person. And I knew once you saw that link, that hot temper of yours would drive you across state lines. He frowns. I just didn't plan on Marcello turning your girl into a wild card. That makes 2 of us. He tattooed a fucking rose and dagger on her while she was unconscious, I say tightly. I know. What's his angle? No clue. But nothing Marcello does is without benefit to him. Sardora comes barreling into the room with a tray overflowing with plates of lasagna, exiting just as quickly. Anton grabs his fork and digs in with gusto while I brood over the one question still gnawing at me. Eventually, he glances up from his plate, his eyes narrowing. What's that look for? Why would he do this? I ask. Revenge is a weak and short-sighted justification for imploding an operation he spent 2 decades building. No, it's a fringe benefit, he says bluntly. Rumor has it the authority heard talk of shipments going out of the port of Providence. My guess is he got spooked, which makes sense, considering my contact also uncovered transactions to and from the Carreras. Of course there are. The Mexican cartel, I mutter. Why am I not surprised? Because Marcello and Alejandro Carrera are kindred spirits cut from the same putrid cloth, he huffs. They'd sell their own mothers if it'd turn a profit. Your father saw the writing on the wall once the rumor mill started turning. He knew he had to unload his pet project. You being there gave him the perfect excuse, means, and opportunity, letting him kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Knowing my father put the shell companies in my name only days ago confirms he's using me as a scapegoat, which speeds up the sand in Becca's hourglass. There's one more thing. Fatigue pulls at the corners of Anton's eyes as he refills his glass. That oath renewal bullshit is a trap. He's called an emergency authority meeting for tomorrow night. All the pieces snap together into one severely demented puzzle. That's how he's restoring the Marchesi name. He's going to play mafia savior while claiming a front row seat to the silencing of his son and his sin. I drag my tongue across the front of my teeth. So what's our plan? He stabs his fork into his lasagna. What happened to that brilliant murder-suicide strategy you stormed in with a few hours ago? You know, that taking out a boss without approval is a death sentence. I wasn't thinking straight. You weren't thinking at all. He scowls. There's only one way to derail an authority back door, walk through the front. Yeah, right. I'm serious, he says, shoving more pasta in his mouth. The only way to win is to use Marcello's tactics against him. If he wants an execution, let's give him one. All we need is permission. For what? A license to kill. At his solemn nod, I nearly drop my glass. Have you lost your fucking mind? Why waste time fighting from the bottom when we can strike from the top? How about because I broke omerta and talked to the feds? Getting nothing but a blank stare, I add, best case scenario we'd walk out wearing our balls as neckties. You're forgetting we have leverage, the authority doesn't know. Marcello broke the moratorium on Rhode Island. Betrayal of one of their own isn't a good look. I'd say it's something they'd go to extreme lengths to silence. Yeah, if we had solid proof. The only thing we have backing up our claim includes payouts made by two shell corporations that are now in my name. The odds aren't in our favor. Then it's a good thing I have this. He pulls his phone from his pocket, taps the screen twice, then slides it across the table. If I wasn't so fucking relieved at what I see, I'd punch him for the dramatic lead-up. I thought you said the original files were gone and decades of transactions were erased. He shrugs. I never said we didn't have a backup. You sandbagging prick. It's a good plan, likely to backfire, but still good. So you think the authority will forgive our sins if we ensure Marcello pays for his? Forgive is a strong word. I'd say they're more likely to overlook them. He shifts forward, his stare as sharp as his tone. We don't have time to think this through. Either way, authority bullets are going to fly. You decide whether to fire them or take them. Damn it, he's right. No matter what I do, I'm going to end up at the wrong end of the authority's gun. At least by taking the fight to the source, I control my fate, go big or go to hell. I assume you have a trusted contact in New York. He arches an eyebrow. What do you think? I think we're about to walk into the lion's den wearing fucking meat suits. What's the lead time for an authority sit-down? Usually a couple of days, but Marcello expedited things by calling his meeting. All four bosses are in New York. How generous. I'll have to remember to thank him before killing him. Speaking of your boss, I say, watching for any shift in composure. Anton may be a temporary ally, but he's still my father's underboss. I assume an unscheduled trip to Staten Island won't go over well. Leave Marcello to me. Meaning, he bristles, meaning leave him to me. He's lucky I need him. This cocky attitude is several levels above tolerable. Fuck it, make the call. I finish my wine, my face stretching into a slow smile. Looks like we're headed to New York. New York. There's a strained silence inside the Maserati as I pull beside a run-down apartment building in a grab-your-mace type of neighborhood in Staten Island. Are you sure this is the right address? Anton slams a full cartridge of bullets into his gun. You, of all people, should know not to buy into a facade. That hits a little too close to home. Securing my gun, I open the door and step out of the car. Anton follows, without argument. The moment we enter the building, we're greeted by the authorities' bouncer, a huge man with the personality of curdled milk. Anton dips his chin. Sergio. Anton, the guard, acknowledges back. I glance between them, close to putting a bullet in both, when Hell's gatekeeper nods at our waists. Hand over the weapons and they'll be returned when you're dismissed. I think the fuck not. I'm not walking in there without. Give him the gianty. Anton's movements are slow and robotic as he unclips his holster and places his magnum in the guard's waiting hand. I gape at him. Have you lost your mind? I'm in Staten Island about to have an unsanctioned meeting with the authority. What do you think? He snaps. Now hurry, your girl doesn't have time for this. While walking into a room full of mafia bosses, unarmed goes against every instinct. He's right. So I force myself to hand over my gun to the dipshit in front of me, who tucks it into his jacket and motions us forward. 60 steps later, he disappears through a battered white door, leaving the two of us standing weaponless on the other side. Anton clears his throat. Remember, don't be a smartass. I glance out of the corner of my eye to find his expressionless face all but glued to the door. He's like a bloodthirsty mannequin with his strings stretched too tight. All it'd take is one sudden move to slingshot him down all 4 flights of stairs. I'm offended, I huff. Name one person in a position of authority I haven't shown due respect. Your father. Name 2. The feds. Okay, name 3. He exhales a shallow breath. Fuck, we're dead. The words are barely out of his mouth when the door opens and Sergio reappears with a curt nod. You may enter. We walk to the center of a room surrounded by dingy white walls. Other than a few chairs scattered along a 12-foot-long conference table, it's pathetically empty. So, the rat returns. I stare across the table where Benito Toscano, Don of New York and the ruler of the five families, sits dead center. He's a ruthless bastard who'd sooner slit my throat than look at me, but at least he's a straight shooter. I respect a gun that's aimed at my face. I shrug. The cannoli in Rhode Island sucked. Anton curses under his breath. Toscano clasps his hands, the cufflinks at his wrists pinging against the wood. If it were up to me, your brains would be splattered across the sidewalk. Lucky for you, your underboss and my top guard have somewhat of an inconvenient friendship. I slide a withering stare between Anton and Sergio, my fingers flexing at my side. These fucking pop-up alliances are irritating me. I don't like being blindsided, especially in front of men who'd happily parade my severed head up and down the East Coast. I'll be sure to thank him later. Anton stiffens beside me while King Benito and his 3 idiot knights attempt to use silence as a power move. Amateurs, they should try engaging Becca in a battle of wills. That woman can whittle a man's balls down to acorns. It's been a long day. Stepping forward, I gesture to the empty chair across the table from Toscano. Mind if I sit? Is he serious? Carmine Damiano, Don of Connecticut and the man, most likely to shoot my dick off and give it to his daughter as a hood ornament, swings his toupee-capped head up and down the length of the table. He can't be serious. Toscano ignores him. Sitting is entirely up to you, but I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend doing half the shit I've done in the last 48 hours, yet here I am. Why stop now? Holding his gaze, I stride toward the table with all the confidence of a man who's not about to wear a lead jacket and take a seat. Judging by the wave of arched eyebrows there, probably wondering if I have a death wish. Maybe, or maybe shitting on authority is just a God-given talent. I nod to the half-empty bottle in the center of the table. So what are we drinking? Toscano pushes a bottle of Heaven Hill 17-year-old barrel-proof bourbon toward me while tipping his chin over my shoulder. Within seconds, Sergio slams a glass next to my hand before sliding back into the shadows. Cool trick. Loyalty is an invaluable asset. Not that you'd know anything about that. I tip the bottle and fill the glass to the rim. I didn't come here to be insulted, Benny. I half expect to get shot for that one. Instead, he chuckles. Why did you come here? Why did you accept? I've already told you. Ah yes, the inconvenient friendship. Lifting my glass, I tip it toward him. You're a respected guy, Benny. You speak your mind, honor your oath, and take no shit. Are you really sticking with that weak excuse? Gianni, Anton warns from behind. The Boston boss smacks the table. Listen here, you little shit. Benito raises his hand, instantly silencing him. I'll admit the power he wields is impressive, especially when old Boston Mario folds like a scolded puppy. What other purpose would I have to see you, Gianni? Curiosity and the fact you're a smart man. I had a cushy new life in Providence, a new name, new identity, permanent immunity. You know, there'd have to be a damn good reason for me to give that up. The corner of his mouth twitches. You know what they say, curiosity killed the cat, or it helps him catch a bigger rat. I hear feet shuffling behind me as Benito's cool smile fades. Anton's getting nervous and I can't blame him. I'm winging the shit out of this. One bad swerve down the wrong road and it'll be over before it starts. Still, our best defense is a strong offense. Of course, I'm sure you're wondering why I came to Staten Island to discuss this when I could have easily done it tomorrow at my father's emergency meeting. I continue. There's a muted flicker of surprise in Toscano's narrowed gaze, his eyebrows drifting toward his gelled gray hairline. Wait, it gets better. Carmine's chair flies backward, his feet hitting the floor. Alanimadi, kai tie morto. Turning, he glares at Toscano. Why are we listening to this? Casate, you can tell how much you've gotten under an Italian skin by the complexity of his insult, considering the Connecticut boss just requested that I go fuck the souls of my dead family members, I'd say I drove pretty damn deep. Because this bullshit affects your bottom line, you're all being played, so if I were you, I'd stop worrying about how I've wronged the family and focus on pulling the much bigger knife from your back. That gets their attention. Silence. Toscano's sharp command mutes the room, reclaiming control. He turns that iron stare my way, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening. Explain yourself. Now that I have control, I pump the brakes, taking time to refill my glass and let the anticipation build. I'm not the worst traitor here, my father is, and unless you want this whole operation to fold like a cheap accordion, you'll grant me permission to take him out. A request that's met with the sound of 3 cocked guns. However, once again, Toscano merely raises his hand, chuckling as all 3 trigger fingers relax. Are you that fucking arrogant to think you can walk in here and make demands after what you've done? I shrug. I know my father has been a thorn in the authority's side for years. He skirted that sacred line just enough to piss you off, but not enough for you to have cause to do something about it. I hold each of their eyes. I have cause. Retaliation against you doesn't count. What about against you? I take a moment to soak in the shock plastered across their faces, then grip the bat and swing. I'm sure you've heard rumors of shipments being run out of Providence. Well, its origin is buried in your own backyard. Marcello has been overseeing those shipments for over 2 decades, as well as underground trade deals with Alejandro Carrera, the fucking cartel. The Philly boss explodes. Toscano tips his chin with a sharp side eye. Those are serious accusations, Gianni. Do you have proof to back them up? I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Turning to Anton, I give a slight nod. Usually I don't care for theatrics, but the smooth way he slides his phone from the inside of his jacket and hits send deserves an Oscar. Within seconds, all 4 bosses' phones chime, and I watch in silent satisfaction as my father's dirty financial records flash before their eyes. Toscano looks up from his death grip. Where did you get these? Anton clears his throat. I stumbled onto a loose thread in Marcello's finances. One pull unraveled another thread, and so on. Eventually I found 3 shell corporations, 2 that were making deposits into 4 encrypted offshore accounts, with another funneling money in. And you didn't think to tell us. What would I have said? That Marcello was shifting money around in secret companies no one had access to? Is that a foreign concept to any of you? Nobody says shit. Savage. Decrypting the accounts took time, he continues. By the time I identified one owner as the Providence chief of police and another as a dirty U.S. Marshal, it was too late. Gianni was in Rhode Island, and Marcello had set up his end game. The muscles in Toscano's neck tighten. Start connecting some dots, Altieri. If you scroll to the last page of the Shell Corporation financials, you'll notice the overseas figureheads Marcello masqueraded as owners are no longer on the accounts. The day he walked out of prison, the dates were altered and corporate ownership transferred to Giovanni Marchesi. Carmine glances up from his screen, a red curtain sweeping up his neck. Anton nods. Marcello lured Gianni back to New Jersey, knowing the authority would shoot at first sight. By the time the truth about Providence came out, his hands would be clean and Gianni would be dead. But we didn't come here expecting a full pardon on a few bank records. With one more push of a button, a familiar conversation fills the room. Okay, I'll bite. Let's hear this brilliant plan. Simple. We call a truce. You're forgetting the authority considers me public enemy number 1. I think the only truce they'd entertain would involve a bullet. 5 families, 5 bosses, 5 votes. As a member of the authority, I have the power to make rules and bend them. It's surprising how quickly people will alter their values when given the right motivation. Just an observation: if I'm such a pariah, wouldn't the whole forgive and forget thing make you guilty by association? I don't have to forgive you to exploit you, Gianni. You're simply a piece on my chessboard, and you expect me to believe I'm anything other than a pawn. I don't care what you believe. My actions aren't for you to question. The other bosses might question them once they find out about your Providence side hustle. Those idiots are incapable of finding their own dicks, much less something operating in front of their faces. For a moment, no one speaks. Then, Anton ignites a cannon of preemptive strikes, firing off answers to questions before they are even asked. When the dust finally settles, I look damn near pious, and my father is 9 ways of fucked. And you knew nothing? Toscano asks. For 22 years, the Marchesi underboss doesn't miss a beat. Marcello kept his side action to himself. His gaze drifts to me. And Gianni wasn't a part of this until his father made him one. I suspect Carmine's nerves are fraying when he swipes the bourbon and fills his glass. Why didn't you come to us when you found out he was framing his son? Anton scrubs a hand down his face. He's reaching his breaking point. One more stupid comment and that cool, calm demeanor might turn inside out. Gianni didn't have the time for protocol. Besides, with all due respect, I just presented a shit ton of proof and you're still arguing with me. Imagine what would have happened if I'd come without the audio. You can't expect us to believe he did this all by himself, the Boston boss insists. Even the best Don needs boots on the ground to make an operation like that run. Why not? Carmine snaps. The Stronzo thought he was a fucking god. Anton nods. You're both right. Marcello kept his men in the dark, so I suspect with all the revived rogue activity in Providence, one of the remaining offshore accounts belongs to a disgruntled leftover member. Toscano's gaze doesn't waver. Do you have a name? Not yet, but we won't stop until we do. What about this police chief and marshal? Anton and I exchange glances. I'd hoped to keep this part under wraps, but I'd also like to walk out of here with my nuts still attached to my dick. George Reese and Henry Sadler, he says reluctantly, quickly adding, but we have both under control. Sure we do, and I'm a well-adjusted, productive member of society. The fuck? When no one fires a gun, I push the pedal to the floor. Disrespect like this can't go unanswered. Who better to take care of Marcello than someone with a justifiable vendetta? Carmine shifts his narrowed gaze to me. How do we know this all isn't just a ploy? I can feel everyone's eyes on me, daring a truth they all see but refuse to accept. You don't, but are you willing to fuck around and find out? All 4 men exchange looks. They don't have to say a word. I can read their faces like a manual. I've backed them into a corner, the most dangerous place to be for men like us. Despite my father's treachery, time is their most dangerous enemy. His actions mock the foundation of the authorities' power. If word spreads, the 5 families would implode. Marcello has to be taken out now. They know it, and I know it. Toscano exhales a long, slow breath. If we sanction this, it'd be without fire. We can't have your signature on a boss's murder and do nothing about it. I snort. Because we're so civilized that we have manners now. No, Toscano answers, his voice tight. Because we don't give the feds unnecessary ammunition. It's how we avoid situations like the one you and your father put us in. He stares craters through me until I mutter out a reluctant, fine. Where's Marcello now? Out buying balloons for my gravestone. How the hell should I know? He's at the club conducting business as usual, Anton says subtly, kicking my chair as he steps forward. I've made sure he has no reason to question my loyalty. That's why Gianni and I have the freedom we do. As far as he's concerned, no one knows he has his hands in Providence or that. He's setting his son up to take the fall. I stand, ignoring Anton's heated side-eye. I'm on somewhat of a time constraint. Toscano's smile is anticipatory, like a snake circling its prey before swallowing it whole. Your impulsiveness is your greatest weakness, Gianni. How do you think Marcello's most trusted captains will react if their boss's traitorous son takes him out behind a curtain? They won't. Simply shrug and fall in line. You need to make a statement with the authority there to back you up at tomorrow night's meeting. I glance at Anton. I didn't have public execution on my bingo card, did you? Toscano slams his glass against the table. Play along and keep your mouth shut. This ends tomorrow tonight. Play along, it's the same thing I told Becca. Irony is a dirty bitch. I turn toward the door with an obligatory nod, only making it 4 steps. When Toscano calls out, you realize this means you'll become boss of the Marchesi family. No, I hadn't thought that far ahead. No offense, Benny, but have you thought that through? I ask, ignoring the low hiss of my name behind me. I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I'm a federal celebrity. You're right. You sold your soul and gave the FBI access to our world. Right now, you're their golden boy, but once word spreads, you're wearing the deadpan Don's crown, that shine's going to tarnish. A slow smile spreads across his face. How unfortunate. Of course, they don't want me in power. They want me useless to the FBI. Great, I mutter, turning back around. I'll start thinking of a tabloid nickname. One more thing, I tip my head back. This is where you ask me to sacrifice a live chicken, isn't it? A low chuckle rumbles behind me. I just want to know what Marcello is holding over your head that's so valuable you'd refrain from shooting him on sight. Fuck. I can't tell them about Becca. It's too dangerous. She's an outsider. My father has made a liability. Men like Toscano don't deal with threats, they eliminate them. However, lying will only widen the target on my back. Patchwork truth it is. He threatened the people I love. Isn't that enough? I don't like keeping my back turned, but considering I've been tapped to lead in underworld revolution, I'd rather not look like I'm about to have a stroke. So I stare at the door as Toscano offers a final warning. Don't disappoint us, Gianni. You've seen how we reward failure. I stare at the door at the top of the staircase, still hearing the moment it slammed behind Gianni, trapping the echo of his final words. Play along, Becca. Trust me when I say your life depends on it. His personality swings are giving me whiplash. One minute I see the man who held me in his arms after my attack and rushed into a burning building to save me, and the next it's like he never existed. Stop this. Obsessing over Gianni's identity crisis won't do anything but feed his father's ego. Rising to my feet, I storm across the room, my head swimming. Once I reach the landing, I pound my fist against the hard steel. Open this damn door. Just when I'm about to collapse from exhaustion, I hear a click and my fist freezes. I don't know who's on the other side. Best case scenario, it's Gianni. Shuffling backward, I brace myself for the worst case. Marchesi. My breath catches as the door opens, revealing a muscular man with short brown hair pointing a gun at my face. There's a fleeting moment where I consider fighting him for the weapon, but since the goal is to not die, I remain still. What the fuck do you want? He snaps in a rough New Jersey accent. I open my mouth to answer, but nothing comes out. You deaf bitch. The guard steps forward, waving his gun. Answer me. I try again, only to have my vision blur, my fight or flight instinct turning more into surrender and crash. Think, Becca, you're smarter than this. I have to use the bathroom, I blurt out. He laughs and motions the gun behind me. That's when I notice the white painter's bucket, a slap in the face that makes my blood boil. I grit my teeth. I'm not using a bucket. Then don't. Hold it until your eyes float for all I care. He steps back to close the door, but I shove my foot next to the frame, biting back a scream as the sharp-edged steel bounces off my heel. I've barely caught my breath when a hand wraps around my throat. Vaffanculo patana. I don't speak Italian, but the translation is obvious when I'm shoved backwards so hard my spine slams into the railing. I'm fucked. I claw at my neck, so desperate for air that it takes a moment to realize. There's a gun pressed to my forehead. I don't know if it's the lack of oxygen to my brain, but as darkness closes in and fear takes control, I swear I hear my own words. Men who feed on fear are derailed by defiance. As the phrase ricochets inside my head, my concrete prison crumbles, and I'm thrust back into my office that first day, surrounded by colorless walls and the scent of burnt pine. The day a smooth, arrogant man walked into my world and flipped it upside down. A struggle is exactly what this guard wants. Guards may rank lower on the mob hierarchy, but I'd stake my license that this idiot subscribes to Marcello's same misogynistic ideas. It's why my chance of survival hinges on weaponizing something men like him lack: basic logic. I stop fighting and drop my arms by my side. The sudden change throws him off and the pressure around my neck lessens. Have you ever heard of E. coli? I rasp. The fuck? His grip on my throat slips even more. That's what I thought. I smile as if I'm not one trigger pull away from having the back of my head explode. It's nasty bacteria that wreaks havoc on a body denied its basic functions. I don't care if I'm talking more than a UTI. Taking a risk, I push away from the railing and brace for retaliation. However, instead of resetting his hold, he lowers his hand from my neck to my shoulder, spurring me on. You're looking at infections, fevers, sepsis. Left untreated, it becomes a life-or-death situation. What the hell do you think you're in right now, bitch? Fair point, however. I'm a pawn in this family feud, I say, holding his stare. And we both know I'm more valuable alive than dead, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. Listen, you. So let me be clear. My heart is beating so fast it feels like a thoroughbred is trampling my chest, but I push forward. Who do you think Marcello would hold responsible if a doctor had to be called in? I cock my chin. I don't think he'd appreciate more people knowing he's holding an innocent woman captive. No one who finds themselves here is innocent, lady. Were any of them a police chief's daughter? I counter. One who knows all about your boss's dirty little rogue side venture. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I want to shove them back. Reminding a criminal you're a cop's daughter is bad enough, but throwing mob secrets in the mix is suicide. Plus, we both know my threats are empty. A man on the FBI's radar would never outsource medical care. However, the longer the guard's silence stretches, the stronger my hope grows. His pupils widen, devouring every sliver of brown until there's nothing left but darkness and doubt. Then the pressure on my shoulder and forehead disappears and he shoves his gun back in its holster. I'll be back. Offering no further explanation, he walks out, slamming the door behind him. I bow my head, the knotted tension in my shoulders easing. I'm not arrogant enough to take those words at face value. He could return with a command to grant my request or an order to snap my neck. I stumble down the stairs with a rattly cough. Whatever happens, at least, it'll be on my terms. Once my feet touch the floor, a wave of exhaustion hits and I lean against the wall. Balls in your court, Marchesi. I'm on my 34th lap around the room when I hear the door click open. I cut my eyes toward the staircase, expecting to see the same sullen-faced guard. Instead, it's the last person I anticipate finding. Henry, I stammer, panic overriding survival. The copper-haired boy next door is gone, along with his kind smile. In his place stands a predator. What are you doing here? Let's not play games, doctor. They no longer interest me. He descends the steps slowly, flashing a lethal sneer I recognize all too well. I think back to the first moment I met him at the dock warehouse, so willing to help me find Gianni, then at the same time so mercurial, so one-dimensional, so full of questions that were none of his business. How did I not see it? Where's the guard? Wood chipper, pig farm. He offers a distracted shrug. Hard to say. Marcello is creative with his cleanups. He's dead. You sound surprised. I'd think a woman of your intelligence would realize the consequences of her actions. I scowl, my panic turning volatile. That's rich coming from you. He hops off the last step. I'm not the one locked in a basement. I'm also not the one who informed a low-level guard his boss had infiltrated a forbidden territory. Here's a tip when threatening a man with his boss's dirty little rogue secret: make sure he's in on said secret. Like you. I bite out, lifting my red, swollen wrist. Is this your handiwork? I shiver at his burst of maniacal laughter. You were ridiculously easy to manipulate, Becca. A few strides bring us face to face, the scent of his cheap aftershave turning my stomach. Gianni never shut up about you, giving me every weapon I needed. For my every stumble backward, he takes a step forward, closing in on me faster than humanly possible. I don't know what you mean. Stall him, keep him talking. Oh, please, we both know you were nothing but a replacement. Pausing, he tilts his chin. You know, it's actually kind of funny. You pride yourself on getting inside people's heads when it was Gianni who got into yours. You're wrong. If I was, you wouldn't be here. At my involuntary wince, flashes a smile that never reaches his eyes. Gianni and Marcello are the same person, sweetheart. The only difference is one embraces who he is while the other fights it. I clench my fists by my side. Gianni is nothing like his father. You seem awfully confident in a man who lied about his entire identity. You're not the one who spent 8 weeks analyzing him. What someone calls themselves becomes irrelevant once you delve past the surface. You see what you want to see. Gianni Marchese's life was mapped out. The day he came into this world, and nothing and no one, he gestures, down my body can change it. My stomach churns, but I stand my ground. Children can break the mold their parents made for them. Because that worked out so well for you, didn't it? He shakes his head with a rough chuckle. You're just as dumb as he is. My breath catches, his dig hitting deep. You don't know him like I do. Henry cocks an eyebrow. Which version, the one I pretended to protect or the one I hunted behind his back? I've treated enough narcissists to recognize a reach for validation when I see it. He doesn't want to just destroy Gianni, he wants to be Gianni, too. Prove he's better, smarter, darker. So I deny him what he wants most, acknowledgement. You claim him to be a monster, but you're forgetting a key component. When I hear his molars clack together, I know I have his attention. Gianni never pretended to be a white knight. He always told me, if I believed nothing else, to believe he was no hero. You, however, spent 4 months masquerading as the good guy, only to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. His eyes darken. If you have something to say, then say it. It sounds to me like you're projecting your insecurities onto him. I lift my chin. So maybe it's you seeing what you want to see, not me. Be very careful, doctor. He hisses between clenched teeth. I'm getting to him. He's on the outside looking in, a nobody playing a master's game. It's in the superior smile that always hit a bottom layer, player with back alley morals. What's wrong, Henry? Did that thorn dig a little too deep? He draws his hand back and swings, sending my chin sailing across my shoulder. Pain explodes across my face, but I'm too angry to let it drag me under. I turn back, licking the blood from my lips as I meet his eyes. Did that make you feel more like a man? It's the wrong thing to say. I stumble backward, but he counters every move. One last step and my back hits the wall. No, I plead, but the word evaporates as he grips my throat and slams my head against the wall, pinning me in place. Tears pool at the corners of my eyes. Please don't do this. The words fall on deaf ears, and he drags his other hand down the length of my body, his intent clear and horrifying. I hear you have a special talent for making men do whatever you want. I think I'll find out for myself. Mine, Becca, only mine. No, I'm his. Mine, his. The word repeats over and over in my head as I fight with everything I have. For a moment, I think I have the upper hand, then he presses his body against mine, trying to force my legs apart, and a scream is torn from my throat. The smile on his face turns diabolical. Let's see how loud you can get. There's a part of me that still believes he's going to stop. That a man who swore to uphold the law isn't capable of an act so vile. But as he bears down on me, that part dies a painful death. When he moves to force my legs apart, I see my last chance closing in. Planting my foot against the wall behind me, I drive my knee into his balls. With all the strength I have left, Henry's eyes widen, and then he releases his hold on my throat and doubles over as if sucking in his last breath. I try to run, but I stumble and hit the floor. I rush to stand, but Henry recovers first. Fucking bitch. He rams the toe of his shoe into my ribcage, then grabs me by my hair and jerks me to my knees. Brutality has always been part of my life, so when his closed-fisted punch comes, I don't scream or flinch. I simply absorb the blow, accepting the temporary physical pain as a trade-off for what would have been a permanent emotional one. He draws his arm back to hit me again when the door slams behind him. You coglione. I told you to control our guest, not fuck her. Put your dick away and get out of my sight before I blow your head off. All the color drains from Henry's ruddy cheeks. Lowering his fist, he quickly shoves himself back into his jeans as an older bald man descends the stairs, one hand tucked in his pocket, the other holding a gun by his side. I know who he is in an instant. Marcello Marchesi. Everything about him is dangerously familiar, from his blank stare to his lethal smile. He's not here to save me. Still, I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he fires a warning shot at Henry's feet, causing him to leap halfway across the basement. Was I unclear the first time? Henry doesn't offer a glance back at me before taking the stairs at a hurried pace, the door slamming behind him. Gianni's father stares at me with disgust. Little Rebecca Reese. Swallowing my panic, I lift my chin. It's Dr. Brennan. His low laugh echoes throughout the empty room. Saying something doesn't make it true. Tesoro mio. Gianni could have told you a name is something you can never outrun. I had every intention of not succumbing to this family's mind games, but the moment I open my mouth, the same bitter accusation drips off my tongue. You killed my mother. Not personally. I don't get my hands dirty, Rebecca. I'm a fixture that shines when needed. However, leaving you alive appears to have been a mistake. Then why did you? The Irish prefer a slow death to a quick one. Of course, I don't have to tell you that, do I? The man is evil incarnate. There's no humanity in his eyes, only hate. Is that why you branded me with the mark of my mother's killer, some sick idea of entertainment? My dear, everything I do is based on profit, not pleasure. Go to hell. A low chuckle rumbles in his throat. Gianni was right. You truly are Eve. How does he know Gianni called me that? A temptation for all men, he explains. As for how I know, my son made the comparison. He smiles at the contempt I know is burning my face. I have cameras in every corner of my house, Tessora. Pursing his lips, he gives me a bored shrug. I have trust issues. I bite back nausea. Cameras mean he saw what happened between Gianni and me as well, everything that happened. Some would call that paranoid. You say that as if it's an insult. After all, my so-called paranoia just saved your ass, didn't it? That wasn't my intent, of course. I have you under surveillance for a specific purpose. I glare up at him. Because you're a psychopath. A shiver skates down my spine as his smile widens. Because you've dedicated your life to the art of manipulation. You're a master of twisting minds and bending them to your will. You did it to my son. I'd be a fool to think you wouldn't attempt the same with my men. You don't know a damn thing about me or what I do. I didn't twist Gianni's mind. I helped heal the damage you did to it. Unlike you, I care about him. There's a pause, a beat, a whisper of silence that chills me to my core. Tell me, Rebecca, will you still care about him after learning about his fiancée? Shock paralyzes all four limbs. I try to speak, but the words refuse to take flight. Speechless. I can't say I'm surprised. My son has an unfortunate history of putting a ring on one woman and his dick in another. Marcello drops to his haunches and I cringe as he brushes a lock of hair off my forehead. I'd say I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but after all, the trouble you've caused me, that'd be a lie. So I'll be brutally honest. You psychiatrists prefer that, no. I bat his hand away, his taunt jerking me out of my haze. Just say it. Gianni was engaged before meeting you, my dear. Whatever lies he told you were simply to get between your legs. However, that's all over now that he's back. I sit grasping at the floor as if somehow it'll ground me, but the harder I grasp, the more everything seems to slip away. No, he's wrong. I know about Victoria. She's dead. I read the news article. Gianni wouldn't lie to my face again. Not here, not now. I don't believe you. Frankly, I don't care what you believe. I told you out of sheer entertainment, not courtesy. I have big plans, doctor. I don't need some bitch getting in my way. My nails scrape the concrete as I clench my fist. Then maybe you should monitor the help a little closer. Insubordination that'll be dealt with accordingly. His frown gives me a small measure of satisfaction before he turns and walks toward the door. At the top of the stairs, he pauses and stares down at me. Do you know what happened to Eve? Curling into the fetal position, I hug my knees to my chest and close my eyes. She became the devil's whore, he says, slamming the door behind him. Jersey. Anton keeps his mouth shut most of the drive back to Montclair, which pisses me off. It gives me too much time to second and third guess what we just did. You could have given me a heads up you had audio of my conversation. With Marcello, I say, breaking the silence. It would have dulled the impact. He gazes through the windshield. They needed to see a genuine reaction. And I needed to not be blindsided again. If we want to pull this off and survive, we can't keep ambushing each other, Anton. Noted. So in the spirit of full transparency, I want to see her. He inhales deeply before forcing the air through his teeth. It's only going to make it harder to send her away. I tighten my hold on the steering wheel. Don't fucking psychoanalyze me. I can give you a list of former doctors who will tell you it doesn't end. Well, you want to tell her everything. It's more of an accusation than a question, and the longer it goes unanswered, the more his stare burns the side of my face. Eventually, I see him tip his head back in my peripheral vision. Fuck me. The tires squeal as I jerk the wheel to the left, forcing the car into a tight opening it has no business being in. No, fuck me, Anton, because if this all goes south, I'm the one who has to die a goddamn liar in her eyes, not you. He rakes his fingers through his gray hair. Let's say you come clean, then what? Do you think she wouldn't want to be a part of it? My icy glare prompts a weary sigh. Look, I know you wouldn't go to all this trouble for a woman who didn't have some fight in her, which is a good thing outside the lines of our world. Inside them, it'll lead her straight into the line of fire. Justify seeing her all you want, but you're doing it for selfish reasons that'll end up hurting her. My head knows he's right. Unfortunately, it's not my head that's steering the bus. I stare out at the road. Anton, have you ever my teeth snap together, grinding that vile word to dust. Have you ever liked someone so much you walked away? I let the silence hang for a beat. Then two, then three. At four, I glance across the car and catch the distant look on his face. It's like he's gazing through the windshield into the past. Yes, I have, he says, stretching the words with an uncharacteristically slow cadence. I don't have a lot of advice about women, but I can tell you, sometimes letting go is the ultimate act of like and the most selfless thing a man can do. It's an evisceration from the inside out that, if he's lucky, is over in one shot. And if he's not, then it's a daily torture. Fuck, this is a little too much truth for my liking. This is exactly why the good die young, I mutter, shifting my focus back to the road. Depravity may earn you a one-way ticket to hell, but morality gets you disemboweled. Anton doesn't answer. He's too busy craning his neck at the road sign we just passed. Gianni, you missed the exit. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Your place is off exit 5B. You can take the next one and loop around, but the third leads to... Exhaling heavily, he tips his head back and scrubs his hand down his face. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Nope. He shifts sideways and glares at me. I'm pretty sure going to. Marcello's is the exact opposite of what you just agreed to do. I didn't agree to shit. You got philosophical and I pretended to listen. Gianni, I smack my palm against the steering wheel. I heard you all right, but if I'm going to be gutted by integrity, I'm touching her one last time. He slices his hand through the air. Out of the question. You seem to be under the impression I was asking for permission, so let me rephrase that. We're going to the estate. Once we arrive, I'm going to Becca, and you're going to cut the surveillance feed, then set the existing footage on a constant loop. What about your father? What about him? You have his location on a tighter lockdown than a jealous lover. If he leaves the club, run interference and keep him busy. And how do you propose I do that? I shrug. Tell him he's pretty. I'm serious, Gianni. So am I. Remind him how smart he is and how everything is falling into place, blah, blah, fucking blah. Knowing my father, I could see Becca 9 ways till Sunday, and he'd still be in the same position, soaking up Anton's praise like catnip. He craves adoration and envy, which is why his favorite pastime is climbing up that giant pedestal of his. Knocking him off of it has always been embarrassingly easy. And what about the guard stationed outside her door? He mutters, slumping into his seat. Are you going to compliment him until he skips, away to doodle your name in his notebook? I side-eye him and make the left toward the long, winding driveway of my father's estate. Don't be dramatic, I'm going to break his neck. The moment I pull into the underground garage, Anton flings the passenger side door open and disappears inside. I try to give him time to work, but 10 minutes is all I've got in me. Firing off a quick text to Owen, I push hour, meeting at Louie's back an hour, and make my way toward the basement. As I reach the base of the stairs, instinct has me reaching for my gun. The door is unguarded. Dread drives a hard fist into my chest. Reloading my magazine, I approach slowly. I wouldn't go in there if I were you. I spin around and aim my Glock between my father's eyes. What did you do to her? The bastard has the nerve to look annoyed. Where did you get a gun? The gun fairy left it under my pillow. Now answer the fucking question. He chuckles. Humor under pressure. I like that. However, this is the second time you've trespassed on my property. I could have you arrested, you know. Shifting my aim an inch to the side, I send a bullet flying past his ear into the wall. I'll ask one more time, what did you do? Instead of being startled by it, he seems proud. Me, nothing, but there was an incident. What kind of incident? A most unpleasant one, I'm afraid. He exhales dramatically. It's so hard to find good help these days. What did you do? I roar, shoving the muzzle against his skull. Answer me, or I'll pull this trigger so many times there won't be much of you left to bury. He glances down to where my fist grips his lapel. Take your hands off me, boy. Maybe then I'll tell you what I walked in on before inviting an encore. It's the raw sadism in his tone that has me taking a step back. You have 10 seconds. A slow smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. It seems our resident psychiatrist had one of my best guards so wound up he didn't know whether to put a bullet in her head or his. Unfortunately, she shared a bit of confidential information, forcing me to make that decision for him. He leaves the insinuation hanging like a noose. I don't give a shit. If the guard was dumb enough to confront Marcello, then fuck him. That's on him. Maybe you shouldn't do stupid shit. Either the insult flies over his head or he's too self-absorbed to care. Antics like hers make things too unpredictable. She already glamoured you into breaking her instead of breaking her, so I sent Henry in there to rattle her chains a bit. My vision blurs and I see red. You son of a bitch. I'm afraid he got a little overzealous, he continues with a wave of his hand. I'm not sure if violating her was supposed to punish her or you. Regardless, when he hadn't returned, I came down here to find him with his hands on her, about to have his way. Did he? The words shatter like glass in my throat. Blood coats my tongue, the taste igniting a familiar craving. I want more, I need more. Assault your precious Becca, he mocks. No, I stopped him before he could finish what he started. I let out a volatile breath which feeds his ego. But not because I care, Gianni. I denied him because he acted without permission. Your pathetic obsession with this woman means nothing to me. Next time I may not be so accommodating. My vision turns from red to black and my demons demand blood, but that'd be too easy. I don't want it to be a single bullet that ends his life. I want pain and torture and the slow burn of the very thing he covets most. He can't touch her if he's dead. He chuckles. I have over 50 men on my payroll who have an appetite for blondes and a complete lack of conscience, so go ahead, but no. Every stand you take against me costs your patana another piece of her soul. That final shred of control snaps and I lunge with a roar, pinning him to the wall with a forearm to his throat and my gun between his eyes. I don't offer a counter-threat or think beyond the hatred boiling inside me as I start to pull the trigger, then freeze as I feel the muzzle of a gun at the back of my head. Apparently, Angelo's sweep of your house wasn't as thorough as he claimed. My molars clamp together so hard the muscles in my jaw twitch. Fucking Anton. My father's gaze shifts around me. I'm not surprised. It appears the useless fuck had the IQ of an inbred chimp. I regret killing him so quickly. I don't know whether to thank Anton or shoot him. It's the second time. In less than 24 hours he's aimed a bullet at my skull. However, his untimely arrival saved us both. Any satisfaction from killing Marcello would be over once I realized I'd done exactly what the authority instructed me not to. Once word got to Toscano, it'd be lights out for both of us. Plus, I have to admit, blaming a dead guard for the gun in my hand was some quick thinking. The least I can do is add a few colorful details to the story. Maybe he took your sweep order a little too literally and pushed a broom around because this Glock was in my fucking nightstand. Christ, this whole family operates like a bunch of broken bumper cars. Anton smacks his gun against the back of my head before prying mine from my hand and dropping it in his pocket. Go, he orders, swinging the barrel up the stairs. I'm taking you home. Marcello waves his hand. No need. I don't believe my son will step over any more lines. He straightens his suit jacket and winks as he brushes past me. Will you, boy? Call me boy one more fucking time, I dare you. Ignoring me, he turns to Anton. Everything go as planned in Hackensack. His second-in-command offers a curt nod. You headed back to the boo? No, I'm heading to Newark to meet with Sal. My hands curl into fists. Unfortunately, my unholy union wasn't my father's first attempt at world domination. A few years ago, he set his sights on creating a garden state monopoly. Once the window of opportunity opened, he dressed my sister in white and tossed her through it. Figures. He'd waddle off to conspire with my spineless brother-in-law. I suppose it'd be too much to hope for the entire city to implode in a delightful 2-for-1 deal. Station a new guard down here, he says to Anton, and revoke my son's access. This is my house, not a fucking bordello. He starts up the stairs only to pause halfway up and stare at me with a predatory smile. You could learn a thing or two from your brother-in-law about keeping a woman in line. Your sister used to be as manipulative as your doctor, then Sal broke her too. I step forward, but Anton shakes his head, glaring at me into stilled silence. Once the door closes, I swing around, ready to slam my fist into his skull. What the hell happened? I thought you had a lock on Marcello's location. I did. He must have been carrying a burner phone and left the trackable one at the club. Sadler touched her, I say, my voice low and deadly. The corners of his mouth turn down. I know. What do you mean, you know? His expression hardens. Feeds are available for 72 hours, so I went to the control room to loop the tape like you asked and saw what happened. He swallows, his face graying faster than a rolling storm cloud. Murder seeps from every pore in my body. I'm going to kill Henry Sadler. I'm going to cut him into pieces, then put every finger that touched her in a fucking jar at her feet. Give me my gun. I expect an argument. Instead, Anton pulls my Glock from his pocket and places it in my waiting hand. Gianni, cut the video and audio feeds and loop the last 24 hours as planned. I clip, tucking my gun in its holster. Then find Henry Sadler and bring him to the chop house. He arches an eyebrow. That's a fired shot. It is. The question is, are you going to be behind the bullet or in front of it? I ask, using his words from Cucciola's against him. Anton is silent for a moment, then gives me a stiff nod. Give me half an hour. He starts toward the steps, then stops and glances over his shoulder. Everything I said before about staying away from her, forget it, already did. I wait until he's at the top step with his hand on the doorknob before calling out again. I suggest not putting any guard at her door. You want to see on the other side of this. We stare at each other but say nothing. The warning speaks for itself. Once I'm alone, I pull my phone from my pocket and text Owen again. Change of plans. His response is quick and to the point. Damn it, Gianni, we had a deal. We had several. None went as planned, so I'm making a new one. There's a brief pause and then, I don't think this is a good idea. Bloodlust pulls my lips. You'll think otherwise soon. Pocketing my phone, I pace like a rabid lion. I can't see her like this. I definitely can't touch her. That's the danger in caging a predator. Everything's quiet while the lock's engaged. But the moment it's removed, someone's jugular is getting ripped out. Finally, the rage settles to a dull roar and I turn toward Becca's door. I thought I was prepared for what I'd see. I was wrong. It click and then dim light floods the pitch-black room. I hear the footsteps but don't bother lifting my head. I know who it is. The scent of burnt pine and spice dominates the tiny room. It clouds the sensible side of me, sparking to life the parts that ache for his touch. The parts that need Johnny Malone to take me in his arms and tell me he won't let anyone hurt me, even if it's a lie. Becca, all movement stops. I feel his eyes on me, but I'm too busy watching the single overhead bulb cast shadows on the floor to meet them. My God, he traces my swollen cheek. Scusami si sono così cara mia. Forgive me for who I am. He said the words so many times they are all but tattooed on my skin as, well, I don't want to forgive him. I want to blame him for all that I endured, while he did nothing, because he was probably with her. I draw back. Go away. You know me better than that. Pushing off the floor, I slump against the wall and face him. He's on his haunches, poised above me with his head lowered like a predator whose personalities got mangled together in a head-on collision. And who would that be, Johnny or Gianni? I look away, the weight of the answer too heavy to shoulder. On second thought, don't answer that. He cups my chin, gently turning it toward him. The moment our eyes meet, the corners of his mouth curve up, causing an infuriating, involuntary flutter in my stomach. Avoiding your own questions now, Doc. No, it was rhetorical, I snap, hating the way my body reacts to him, with the fire of 1,000 suns. However, you appear to be avoiding quite a lot, like telling me about your fiancé, for instance. He slowly rises to his feet, his eyes darkening. Where did you hear that? Oh God, it's true. It doesn't matter. Like hell it doesn't. If you drop a line in the water, it means you have a knife behind your back ready to deliver the kill shot, so let's hear it. I climb to my feet. There you go again, demanding answers while giving none. Well, throw up all the shields you want, Marchesi. I know your game. I spent 8 weeks dissecting every move, so let me clue you in on something you don't know. I close the space between us. Your eyes give you away. When you're nervous, when you're anxious, when you're feeling one sliver of human fucking emotion, your pupils dilate into black holes of involuntary honesty. He drives his hand into my hair, twisting the strands around his fingers. So hard my eyes water. I'm provoking him on purpose. I want his anger. I want him to make me hate him so my heart will stop needing him, stop wanting him, stop aching for him. Instead, he lets go and palms the back of his neck. It was Marcello. I nod. He told me you had a fiancé before arriving in Providence, that you've always had one. I emphasize the last part because fuck him for making me his mistress. Flashing a brittle smile, I fluff the hem of my dirty dress. I hope the bride-to-be will forgive me for wearing white. I dressed for a kidnapping, not my lover's wedding. He lets out a dry laugh. The bastard can't win on his own, so he divides the enemy. So it's true. No, not in the way you think. 8 months ago he announced I was marrying the Connecticut boss's daughter without bothering to ask me. Catalina and I weren't in love. Hell, we were barely in like, but things like that aren't important when money's on the line. The tightness in my chest eases. So it was an arranged marriage. It never got that far. I refused to bend to my father's power-hungry whim, not only because I was seeing someone, but because I wasn't about to be a pawn in his quest for world domination. His expression hardens, my anger evaporating as I watch the pain play out across his face. You know the story from there. He found out about Victoria and things spiraled out of control fast. In the end, he forced my hand. He took her life, so I took his freedom. Gianni. He saws his teeth, ignoring the incessant and very obvious buzzing coming from his pocket. But Marcello doesn't lose and move on. He gets even. That's why I almost burned to death and why I'm here. Partly. That son of a bitch knew all he had to do was dangle your safety in front of me and I'd come running. He hooks my gaze, those onyx eyes, swallowing me whole. But that wasn't enough. His favorite pastime is finding sadistic ways to destroy people. He knew the deepest cut he could. inflict on me went through you, so that's where he aimed his blade. It feels like there's a heavy weight on my shoulders. That's the reason. You were so cold before. You were supposed to hurt me. He wanted you to watch me break. The weight triples at his slow nod. I couldn't do it. That's why I've kept you at arm's length. I knew if I let myself. He tips his head back, and I watch the slow roll of his Adam's apple. It's all or nothing with you, Becca. There's no in between. The wall I put up was for you. I was biding my time and playing a role. Lowering his chin, he pins me with a stare that burns straight through my soul. It fucking killed me to see you look at me like a villain, I say, exposing the word for what it is, him. Yeah, I blow out a slow breath. That's a lot to take in. I know, but you have to believe me when I say this whole fiancé thing is just a ploy to hide his real intentions. I don't ask what those are. The truth is written all over his face. I've never in the past, nor do I now, have any feelings or intentions toward Catalina Damiano, he assures me vehemently. I do, however, have a plan to get us both out of this. I'm just stalling until all the pieces fall into place. Damn him. Against my better judgment, I believe him. Now would probably be a great time to share it. I'm still working through the details, he hedges, adding quickly, but soon, I promise. I won't let him hurt you, trust me. There are a few awkward beats of silence where neither of us knows what to say. But then I catch him staring at me, the fire in his eyes chilling me for all the wrong reasons. There's more than desire behind that stare. There's rage. That's the moment I know why he's here. You know what, Henry? I draw in a stuttered breath the words, lodged somewhere between shame and regret. I swear I tried. He takes a firm hold of my shoulders. Becca, look at me. Instead, I collapse against his chest with a shattered cry, his arms fold around in between sobs. Where were you? I called for you and you never came. Keeping one arm around my waist, he gently tips my chin. Henry, Sadler will never hurt you again. You don't know that. Dead men commit no sins. My stomach lurches. Gianni, did you? Not yet, but very fucking soon. The cold delivery of his confession should appall me, but it doesn't. I'm relieved. God, maybe my soul really is as dark as his. He traces the bruise on my cheek. You know what happens to those who touch what's mine. I wish I could tell him that violence won't solve anything, but the woman who believed that perished in that office fire. This one, the one who was abducted, abused, and branded, craves the type of justice laws don't provide. I don't want to be afraid anymore, Gianni. You don't have to be. You're so much stronger than you realize, butterfly, but until you find your way out of your jar, I'll be your wings. I'll be your sword. His arms tighten around me. I'll bloody my hands so you never have to. It's exactly what I need to hear from him. Such a dichotomy from the man who walked into my basement prison a few hours ago, but I'm too broken to care. I desperately need something solid to hold on to, and this is the Gianni that anchors me to Johnny Malone. Kiss me. His mouth is on mine without another word, one hand sinking into my hair while the other rakes possessively down my spine. After what I just went through, his dominance should feel like an invasion, but it doesn't. Gianni's lips are the only familiarity in an existence riddled with chaos. He's comfort. He's safety. He's home. I don't care that he lied. I don't care who he is. I don't care where we are. I need to lose myself in a reality that isn't the one I'm living. I deepen the kiss, pushing the edge of Gianni's control. I know he's holding back and it pisses me off. I don't want to be coddled. I want a sense of normality. I want Johnny and Becca. Doc, he murmurs against my lips. I wrap my arms around his neck and press against him. A low growl rumbles in his throat and the kiss turns rough, his tongue demanding ownership of something I no longer control. I groan as the hand on my spine drops low and squeezes my ass, the evidence of his arousal hard against my stomach. I throw my head back, images of violence, blood, and sex racing through my veins. I don't know what's happening to me, but it's all getting muddled into one craving. I need the feeling of Henry's hands off my skin. Take me, I whisper. Turn his bruises into yours. His muscles tense. I won't be your monster, Becca. He thinks I'm forcing him into a role that's not his, also I can fight back, Maybe I am, but not in the way he thinks. I decide who marks my skin, I say firmly. I choose you, Gianni, Marchesi, mark me, hurt me, help me take my power back. Becca, please. The word comes out whispered, a broken plea. The intent on Gianni's face shatters, then slams back into place with something harder and much darker. His fingers trace my throat, then tighten around it. Red, what? The word comes out garbled, like we're both drowning in syrupy slow motion. Say red if it's too much or if you change your mind. The haze thickens as the word repeats over and over in my head. Red, 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 Becca. I blink him back in focus. No, I say roughly, not that word. He nods. Then you choose. There's only one that makes sense. A word that's both meaningful and ours. Fire. His pupils blow, the demons in them licking their lips as he slides his hand down my stomach. As he dips it under my dress, I sink my teeth into my bottom lip and brace for the misplaced feeling of violation that never comes. All I feel is safety, desire, and the slick drag of his finger. I let out a stuttered breath. Oh God, wet already, Doc. Gianni clicks his tongue. Bad girl. I tip my head back as much as his restrictive hold will allow. It's your fault. I have no control when you look at me like that. Please take the hint, play along. He stares at me for a moment, his expression blank as a canvas. Then, his lip curls up, his hesitation turning cold. Then allow me to fix that for you. By the time the hand on my throat slides around to the back of my neck, the room is already spinning and my cheek slams against the wall. Better. I smile against the concrete. This isn't disrespect. It's intimacy. He's doing exactly what I asked. He's taking a brutal assault and making it ours. He's replacing violence with dominance. Hands up, he demands. When I hesitate, I feel his breath against my ear. Don't make me repeat myself. Weeks of submitting to this man have me lifting my arms above my head. There's no good girl or any other words of praise. Gianni simply pins my wrists to the wall with one hand as I hear the other drop to his zipper. I close my eyes as he yanks my panties down my legs, letting the feel of him replace a vulgar memory. He barely gives me time to step out of them before his arm is around my waist, and he's lifting me off the ground, claiming me with a possessive force that was both terrifying and exactly what I needed. With my wrists above my head and my feet off the floor, I'm completely at his mercy, a helpless doll he holds with an iron grip while taking me with a rough, demanding rhythm. To anyone else it would seem vicious, but to me it's cathartic. Gianni is possessive, forceful, dominant, and dirty, but he's all those things because I allow it. And that's the glaring difference between him and men like Henry Sadler. The harder he takes control, the stronger I feel. But there's still something missing. Hurt me, he stills. Becca, mark me, Gianni, I beg, take it away and make it yours. There's a silent pause, then he drives into me with the force of a man, possessed, his teeth sinking into the soft skin of my shoulder. I scream and my body erupts. Fuck. He buries his face into my neck and comes, his low grunt hot, against my skin. We stay like that for a few breathless moments until Gianni slowly lowers me to the floor, my dress fluttering down around me. I don't turn around right away. I brace my palm against the wall, listening to him, getting dressed as I wait for my heart rate to settle. When the room fills with silence, I turn around, one problem solved, another one brewing. So what happens now? He gives me a flat stare. Now you have to trust me. That's a big ask. I won't let you down again, Doc, he promises. But I need to know you're fighting with me and not against me. Say no. Okay, 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 I repeat, ignoring every instinct telling me not to. You and me against the world. His lips twist into a half smile. Yeah, you and me against the world. The moment stretches into 2, then 3. His thumb brushes my cheek as we stand there in silence. Then he presses a light kiss on my forehead and starts toward the door. I stand in a daze, confused and exhausted, my emotions strained from one end to the other. I glance down at my wrist, at the harsh, jagged black lines staining my skin, and a hazy conversation takes a familiar shape. This Irishman, he's the one who killed Mom. What's his name? Dagger. Dagger what? Just Dagger, that's all he ever went by. After Carol died, I swore I'd do whatever it took to keep both him and Marchesi away from you, even if it meant shielding you from yourself. You made me believe I didn't hear those words or see that tattoo to protect me. It killed me to accept blood money from the man who destroyed our family, but I'd already lost your mother. I knew if Marchesi found out you could ID anything that linked to him, he'd return and follow through on his threat. Is Dagger here too? Gianni looks over his shoulder, his eyebrows clenched tightly together. Who? The man who killed my mother. My father said he was the link between your father and Providence. I hold up my wrist. This is the same tattoo I saw on him, so I figured maybe he might be the one who gave it to me. No, he says, the word as sharp as the needle that branded me. He's not here. I should be relieved. Instead, that confusing thirst for blood only heightens. Oh, his lips tighten as he turns and opens the door. Gianni, he glances over his shoulder again, his expression already a hardened mask. Don't. I crush my wrist against my chest, the words I should say, drowning in a lifetime of red. Don't show mercy. The look he gives me is so detached I wonder if he even heard me. Then, a slow smile spreads across his face, brutality coating every inch. I never do. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, I, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. In darkness to the delivery entrance of the dilapidated two-story building. Contrary to Anton's exterior versus interior cliché, the Chop House isn't a smokescreen, it's simply a shithole that should have been condemned years ago. Then again, line the right palms and eyes will turn. The rusted door groans as I swing it open. Instead of rushing inside, I move in silence, letting adrenaline fuel my bloodlust. Once the coppery perfume hits my nose, I smile. Anton is standing next to the guest of honor, his arms stained red. As usual, there's not a hint of expression on his face. If it weren't for the dripping blade in his hand, I wouldn't be able to tell if he was about to commit murder or make a sandwich. I stop and tilt my head. Henry hangs limply against the wall, his arms chained to the beam above his head. I take a moment to admire Anton's savage artistry. He's carved the word infam deep into his forehead. Impressive work for such a short amount of time, and messy. Head wounds bleed like a motherfucker. Is he alive? Anton shrugs. For now. I slap our guest's cheek. Wake up, Henry, we're going to play a game. He lifts his head, his eyes widening. Gianni, what the fuck? I'm so glad he asked. I unbutton my cuffs and roll up my sleeves. The fuck is that I'm going to ask you questions, and you're going to answer them. You call that a game? In here we do. I gesture around the empty warehouse. Welcome to the Chop House, where there's only one rule, mine. Stepping closer, I smile darkly. So if I think you're lying, you lose a body part. We'll start with something simple like your fingers. Keep lying and I'll cut off a more important end. I lower my gaze to where he's pissed himself already. Apparently smaller appendage. Are we clear? Most men cry and beg by this point. Clearly, I've underestimated him. Marcello will destroy you for this, he says, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. From what I now see are a series of full-throttle punches. I'm part of his inner circle. Think so? I've proven my loyalty. I'm the one who sent his son crawling to his own funeral. Anton shoots me a pointed look. Even with anger boiling in my veins, I can read his unspoken warning. Let him dig his own grave. Although I want to punch this asshole's ticket to hell now, I know he's right. The more information we get, the higher our hand will be when it's time to reveal it. Well then, Starling, Sadler, whatever the hell you're calling yourself these days, consider this a baptism by blood. I extend my palm, never breaking eye contact. Within seconds it's filled with the heavy grip of my favorite meat cleaver. You want to be part of this world? Then know that a true mafioso doesn't hide his sins like a little bitch. Inside these walls, he stands by his actions. I give the cleaver a practice spin. Then again, I told my father you don't have what it takes. Fuck you. The manners on this one, holding the blade steady, I side-eye. Anton, what do you think? I think you should have let me put a bullet in his head an hour ago, he mutters, moving beside me. Glaring, he backhands Henry, sending his cheek crashing into the wall. Show some fucking respect. He's the heir to the throne, not some errand boy, you Cogliani. Henry scowls, his head wobbling from the hit. I click my tongue. That sounded like it hurt. He spits blood at my feet. You're a fool if you think Marcello is going to let you live. I tap the flat end of the cleaver against his temple. And you're a bigger one if you think my father really plans to end his own bloodline, I taunt, enjoying his rapid blinks and bobbing Adam's apple. You think he isn't, feeding you a load of half-truths and empty promises. I've proven my loyalty, he repeats, but his confidence has deflated. I'm protected. You should ask yourself something, Sadler. I swing the cleaver toward Anton. This is my father's underboss. Do you think he'd be here if it weren't under his boss's directive? Once the words seep below the surface, his head flops toward a smirking Anton. God, I love power. Then why do I see doubt in your eyes? He retaliates, cutting me a sharp side-eye. Oh, that's right, because the last man you trusted is dead. Such a shame about Owen. Fortunately, I don't make such careless mistakes. I let him piss out all that delusional pride as my phone buzzes in my pocket. It's too bad I was in such a hurry. I would have enjoyed telling him how fucking stupid he was before killing him. When my phone buzzes again, I decide I've heard enough. Stepping over the puddle of blood at my feet, I give his cheek a hearty slap. Then, today is your lucky day. He clenches his teeth and gives me a searing glare. What? You wanted to tell your partner how fucking stupid he was, right? Well, I'm nothing if not accommodating. I nod to Anton, who walks dutifully toward the back door. The moment he opens it, all the air expels from Henry's lungs. I'll give the man credit. His timing is impeccable. Owen Holmes still has that same dirty blonde hair, but instead of every strand being in place, it's chaotic as hell, twisting so many opposite ways. It may have more personalities than I do. His usual clean-shaven face looks like he woke up a half hour ago in a back alley after a 3-day bender. I always joked that Owen was so bland he could have come straight off the Justice Assembly line. That guy is long gone. In his place stands a man, wronged by the system he believed in with every straight-laced bone in his body. There's a hardness in his eyes that wasn't there before. He stares at me before cutting his gaze toward Anton. Then the real show begins. A cold expression crosses his face seconds before he explodes across the room in a blaze of fury. You two-faced piece of shit. He's at least a foot away when he draws his fist back, a move giving him impressive momentum when he drives it into Henry's mouth. He doesn't get the chance to garble out a response before Owen lands 2 more punches, sending a couple of teeth skidding across the floor. I'm enjoying the show so much I let him get in 1 more jab to the nose before motioning for Anton to break it up. A decision new Owen doesn't appreciate. Get your hands off me, he roars, twisting violently as Anton pins his arms behind his back and drags him away. Once immobile, he shoots me a lethal glare. What the hell is this? I shrug. Figured you two had some unfinished business. You're supposed to be dead, Henry groans, slumping against the wall. I shot you. Rage vibrates off Owen as he breaks free from Anton's hold and rips open his gray button-down shirt to reveal a bulletproof vest. Always go for the head, asshole. I saunter forward, shaking my head. Henry, you pulled the trigger on a fellow marshal and didn't stick around to ensure he'd sprung a leak. I cast a sideways glance at Owen. I wasn't even there, and I have second-hand embarrassment. He's a wannabe gangster, not a cautious one, Owen mutters. Henry flashes a toothless, bloody sneer. At least this wannabe chose the winning team. I toss the cleaver to Anton and let my fist respond by shoving his spleen halfway up his throat. Read the room, Sadler. He's not the one hanging like a side of beef. As he spins and sputters, I retrieve an ice pick from a side table and hand it to Owen. Your show, Marshal. He stares at it, unmoving. I'm not surprised. While anger drives a man To cross a lot of lines, mutilation and murder are two most won't cross. They change a man forever. However, in my world they test trust and show loyalty, and that's why there was a change of plans. This isn't about letting Owen release pent-up anger at the man who tried to kill him. It's a test of his true allegiance. He's a jaded U.S. Marshal who desperately wants to believe in a system that failed him at every turn. What he does in the next 15 seconds will decide his fate. The bastard shot you and left you for dead, I say, feeding his rage. He lied to your face every day for 4 months. Are you going to stand here and uphold laws that betrayed you, or are you going to write your own? The two sides of Owen Holmes separate and snap as he drives the ice, pick into his ex-partner with more brutality than men born into this life. I watch with pride as Henry screams and begs for mercy. It's only when Owen draws his fist back and aims for his temple that I lift my hand. A beat later, Anton rips the ice pick from his hand. He's proven his loyalty, but Henry's last breath belongs to me. Go upstairs. I nod toward the back door. There's a room off to the right. Wash that shit off and wait for me. The hell I will. I clamp my hand firmly on his shoulder. This isn't Providence. I'm in control here, and I'm telling you to walk away. Your conscience isn't ready for that. He slides a dark gaze to Henry. Burn in hell. There's a respectful hatred in his glare as he storms past me, boldly shoulder-checking Anton. Before stomping up the stairs and slamming the door behind him, I turn to Henry. Well, that was entertaining. You two are fucking insane, Henry rasps, his chains rattling as he starts to bleed out. Now let's try this again. Retrieving the cleaver, I wave it at him. Claim your actions, Marshal, while you still have lips. Watching him break is like hearing an old song and still knowing all the words. For 4 months I paraded Johnny Malone around like a goddamn show pony. But this is who I am, who I'll always be. A killer draws strength from the blood of his enemies. Fine, Henry wheezes, another spray of blood dribbling down his chin. I knew those two idiots were going to show up at the warehouse. I clench my jaw at the confession. He's talking about the men I assumed were leftover rogue enforcers looking for a payout and sent crawling out of there with empty hands and a busted kneecap. I remember seeing Henry's face as I walked into the Providence Police Department as if it were yesterday. The mock surprise, the displaced blame. You were the one who called in the shots to Ledger. Why do you think I made such a big deal about working the Bentleys? I needed an alibi. Leaving me with none. My grip on the cleaver tightens. It's all I can do not to drive it into his skull, which strengthened my father's backdoor plan. Henry tries to blink. By now his nose and eyes have become one giant, misshapen blob. What backdoor plan? Don't play dumb, Sadler. I'd say it doesn't suit you, but we both know better. Gianny, I hear Anton say behind me. I'm not playing anything, he rasps, his speech slurring. What are you? Plus, I'm bored, I say, giving his chest a thwack with the flat side of the cleaver. Our game has lost my interest, which doesn't bode well for you. So before you and my handheld friend here get acquainted, I'm going to tell you how royally fucked my father. Gianny, Anton shouts in a sharp, authoritative tone that has me glancing over my shoulder. I need to talk to you now. Can't it wait? I gesture the cleaver toward Henry. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Assolutamente no, dobbiamo parlare adesso, Giovanni. Hearing him switch to full Italian catches my attention, but telling me, absolutely not, we have to talk now, while using my full name, straightens my spine. Leaving Henry hanging, I follow him to the far corner and fold my arms over my chest, cleaver in hand. All right, what's so urgent? I don't think Marcello clued him in on his plan. Then what reason would he have given Henry to push for my WITSEC assignment? Probably to get you discredited and thrown out, which makes me wonder why Marcello would involve him deeper in this when there were too many variables at risk. Why send Henry to rattle Becca? Why not keep him isolated and contain his mouth? He shakes his head. Your father isn't that careless. I can't argue with that, and to be honest, I'm irritated he's the one to bring it up. You think he could have let Henry in that basement on purpose? His nod is curt and to the point. If he's going to frame you for running Providence, he'd have to sever the ties linking him back to it, starting with Henry, son of a bitch. He set us both up. My knuckles turned white around the handle. He knew having Henry's blood on my hands strengthens his false claim. He knew what you'd return to find and exactly how you'd react. While I have no regrets about turning that bastard into lunch meat, you played right into his hands and let him use Becca to provoke me again. Gianni, yeah, I say, straightening my spine. So we checked off one box for him. What now? Anton stares over my shoulder at Henry. We could keep him alive for a bit. I turn to where Henry hangs bleeding like roadkill off the highway. What a generator. He puts up a good front, but he knows he's one wrong word away from being decapitated. We should push for information about Marcello's rogue. Contact while he's still breathing. It may be our only chance. I grit my teeth. In any other situation, I'd ride solo on this, but the window of time is closing by the minute and I don't have the luxury of discretion. Reese told Becca he goes by the name Dagger. He lifts a thick, gray eyebrow, as in Rose and Dagger. The jokes write themselves, don't they? All Reese has is Dagger. Yes, he sighs. Then I guess throw it out there and see if it rattles something loose. Hey, Henry calls out weakly. I'm still over here, you know. His voice fades in and out like someone spinning his volume knob like a prize wheel. Returning Anton's subtle nod, I stroll back over to Henry with a new agenda, my mind shifting to a man whose demise I couldn't give two shits about. Let's talk about the Providence crimes that got me arrested. Did you kill Ledger? He flashes a bloody smile. I was there the night you two met at the docks. I knew your obsession with that doctor would boil over and you'd go all caveman on him. Your ego left you open so many times it wasn't hard to frame you. It's the fact he's right that infuriates me the most. What about the office fire? Did you have a hand in that? Only damage control. I was at the docks with you, remember? He attempts a shrug that goes nowhere. Besides, I wouldn't have done something so ridiculously impulsive. Revenge isn't worth destroying Marcello's business. Now we're getting somewhere. I knew my father wasn't behind Becca's office fire so much as he took advantage of it. The follow-through of that blaze was too amateur, too rogue. Are you referring to Dagger? He must realize his self-congratulatory train has run off the rails, because he immediately clamps his lips together, his eyes widening. I step closer. Who's in Providence doing my father's dirty work, Henry? You're so smart you figure it out. He winces as I slam the cleaver against the wall. I want a name. His head wobbles as a wave of unconsciousness threatens to take him under. Are you sure you got the right man? I mean, you got it wrong once already. Something in my gut warns me not to answer, but I don't listen. What the hell are you talking about? Today wasn't my first altercation with your precious doctor. His attempt at a laugh ends in a wet cough that sends blood spilling over his lip. That happened in a parking garage. Words explode inside my head like a grenade. That was Dice, I say, my voice dangerously calm. His bloody smile turns vicious. Was it? Then why do I know Doctor? Brennan was attacked on the 4th level of the parking garage, or that she was wearing spandex leggings and a lime green shirt. Impossible. Ignoring Anton's stiffening frame, I stalked toward Henry, a volcano of barely restrained rage. Becca ripped her attacker's mask. She saw his. My control slips as I stare at the matted strands hanging in his eyes. Red hair, time reverses, and I'm back in Becca's office, the blackened heart sheet, resurrected bleeding at the sight of her battered face and vacant eyes. Tell me what this man looked like. I don't remember. Yes, you do. Even if I do, what does it matter? Who's going to believe me? I will. Yeah, I've heard that one before. Then pretty soon you'll have me convinced there was no attack, that these bruises aren't real, that I didn't see his red hair or that damn Rose and Dagger tattoo on his chest. I'd heard red hair and took my vengeance on the only man I thought capable of such a violent attack, the Irishman from the docks, a rogue. Message meant for me and the chief. Only the rogue doesn't exist anymore. The only thing operating in Providence is an extension of my father's greed. You're lying, I accuse, but my conviction in those words is weakening, faster than Henry's pulse. Becca saw a rose and dagger tattoo on her attacker's chest. Yeah, he taunts, she did. The warehouse falls deathly silent as I lower my gaze from Henry's face to the tattoo peeking from the open two buttons of his shirt. The moment I jerk the material to the side, my blood turns cold. A small rose and dagger. Fuck. It's a sound so low even I barely hear it, but Henry is waiting for it. You killed the wrong man, Gianni. You wield that cleaver like some kind of dark savior, but the truth is it's your fault. Your girl was almost burnt to a crisp. You take from the Irish, they take from you. The revelation drives a rusted knife through my chest, but I can't think about any of this now. If I do, I'm going to turn into something very inhuman and fail her twice. I grip his throat again. Why did I do it? He finishes with a wheeze. You said it yourself, a true mafioso proves his worth in blood. Bullshit. You wouldn't risk everything you have for clout. My fury mounts as past and present rush toward each other on a collision course, doused in kerosene, but it's Henry himself who lights the final match. That clout included specifically mentioning you, Johnny. Don't believe me. Ask her what I said when she begged me to let her go. Then you'll know I almost did you a favor. The match hits the ground and everything goes up in flames. Holding Henry's stare, I release his throat and give the meat cleaver a spin hand. Behind me, Anton clears his throat. Gianni. Hand, I snap. This isn't a debate, this is penance, and I'm the fucking executioner. Stepping forward, he grabs Henry's wrist and slams it against the wall. Now it's my turn to smile. You're in a talkative mood today, Sadler. Anything else you'd like to get off your chest? I arch an eyebrow. Well, what's left of it anyway? The more he jerks and twists, the tighter Anton's grip becomes. I waited, out watching with anticipation I haven't felt since turning that Irishman's house into a beachside bonfire. Eventually, his burst of fear-infused adrenaline drains. That woman is going to be your downfall, Gianni, he slurs, hanging his head in defeat. I told you not to touch her that day at the docks. You should have kept your hands to yourself, now they are mine. Drawing my arm back, I swing, the cleaver smiling as the blade slices through flesh and bone. Henry lets out a tortured scream that rattles my eardrums. It lasts only a few seconds. Once his hand lands by his feet, he's too busy retching to make any other noise. But I'm just getting started, as my head fills with thoughts of Becca. Lying in that parking garage, the man in me disappears, leaving the devil and demons to battle for his soul. This is for touching her the first fucking time. Swing, his arm severs. This is for delivering her to my fucking father. Swing, his chest opens. This is for marking her fucking skin. Swing, his guts spill. This is for touching what's fucking mine. Swing, his skull splits. That's enough, I hear behind me. He's gone. I look down at my hands and forearms. There's no skin anymore, only dark, dripping red. Red for her, red for me, red for us. I step back, the cleaver hitting the concrete with a heavy clang. Get this piece of shit out of my sight. Turning, I climb the stairs, one bloody footprint at a time. There's another marshal waiting upstairs. One final test he must pass. If he doesn't, Anton will remove 2 bodies from this place. When I open the door, Owen is sitting hunched forward on a metal chair, with his forearms resting on his thighs and a soiled cloth in his hands. I don't have to ask to know what's inside his head. I recognize freshly formed demons when I see them. I wish I could tell him the roaring gets easier, but it'd be a lie. With time, he'll learn to cage them until men like Henry Sadler bend their bars and set them free. At that point, all he can do is wait out the carnage. He doesn't look up when I close the door behind me, just to be sadistic. I turn the lock and watch his face as the telltale click pings around the tiny room. Nothing. He still stares at that bloody cloth like it's going to bite him. I walk to the small basin sink and turn the faucet on with my elbow. Orange-tinged water flows out with a rattled groan, courtesy of rusted pipes and neglected maintenance. I don't care. It could be magical spring water, shooting out of a leprechaun's ass so long as it sends what's left of Sadler down the drain where he belongs. After splashing a few handfuls of water on my face, I grab a hand towel and dry off while unbuttoning my stained shirt. Owen was initiated in blood tonight, but I bathed in it, all in the name of oath and debt, and the deadliest four-letter word of all. Fuck, I can't think about that right now. I need a drink. Dropping to my haunches, I open a hidden drawer next to the sink and pull out two clean black t-shirts, a plastic lawn bag, and a bottle of bourbon. With practiced precision, I hold the bottle and bag in one hand while peeling off my soiled shirt with the other. Lesson 1, I say, shoving my shirt in the bag before tossing it at his feet. Never leave evidence behind. Instead of elaborating, I pull one of the clean t-shirts over my head, then use my teeth to unscrew the cap off the bottle and chug. Owen's gaze lifts, finally breaking that catatonic stare. You plan on sharing that? I rest the open bottle on my lower lip and smile. No, Dick. Lesson 2, never make a Marchesi repeat himself. It's not a good look for a turncoat. I'm not a, he starts, biting back the last word when I arch an eyebrow at the bloody cloth still clenched in his hands. God damn it. The curse is low and full of contempt for me, for Henry, for the situation, but mainly for himself, for not seeing the signs before everything spun out of control. I know. I've been there. Shit, I'm there now. Slowly and cautiously he follows my lead, unbuttoning his blood-splattered shirt, then unclipping his prized bulletproof vest, stuffing them both in the garbage bag along with the cloth. He kicks it toward me, then meets my eye and holds out his hand. The corner of my mouth twitches. He's a quick learner. That bodes well for both of us. I toss him the remaining t-shirt, waiting until he jerks it over his head before passing him the bottle. I'm impressed and a little concerned when he downs a quarter of it in one breath. I need his head clear, not pickled. Owen tips his chin at the label as I pry the bourbon out of his hands. Maker's Mark Gold Label VIP. You Italians don't fuck around after a slaughter. We Italians don't fuck around ever, which brings me to the reason I'm here. I drag the only remaining chair across the floor and set it in front of him. Taking a seat, I tip the bottle back again, welcoming the burn as he watches in silence. When it's obvious I'm not passing it back, he slumps back in his chair. So what is this place? An old meat packing plant. My friend Paulie owns some businesses I have exclusive access to. I swing the bottle around the decrepit room. This one hasn't been operational for over a decade as far as the state of New Jersey is concerned. After a few intentional moments of said silence, he drags his palm down, his face with a heavy sigh stilling as he takes in my dress slacks and designer shoes. You look different, and you look relatively good for a dead man. He exhales roughly. I guess getting shot 3 times makes me a real gangster, huh? No, because it's not 1928. Besides, none of those bullets actually hit. What do you call this? He pulls the collar of his t-shirt to the side and points to, well, I'm not sure what the hell he's pointing to. There's a dot on his shoulder that could be a bruise, maybe a mole. Honestly, he may want to get that checked out. I shrug. Bad aim. Fuck you. He releases his collar with a scowl. You know Henry used to ridicule me for wearing a bulletproof vest. He said I was being paranoid. Looks like the joke was on him. People are chameleons, Holmes. They adapt to fit their surroundings. Henley. When I say nothing, he studies his hands again. My last name isn't Holmes. It's Henley. You weren't the only one operating under an alias. Found that out the hard way, I mutter into the bottle. Gianni, right. He drags his fingers across the blonde stubble on his jaw. That may take some getting used to. Regardless, I hope you know I would've never walked you into a war zone if I'd known. When his hand drops from his face and goes for his pocket, so does mine. However, as I go to draw my Glock, I see the black leather square in his hand. I watch carefully as he flips it open and removes the silver star-shaped U.S. Marshal badge. He twirls it between his thumb and forefinger and chuckles dryly before tossing it by his feet. Checks and balances my ass. I swipe it off the floor seconds before his heel comes crashing down on top of it. At his cocked eyebrow, I place the badge back in his palm. Do the feds know Henry was dirty? Owen shakes his head and closes his fingers around it. If we don't report a problem, they don't go looking for one. I forwarded the link to him, too. That's why he shot me, he says, clenching his teeth. He knew it was just a matter of time until he was exposed. Erase the link, I mutter. That asshole really thought he was the only one who'd seen it. Henry could never see beyond his own ego. It's why he assisted missions instead of leading them. He glances down at his hands. And why even after pulling that trigger, ransacking my office and texting himself from my phone, he forgot one important detail. Always go for the kill shot. Know that every government-issued vehicle has constant GPS. He tips, his chin up, that uncaged look from earlier darkening his face. Even the undercover ones. Son of a bitch. You ran his data history. He jerks out a nod. Bulletproof vest or not, getting hit at point blank. Range rattles your insides. Once I could move, I pulled a 24-hour coordinate log that placed his car at my house. That's when I realized my partner had shot me. You were missing and Dr. Brennan's office had gone up in flames. He shrugs. The rest wasn't hard to figure out. Turns out, common sense is easy after 3 bullets hit your back. Hindsight is a motherfucker. And a curse, he adds dryly. Once the feds close in, we either spill or go to jail. So tell me, Owen, what will you do? His nostrils flare as if I've offended him. I'm here, aren't I? I made sure I dropped off their radar because I didn't know if Henry had you and Dr. Brennan, or if he'd, leaving the words unspoken, he clears his throat. I wanted to play it safe. Good thinking. Understatement, it was the most vital test and he more than passed. Still, there's one thing bothering me. Did you find any evidence Henry was working with anyone, any local contacts or anyone outside of work he may have met with? No. Why? What about an older Irishman named Dagger? I ask, ignoring him. Someone with a couple decades worth of ties Marcello would trust to run Providence, he snorts. 24 hours ago, I didn't even know Providence was under siege by one criminal mastermind, much less 2. His gaze narrows. What's with all the questions? I don't give him an answer, mainly because I don't owe him one. Our alliance is too new to show all my cards. Whoever set the fire is the same man who murdered Carol Reese and the reason Marcello named one of his shell corporations after that damn tattoo. Once I find the link, I'll find his name. Then I'll write it in red beneath. My father's. Owen clears his throat. There wasn't time to ask this before, but that anonymous link I received back in Providence, you know where it originated, don't you? I'll give him points for bluntness. It takes balls to throw out an accusation like that while still in such a precarious situation. I could lie and say no, but what good would it do? By this point, most everyone's veil has lifted. Yes. Seconds tick by where neither of us speaks. I wait, but he doesn't ask any follow-up questions. He's learning. It's because of that I pull the phone from my pocket and hold it between us. This is Henry's phone. He stares at it like it's a trap. Okay, take it. Once he does, I lean forward, my gaze steady. Listen carefully, Owen. I'm about to offer you something that could change your life forever. Once I do, you'll have 10 seconds to either accept it or walk out. If you're with me, there's no turning back. Cio chi il sang lega solo, la mort spezza. What blood binds, only death breaks. But if you're not, then know as long as your mouth stays closed, so does your chest. Are we clear? I half expect him to bolt out of the room. Instead, he gives me one solemn nod and his fate is sealed. 15 minutes and a full explanation of my sanctioned murder plan. Later, he stares at me with that same stone-faced expression from earlier. I hate that look. I can't read it, which is good for business but concerning for me. I've never met a man I couldn't mind fuck. Owen Henley will be one to keep my eye on. Finally, he lets out a heavy breath and extends his hand. This time I don't hesitate at passing him the bottle. After the bomb I just dropped, he needs it. He takes a long drink, meeting my waiting stare as he hands it back. What do you need from me? I need you to be near my father's estate tomorrow night. At midnight, Becca will exit a door on the south-facing side of the east wing, find her, and take her back to Providence. This is a hell of an obligation riding on a shitload of obscurity. I spread my arms wide, the bottle swinging from my fingertips. Welcome to the Mafia, Owen Henley. Now you know where the phrase "do or die" comes from. Rising to my feet, I start toward the door. Gianni. I stiffen, my hand gripping the door handle. If something goes wrong, I can hear him grinding his teeth behind me because I'm doing the same damn thing. I want you to know I'll protect her with my life just like you would. Wrong. No one will ever protect her like me. No one will ever die for her like me. Because no one will ever love her like me. In the same place long enough, time becomes inconsequential. You stop wondering how many hours have passed. You even forget how long it's been since your last sip of water. It all becomes one never-ending blur of nothingness. That's where I am when the door opens, caught in a spinning circle of nothing. No thought, no hope. Just me, a cold, dirty floor, and endless time. I roll my cheek away from the wall to see Gianni standing there as stone-faced as he was when he left. He's in different clothes now, the battle of his personalities bleeding outward. Johnny is present in the fitted dark, jeans and boots, but from the waist up it's all Gianni wearing the expensive-looking gray button-up and slicked-back hair. I feel like the change of clothes should be important, but the part of me that processes thought can't bother to care. Maybe it's because deep down I know the criminality of the answer and hearing it would make me face my part in it. Yet I still push away from the wall. I still rise to my feet. I still face him, with my chin lifted and my shoulders straight. You came back. I told you I would. He did. Part of me didn't believe him, or maybe it wanted to, but a lifetime of disappointment in men shifted it into protective mode. My fingers twist by my side, the unspoken question hanging between us, like a rusted hook. I want to voice it, but every time I open my mouth, nothing comes out. For a woman so skilled with words, I'm dragging the barrel. Gianni stalks toward me, his predatory nature swallowing all the air in the room as he moves. Once we're inches apart, he doesn't touch me. He holds me hostage with that lethal stare, the one that drags a woman so deep she begs to drown. No mercy. That's all he says. Two words that convey everything. The shoulders I've been holding so proudly fold forward, my lungs deflating in a rush of air. I should be horrified at how little regard he has for human life. Instead, those feelings turn inward. I want to care, but the truth is I don't. I'm glad Henry Sadler is dead. I close my eyes. No mercy. Christ, who am I? What have I become? I feel the warmth of Gianni's palms on my cheeks. Becca, look at me. My eyes flutter open to find a different look in his. He's still all mobster, but there's a brittle edge to it. One that's red-rimmed and underlined with dark circles, almost as if there's a burden on his shoulders that wasn't there before. What? I ask, my voice shallow. What aren't you telling me? Is Henry not dead? He's dead. His hold on my face tightens. It's as if he's afraid I'm going to slip away and disappear. There's no way I'd risk him getting to you a third time. I stiffen. A third. My heart catapults into my throat as he steps back, his lips flattening in a tight line. Gianni. He doesn't respond. Instead, he pulls his phone from his pocket, his eyebrows knitting together as he stares at the screen. Gianni, answer me. There's a beat of tangled silence, then he lifts his head and my stomach drops. The conflict I see in his eyes is more frightening than his darkness ever was. Henry was the one who attacked you in that parking garage, he says, pocketing his phone. No, I point a shaking finger at him. You killed that man in Providence. I saw his face on the news. I killed a man in Providence, but he wasn't the one who hurt you. I know what I saw. I shove at his chest, but there's no power behind it. I'm spiraling, sinking, slipping behind the glass. I fought him. I tore his mask. That man had red hair, he finishes, gripping my flailing arms. I know. My vision blurs as images of my courthouse attacker and Henry flash through my mind, then merge. I shake my head, trying to force them apart. No, the man who attacked me had the same rose and dagger tattoo on his chest that my mother's killer had on his arm, the same one that's on me. A Marshall wouldn't have that. I search Gianni's face for a hint of validation, but all I find is something that looks a lot like pity. What? I snap. For God's sake, just say it. Becca, he had the tattoo. I saw it with my own eyes, plus he knew. Things only someone who was there could have known, things I didn't even know. The conviction in his voice hits like a wrecking ball. He knew you were attacked on the 4th level of the parking garage. He knew you were wearing spandex leggings and a lime green shirt. More bile crawls up my throat with every word. No. The bastard knew he wasn't leaving that warehouse alive, so he detonated as many bombs as possible. Pausing, he inhales through his nose. He claimed to have mentioned me by name. He said, ask her what I said when she begged me to let her go. Closing my eyes, I force myself back into that parking garage. I feel the wind being knocked out of me as I'm crushed against my car. I feel his hot breath against my ear as I plead with him. I won't say anything. I haven't seen your face. I don't know anything about you. Maybe not, but I know all about you, Becca. I remember thinking those words sounded familiar, but before I could place them, he shoved me to the concrete. Then my mind spins further back, and I hear a less volatile conversation as I'm steered through the port of Providence warehouse. You know I'm not really Johnny's friend, right? I know all about you, Becca. Oh God, it was him. I bring a shaking hand to my mouth. That man you killed was innocent, and I condemned him to death. I freeze, and in between all the static I hear him again, the man with the small eyes and big teeth. Bullets and blades, Rebecca. The first shot punishes the sinner, but it's the second that pays the sin. It's me. I'm the second shot. That's why he left me alive all those years ago. I was a long-term mind fuck they watched from afar. They didn't have to intervene. Leave a pot of water on the stove long enough and eventually it'll boil over. My father destroyed his life protecting me from murderers only for me to become one. My knees buckle and Gianni's arms hook around before I hit the floor. No, Doc, he soothes. That Irish bastard condemned himself long before you came along. I fight his hold, but it's a useless battle. I'm like a rag doll ripped at the seams. I don't know what's real anymore. This is real. My thrashing stills as he wraps a hand around the back of my neck. We're real, you're mine, Becca. Do you understand what that means? I nod and his grip tightens. I need to hear the words, Cara mia. I know what he wants, and as fractured as I am, I'm helpless against the truth. Once I let the devil in, he'll never leave. I'll protect you, I'll kill for you, I'll bleed for you. His grip tightens, imprinting the promise on my skin. But I'll never let you go, not even death can separate us. He slides his thumb under my chin, then tips my head back, lowering his mouth until our lips are only a whisper apart. No matter what happens. My eyes drift close and I wait for the kiss that's somehow both poison and salve. The moment I feel his mouth on mine, the pain numbs, and all I feel is him. The more broken my moan, the harder he kisses. It's messy, it's careless, it's illogical, but it's also the only sense I have in this trapped existence, so I give in to it. I grip his back, a low growl rumbling in his chest as my nails dig into his skin through his shirt. I'm a violent man, Becca, he counters against my lips. I butchered a man a couple of hours ago without an ounce of remorse. That part of me will never change. I pull away, my anger flaring at the distance in his eyes. He's trying to force hate from me. Jesus, caring for this man is like balancing on the broken end of a seesaw. I'm not asking you to change anything, I grit out. I don't know how. Much time either of us has left, and I don't want to spend it fighting. All right. Fine, fine. I turn halfway around when I feel him palm the back of my neck, his fingers sinking deep into my skin as he spins me toward him and slams his mouth onto mine. The harder I try not to respond, the more insistent he becomes until I break. Fully, completely, irrevocably. The whimper he coaxes out shatters as he walks me backward and presses me against the wall. I'm lost, drowning as he draws me into his fiery control, his hard body pressing against me. The logical part of me says, to pump the brakes and see how this plays out, that letting him inside me twice while being held captive is already at the short end of sanity. But I'm tired of darkness. I'm tired of silence. The only time I'm not drowning inside my head is when we're together. Gianni spilled blood for me. His demons are at the surface, his body, fighting to keep them contained. I open my eyes and take in the hard setup. His jaw and taut corded muscles in his neck. He's been pushed to his limit, a killer on the verge of a violent explosion. The least I could do is push him over the edge. I meet his wild gaze, a silent challenge passing between us. Instead of shying away from the violence I see in him, I lean into it. I tighten my grip on his arms and pull him closer, deepening the kiss until it's a raw, desperate clash of teeth and tongues. This isn't about gentle affection, it's about survival. It's about claiming a piece of sanity in a world gone mad. His hand clamps around my wrist, stilling it. "What do you think you're doing?" He growls against my mouth. "Trusting you," I gasp. "It's your turn." His grip loosens. It's not a concession. Gianni is at war with himself, but I don't give him time to fire another shot. I pour every ounce of my pain, my fear, and my fractured love into that kiss, demanding he meet me. In the chaos, Becca I Fug. His palm slams against the wall, the sound echoing in the small room. His demons are front and center and hungry for release. "Finish what you started, Dr. Brennan," he grits out, his hand winding around my hair, holding me in place as he takes control of the kiss, punishing and possessive. His roughness and cold words should scare me, but they don't. Instead, I give as good as I get, matching his intensity with my own. I'm not just a passive participant in this. I'm an active force determined to pull the man I care about back from the brink. Above me, Gianni's palm curls into a fist and he pounds it over and over against the wall. Fuck yes, just like that. I risk a glance up and find his eyes closed, his eyebrows drawn tightly together, the line between them sinking deeper as the kiss becomes a frantic, desperate battle for dominance. The power he returned hours ago triples. I'm doing this to him. I'm bringing the mafia heir to his knees. My own body trembles, a raw energy building between us, but I don't stop. Not when his grip on me tightens to the point of pain. Not when the world narrows to just this one brutal, beautiful moment. "Goddamn it," he rasps, his voice thick with an emotion that's too complex to name. "You're going to be the death of me, Becca. Every fucking piece of me." His body shudders, a violent tremor tearing through him as he finally breaks. The storm passes as quickly as it came, leaving him breathless and spent. He rests his forehead against mine, our ragged breaths mingling in the sudden silence. Holy shit, my chest burns. I need air. I pull back, dragging in gulps of oxygen, my blurry, watery vision slowly clearing as my pulse returns to normal. When I'm finally back on solid ground, the pressure on my hair is gone, and I open my eyes to see Gianni already straightening his clothes, his hand sliding into his pocket. Again, I'm still regaining my equilibrium as he pulls out his phone and stares at the screen, his expression hardening. I have to go. He's across the room before I can blink, the scent of spice and burnt pine drifting away with him. 10 minutes later, I'm still leaning against the wall, silent and confused, with no clue what the hell just happened. Open the door to the control room, what little soul I have in shreds. I've taken bullets that caused less damage than watching Becca fall apart in my arms. Walking away after the raw, desperate clash we shared nearly pushed my willpower to its limits, but once I read that two-word text, I had no choice. "It's about damn time," Anton calls out from behind. I glance over my shoulder, ice in my veins. "You want to rephrase that?" His jaw flexes, the lines around his eyes creasing, but the disheveled look doesn't stop at his face. His suit is untucked and wrinkled, and his hair looks like the aftermath of a hurricane. An hour ago he operated like a sniper in a sandstorm. Now he looks like he got swept up in one and spat out. Which means shit is worse than I thought. "Now's not the time to ignore texts, Gianni. You knew I was with Becca, which is why you know I wouldn't interrupt unless there was a code. Red. Code red. 2 words meaning retreat and regroup or fuck around and find out. 4 months ago I would have seen them and walked out of that basement immediately. Then a stubborn psychiatrist got inside my head and mind, fucked the shit out of it. I was de-escalating the situation. I clip, irritated we're even having this conversation. Do I need to remind you what happened while we were sipping wine in Hackensack? He bristles. No, but it seems you need a reminder of the blood we spilled in retaliation. When I lunge forward, he lifts his hand, his gaze flicking around the small room. That's not a jab, it's a problem, a big one. I stiffen. I thought you cleaned it up. I did. Sadler isn't the issue, it's Marcello. There's a slight tick in his jaw as he slides his hands in his pockets. I got a call from Bobby. There's a black Escalade with no tags parked outside Cucciola's. I'd be more shocked if there wasn't. When did it arrive? About a half hour ago. Marcello's paranoid, so he's laying as much guilt on my shoulders as he can before pulling the trigger. Anton lets out a rough exhale. He's blowing him up. I nod, and counting on an inferno linked to Victoria's family tracing back to me. Still, it's a quick and convenient turnaround. There's no way he could. No, we've veered off course unless. I raise an eyebrow. You thinking it could have come from Staten Island? His gaze sharpens. No, Toscano bleeds red, white, and green. Besides, once he makes a decision, it's set in stone. Maybe those two pieces of shit. Feds tracked you. Unlikely, but I suppose anything is possible. A volatile truth that could change the distribution of weight on a dime. Speaking of pieces of shit, where is my father? Still in Newark padding his alibi. He's forcing our hand with this. Gianni, he says, dragging his palm across his chin. We're going to have to make a counterplay. A move this big is a risk. One that'll end in either total payout or painful death. I've never backed down from a challenge, but this is different. It's not just my life on the line. I walked out of that basement intending to stretch enough band-aids over enough bullet holes for Becca to believe in Johnny Malone one last time. But that was before my father's paranoia took center stage. Now, there's a code red. There are complications and roadblocks. There are diversions to create and fires to set. Marcello sent his men there with bombs, I say, hatred chipping at my composure. Let's make sure they detonate. Are you sure? I glance down at my watch. 9:38 p.m. My father never lights up the sky until at least 11. If he wants a show, I'll give him one. Get Paulie on the phone and tell him he's being inducted trial by fire. Anton's eyes widen. He knows I've done everything in my power to keep my oldest friend's blood off the prayer card, but I don't have that luxury anymore. Paulie can be trusted to get the job done, but once he does, that's it. He's in with no way out. What blood binds, only death breaks. Warn Sardora what's about to happen, I continue. Tell him to leave through the back room and go home now. He braces his palms on the control table and drops his head. I'm tired of cleaning up bodies. Then you chose the wrong profession. I wait for a smart-ass comeback. Instead, he lets out a low chuckle and pushes off the table with a resigned breath. He opens his mouth to say something, then stops and tilts his head, his gaze lowered. Is that your watch? I glance down at the watch hanging out of my pocket. Shit. I forgot I shoved it in there after my visit with Becca turned into a 5-alarm fire. Avoiding his stare, I reach down and tuck it back in. You ask a lot of questions, you know that. Only because you keep a lot of secrets. I'm about to steer the conversation away from the damn watch when he does it himself. Which reminds me, he pushes a button on the control board and a monitor above my head flares to life. I had my contact do some digging into the late dice. Turns out his real name was Cillian Doyle, a lifetime resident and menace in Providence. I take it he has a colorful rap sheet. From what he said, it was longer than War and Peace. Robbery, theft, assault. You name it, he did it, but no direct ties to the rogue. I watch as another button ignites a live feed of the entrance to the estate, his hands sliding into his pocket as he studies the screen. It's never acknowledged, but we both know he's watching for Marcello. Looks like someone learned not to trust phone trackers. What about his family? Any brothers or sisters? No siblings. His parents are dead, but they appeared to be normal, blue-collar people. His mother was a postal worker and his father worked as a mechanic, so your typical criminal breeding ground. Anton's thin-lipped stare says he's not in the mood for jokes, any random offshore accounts hiding in his tax returns. Judging by the solemn look on his face, I'm guessing not, and he still can't get into those last two accounts. He shakes his head, finally breaking his one-sided stare down with the front gate. Apparently they have some kind of external string code, encryption. He's good, Gianni, not a magician. Well, he needs to learn some abracadabra shit quick, because if we don't cut every root of this operation, he's going to pull an indictment out of his hat instead of a rabbit. All these assholes have red hair and the same goddamn tattoo, the same one that's now on Becca. Either there's a shitty tattoo artist in Providence with a hard-on for that design, or it's a symbol for something. If not the rogue, then what? Considering two of those three men are compost, answering that requires tracking down this dagger person. He shrugs. Find the killer, find the key. I force a slow inhale through clenched teeth, one murderous bastard at a time. I tilt my head at the closed door. Go make the call to Paulie then. Get word to Toscano there's been a change in plans and Marcello is going up in flames tonight. When he hesitates, I brace my hand against the wall. What? Fire, really? Considering we're defying a direct order, don't you think? It'd be in our best interest to follow at least one of Toscano's stipulations. Ah yes, not to give the feds ammunition by blotting Marcello's demise with torch ink. Unfortunately, I'm confident crossing state lines with a police-issued gun provided all the reasonable doubt they'll need to charge me with Deadpan's demise. You're on thin ice with them, Gianni. Pulling the trigger early might break it. As long as Owen does his job, I don't care. Marcello and I can battle it out in hell. I've survived worse. We're locked in a silent showdown when he finally dips his chin. You're the boss. That's right. I am the boss, I mutter as he disappears around the corner. The lit match that's going to burn this fucking empire to the ground. Becca once accused me of letting my ego control my actions. You can't stand to lose, Johnny Malone. Everything in your world has to happen on your terms or not at all. No statement has ever proven to be so accurate and yet so wrong. She was right. I can't stand to lose until it's the only way to win. I'm the stain on Becca's soul. As long as I'm in her life, it'll always be there, darkening her path and destroying her peace. The only way she'll ever be free of it is to be free of me. That's why I'll play my role to perfection, and when the smoke clears, Becca Brennan's glass jar will break against the cold concrete wall, Gianni's confession still haunting me. Henry was the one who attacked you in that parking garage. My heart knows it's the truth, but my head refuses to give in. I don't know what's real anymore. Since crossing paths with Gianni, lies and truth have become indistinguishable. Evil isn't so one-dimensional. Virtue isn't so transparent. Sins aren't so black and white. Sin is an irreversible stain on the soul, I murmur. Gianni's words. I remember him telling me during one of our more volatile sessions. He claimed sins follow you like a black cloud. You can't outrun them. They're a permanent part of who you are. He tried escaping his only for them to create more collateral damage. That's what scares me most of all, not Gianni or Marcello or the pain. Both have the power to inflict, but that with every tick of the clock, there's a new sin. Eventually, I'm going to look in the mirror and see more stains than skin, and that's a reality I'm not ready to face. I push away from the wall with a sigh and begin another circle around the room when I hear the click of a lock. Looking up, I find Gianni on the landing in a black tailored suit, his palms braced casually on the railing. It seems my butterfly has found her wings. Just the sound of his voice kicks my heart into a furious tempo, a deadly siren's call that lures me in, then buries me alive. I've fought the devil all my life only to fall in love with him. I hold his stare. Where have you been? Taking care of something. That's not an answer. My composure bends and twists as he slowly makes his way down the stairs. I disagree. You asked where I was and I told you. Specifics weren't part of the request. If the situation wasn't so tense, I'd laugh. The easy banter, the slow Lethal smirk that lures you in, then buries you alive. Johnny is slipping through his cracks and he doesn't even realize it. Playing the semantics game again. I fold my arms across my chest and watch as he descends the final step, the stretched space between us, collapsing. How regressive of you. He chuckles. There she is. It's good to see you again, Dr. Brennan. Is it? I step back, my concrete cage morphing into familiar colorless walls. That woman was supposed to be intimidated by you. Instead, she ruined your psychiatric destructive streak, and here we are. I punctuate with a sweeping gesture around the room. I could have turned the tables at any moment, Becca. His gaze darkens. Believe me, I had every reason to. I tried to walk away from you so many times. Then why didn't you? 2 more steps and the blaze in his eyes combusts. Because I fucking trusted you. Now it's your turn. You toss that word around rather freely for a man who walked out on me 10 seconds after having his dick in my mouth. Goddamn it, that was an emergency, Doc. I force out a sour laugh. There's always an excuse, because there's always a fucking outside source coming between us. He glides his palm up my neck and cups my jaw. Other than the name and background I had to use, tell me one time I've lied to you. I open my mouth, ready to tick off his deceptions, only nothing comes out. Instead, thinly veiled warnings flash through my mind. I'm no hero, Becca. If you believe nothing else about me, believe that. So don't paint me as some fucking shiny hero with a kink in his cape. He may have skirted around the truth. He may have stretched so many holes it became unrecognizable. But in the end, no, Gianni Marchesi never lied to me. I hate you, I murmur. No, you don't. You hate the fact you want to hate me but can't. No, why? Does it matter? You'll tell me regardless. Because you've realized that truth and honesty are idealistic fallacies, only demanded by liars. The twin flames in his eyes ignite and I lose my breath. It's back, that hooded dominance. The uncaged rawness that's thin every line I've ever drawn. Because that clear-cut line between love and hate no longer exists, he continues, his voice dropping another octave. I claimed your body, your soul, and your mind, then freed them through darkness. You can't hate me, Becca, because you are me. It feels as if he's reached into the deepest, vilest part of me and pulled it, inside out. You're wrong. Am I? You're the psychiatrist here, weren't you the one always? Insisting the mind is the greatest manipulator of all. Crooking his index finger, he skims it from my chin down the length of my neck. Turn that mirror around, Dr. Brennan. Do you feel how your pulse races when I touch you? That's not morality, cara mia. So ask yourself, are you vilifying me because of who I am or how I make you feel? In all my years as a psychiatrist, I've never had someone steal my weapons only to fire them back at me. Shaken, I bat his hand away. Let me go. I speak the words firmly, but as usual he sees through them to the scared little girl who desperately wants to be saved. You know I can't do that. Then take me out of here yourself, I plead, my heart sinking. You keep telling me the devil never leaves, but does that vow last forever or until my last breath? Becca, I want to hate you, I choke out. Not for who or what you are, but because even after all you've put me through, this still bleeds your name. I clutch at the fabric covering my heart. It still aches for you, it's still low. My breath shudders as I inhale that forbidden word. His arctic expression turns molten. It's still what? He's right, truth is an ugly reflection. It still longs to trust you, I say instead, and that's a bridge riddled with so many cracks it should have already collapsed. I shake my head, unshed tears burning my eyes. So if you want me to believe in you, if you truly care about me like you claim to, you need to set me free. You still don't see it, do you? The muscles in his jaw tick as he stalks toward me. I stumble backward, but it's useless. There's nowhere to go. My back is literally against the wall. My beautiful butterfly, what did I warn you I'd do once I caught you? Tear off my wings. It's a threat I always knew would someday come to fruition. So that's what you want, me broken and helpless. No, strong and transformed. He slides his hand through my hair, the low tone of his natural jersey drawl sparking a dangerously familiar melody. What does a wingless creature have to do to rise from the ashes? I'm about to launch a sarcastic counterstrike when his question sinks its roots deep inside my mind, ripping through my pride to reveal a truth that's been there all along, one he made clear in our final moments in that hospital room. Tomorrow will never come without putting an end to today. It has to ignite into flames, I whisper, tipping my head back in a silent offering. The moment you surrendered to me, you became me, Becca. His grip tightens, the delicious hint of pain diluting my fear as he brushes his lips down the side of my neck. You're not a helpless butterfly anymore. You're a fucking phoenix. Fire. I breathe the word like a prayer. It always comes back to fire. The thought consumes me as his mouth crashes against mine. Fire is death. Kiss. Fire is rebirth. Kiss. Fire is ours. The words sear into me as our passion explodes and I melt against him, inhaling the scent of destruction. I'm done trying to convince myself we're shards of broken glass instead of missing pieces from the same puzzle, because dark can't exist without light, and two severed hearts can't love without hate. Let me prove it to you, he says heatedly. Then you'll let me go, he nods. Then I'll let you go, but something in his voice feels off. It feels final. I meet his wild gaze, a silent challenge passing between us. Instead of shying away from the violence I see in him, I lean into it. I tighten my grip on his arms and pull him closer, deepening the kiss until it's a raw, desperate clash of teeth and tongues. This isn't about gentle affection, it's about survival. It's about claiming a piece of sanity in a world gone mad. His hand clamps around my wrist, stilling it. What do you think you're doing? He growls against my mouth. Trusting you, I gasp. It's your turn. His grip loosens. It's not a concession. Gianni is at war with himself, but I don't give him time to fire another shot. I pour every ounce of my pain, my fear, and my fractured love into that kiss, demanding he meet me in the chaos. Becca, I foog. His palm slams against the wall, the sound echoing in the small room. His demons are front and center and hungry for release. Finish what you started, Dr. Brennan. He grits out his hand, winding around my hair, holding me in place as he takes control of the kiss, punishing and possessive. His roughness and cold words should scare me, but they don't. Instead, I give as good as I get, matching his intensity with my own. I'm not just a passive participant in this. I'm an active force, determined to pull the man I care about back from the brink. Above me, Gianni's palm curls into a fist and he pounds it over and over against the wall. Fuck yes, just like that. I risk a glance up and find his eyes closed, his eyebrows drawn tightly together, the line between them sinking deeper as the kiss becomes a frantic, desperate battle for dominance. The power he returned hours ago triples. I'm doing this to him. I'm bringing the mafia heir to his knees. My own body trembles, a raw energy building between us, but I don't stop. Not when his grip on me tightens to the point of pain. Not when the world narrows to just this one brutal, beautiful moment. God damn it, he rasps, his voice thick with an emotion that's too complex to name. You're going to be the death of me, Becca, every fucking piece of me. His body shudders, a violent tremor tearing through him as he finally breaks. The storm passes as quickly as it came, leaving him breathless and spent. He rests his forehead against mine, our ragged breaths mingling in. The sudden silence, then silence. The high fades, sending reality crashing down around us. I wrap my arms around his neck, desperately holding him against me. Fire is powerful, but it's no match for a storm. Once I let go, our candle will blow out. He'll slip through my fingers and we'll go back to being predator and prey. His body shifts and I tighten my grip. Don't. I have to go, Cara Mia. Gently, he untangles my arms and steps back. A distant look in his eyes. I've delivered death almost as many times as I've faced it. I've loved and I've lost, but the moment I saw those flames engulf your building, I finally knew fear. It punched a hole in my fucking chest and brought me to my knees. I'll do whatever it takes to never feel that again. My heart splinters as he fights for the rawest words I've ever heard from him. You make me weak because there's nothing I fear more in this world than watching you leave it. That's when I realize the true meaning of a hero-laced devil. It's a man who dwells in darkness, choosing violence over morality. A man with a sliver of humanity he keeps buried. A man who'd raise the world for the one, brave enough to see it. That isn't weakness, Gianni. He flashes me that slow, self-assured smirk. Maybe in your world. I sigh. Why do you do that? Do what? Put up walls just as I knock them down. He opens his jacket, revealing the gun holstered at his waist. Because you can't seem to comprehend there are bullets on the other side of it. I'm about to acquaint him with Freud's theory on guns and the male anatomy when he reaches into his pocket and pulls out an expensive-looking man's watch. I recoil, something about it setting me on edge. But Gianni grabs my wrist, his stare like granite as he holds it between us. I try to swallow the conflicting emotion bubbling in my throat, only for it to come spewing out. I ask for freedom and you bring me a watch. I asked for trust, cara mia. Are you denying me already? But what does a watch have to do with? At his narrowed gaze, I round my lips and exhale. Right, trust, okay, thanks, I guess. Silence devours the room as Gianni wraps the band around my wrist. Once he snaps it in place, we both stare down at it. I'll always come for you, he promises, slipping his hand back into his pocket. What's going to happen to us? Lifting his other hand, he brushes the back of his knuckles across my cheek. My beautiful phoenix. He avoided the question. Gianni, the words die on my tongue as he tips my head back and drags his lips slowly up my neck. Don't let me go, want me, protect me, love me, I whimper, silently begging him to force the words out of me. When I feel his hand slide up my waist. Up the stairs to the right, there's a back entrance, he whispers, his mouth trailing across my chin, skimming his fingers down the inside of my arm. He taps his index finger against the band around my wrist. The second this hits midnight, unlock the door and run. I'm a raw and overwhelmed bubbling cauldron of emotion. Maybe that's why instead of asking the obvious, I point out the irrelevant. Midnight isn't the devil's hour. His jaw ticks, and for a sickening moment I fear he's already shut down. However, just as my vision starts to blur, he meets my watery stare. Angels don't belong in hell, cara mia. He may as well have reached inside my chest and ripped out my heart. I don't. No matter what happens, don't look back, Becca, he orders, a layer of ice coating that velvety tone. Promise me. Everything in me screams to deny him. No one demands a blind promise for a happy outcome. But if this is the end for us, I'd rather whisper a lie than argue the truth. I promise. I watch as he reaches into his jacket and pulls out a card. Flipping it between his fingers, he tucks it into my bra. Scusami si sono così. With a final kiss on my neck, he turns to leave. I glance down. What the hell is this? Pausing at the base of the stairs, he tilts his chin over his shoulder. The ultimate fuck you. Out the second-floor window, watching the stars bleed across the sky, and imagining the smoke hovering above Hackensack as sirens rush to the scene. They'll be too late. The real fire has already moved west. Sliding my phone from my pocket, I type 2 words and hit send. It's time. There's no need for dramatic speeches or steeled threats. Either Owen lives up to his word or he doesn't. Regardless, the less detail he knows, the better. Once the dust settles, plausible deniability will be worth its weight in gold. A shadow moves in behind me seconds before Anton's familiar reflection appears in the window. He's on his way. I slide my phone back into my pocket with a nod. Do we have an Ida? Another step and he's at my side. His hands disappear into his pockets as he stares out the window. 20 minutes, a half hour at the most. I glance at my phone. 11:21 p.m. I hate this. I'm used to performing a one-man show, not directing a fucking ensemble cast. The fact this whole thing hinges on everyone being in the right place at the right time has me on edge. Even one delayed second could mean the difference between winning and dying. And the SUV? Gone. His tone is somber, not in reflection of the act, but of what it means. Life as Paulie knows it is now over. His blood will spill, the prayer card will burn, and his soul will belong to La Cosa Nostra. That's why he's rushing back, pulling a worn playing card from the Inside pocket of my jacket, I flip it between each finger. His charbroiled insurance policy made the 11 o'clock news, so his ego needs to hammer out the new dent in his crown. I catch Anton's frown out of the corner of my eye and know my night is about to get a lot more complicated. Gianni, I hate to keep beating a dead horse. Not enough to give it rest, I mutter. His eyes snap to mine. The more you risk seeing her, the less chance this has of actually working. Anyone could have seen you. Hell, the guard got his neck snapped hours ago. At his cocked eyebrow, I narrow my gaze. Don't look at me like that. He's lucky I didn't choke him with his own intestines. The only thing that held my demons at bay was her, touching her, smelling her, feeling her. Was it risky? Hell yeah. Would it have been more merciful to let my absence feed the narrative already created? Of course. But as I told Becca in one of our first appointments, I'm nobody's hero. I'm the selfish man who refuses to be the villain in her story. Dead guards are liabilities, Gianni, not marks on a scoreboard. Say you. It doesn't make it any easier, you know, he says, shifting his focus back to the window with a defeated sigh. False hope is a slow death. Ignoring him, I fold my arms and widen my stance. Fuck him for throwing salt in a bleeding wound. Guilt is a weight I can't carry right now, especially when I'm so close to pulling the trigger. Eventually, he exhales a resigned breath, a deep cavern tucked between his eyebrows. Be damn sure about this, Gianni. Once this pin is pulled, there's no putting it back in. I've been sure about this for 22 years. I side-eye him. What about you? His answer lies in his silence. We both know what's about to go down, and the consequences that'll follow. Both of us have blood on our hands, but tonight we'll drive that stain to the bone. Everything in place and ready to go, he asks. Isn't it always? Catching the card between my fingers, I flip it and flash the ace of spades, a slow smirk tugging at my lips. After all, I am Torch. We stand there, soaking in the final moments of peace, our minds heavy with what-ifs when a pair of headlights rush through the iron gates, leading to the estate. Our guest of honor is early, Anton mutters. Now what? We get in position and wait. I tuck the card back into my jacket. Don't fuck up. There's no margin for error. One mistake brings our house of cards crashing down. He gives me a final nod. Don't die. We both know that's a promise I can't make. Saying nothing, I leave. Him standing by the window when my phone vibrates. Owen's response, flashing across the screen. What blood binds, only death breaks. The lit match I've waited for. I close the office door behind me. As expected, a small desk light flickers on, and in the center of the shadows sits the root of all evil, smoking a cigar, a half-empty bottle of whiskey sitting in front of him along with 2 glasses. Instead of heading toward the chairs in front of his desk, I stroll toward the window and lean against the frame. You're back early, meeting not go as planned. It seems 2 of my best men met with an unfortunate end tonight in Hackensack. My father puffs the cigar while kicking his feet up on his desk. Is that right? Trapping the cigar between his fingers, he motions it toward me. Someone attached C4 to their SUV and blew them straight to hell. Amazingly, the restaurant you and Anton visited remains unscathed. I stare at him, a satisfied smile on my lips. I admit attempting to frame me for another fire was creative, especially since the owner is Victoria's uncle. I silently count to 5 so I won't pull my gun and shoot him in the face. Nice touch, sending me on a run to ensure my face was on camera footage. Your psychiatrist isn't the only one intrigued by the human mind. Our professions aren't that different. He widens his arms in an elaborate gesture. Both treat people like rats in a maze. While she leads hers to the exit, I let mine slam into the same wall before sealing it off and watching them die. Which maze do you think you ended up in? I could ask you the same question. He gives me a bored look. If you're alluding to the untimely demise of my duplicitous informant, you can save your breath. I'm well aware Henry is probably a pile of gelatinous sludge by now. I'm sure he is. The fucking puppet master knew exactly which strings to pull to make me dance, but I want to see where this is going to go. What would give you that idea? Who do you think gave him a key to Dr. Brennan's room? His smirk chips a dent in my stoic mask. History may not repeat itself, but it always rhymes. You have a sick obsession with being every woman's knight in blood-stained armor, Gianni. It's embarrassing how easily a woman controls your brain. I clench my fist, maintaining restraint in knowing that Teflon ego is about to shatter. I knew what I was doing by taking Sadler out. He was a loose end you needed to cut. Who better to provoke into doing it than the unhinged mafia heir who pulled a gun on him in front of half a dozen Providence firefighters, am I right? You were always your own worst enemy. Clenching his teeth around his Cuban, he fills both glasses to the rim, then pushes one across the wood. Here, have a drink. I'll pass. I have rules against ingesting poison. He lifts his glass with one hand, pulling his cigar from between his lips with the other. If I had any interest in killing you myself, 5 bullets would have ripped through your skull upon arrival at my club. The asshole is so fucking arrogant he doesn't even notice he revealed his whole plan. All this for revenge. Not just revenge. This is about tying up loose ends. Unlike you, I think ahead. That's where you're wrong. You'll have to forgive me for not sharing this love of vague bullshit you and your late protege seem to have. He chuckles. Let's just say nothing you do can counteract the storm coming your way. Strike a match and blow my entire entourage to hell. I don't care. It'll only strengthen my case and damn yours more. I arch an eyebrow and fold my arms across my chest. I think you're becoming obsessed with me, Marcello. An unnecessary dig, but I'll take every opportunity to take a swing at his ego. However, I'm intrigued by this so-called storm, considering you've been dragging your feet since. Lining up backup plans for your backup plans, it must not be too powerful. We both know that's not true. What makes you so confident? Nothing makes me confident, Gianni. I simply am, he says, eating up every ounce of attention as he tilts his glass toward me. Something you could learn a thing or two about. The only one about to learn a thing or two is you, asshole. Holding his icy stare, I cross the floor, my hands vibrating with restrained energy. I'll admit, as convoluted and full of tripwires as your plan was, it was rather ingenious. At every dead end there was a trigger, hammer ready to snap my neck. The corners of my mouth tighten. But you set the biggest trap when you put all 3 shell companies in my name. With all the recent deaths and chaos in Providence, you knew I'd have no defense. After all, I say, gesturing my palm toward him, you were in jail. Sinking his teeth into the cigar, he sets the glass down and gives me a slow clap. I've underestimated you. A mistake I thought you'd learn not to repeat. I can tell by the way his eyelid twitches I've hit a nerve. So you finally admit it. The only way to stay at the top in this business is to admit nothing and take credit for everything. However, I will say you've impressed me. I didn't come here to be insulted. Scowling, I redirect the conversation. However, I have to ask, why bother with the theatrics? Keeping Becca locked in your basement was more than enough to keep me walking your crooked line. The whole truce thing seems like a pointless side plot loaded with a lot of unnecessary risk. Isn't it obvious why I enjoy toying with you? He chuckles to himself, the sound as deep as his pockets. You knew how this was going to end, from the moment you stormed uninvited into my poker game. Pulling his cigar from his lips, he blows out a cloud of smoke. As Henry said, you heard what you wanted to hear. I'm so fucking tired of that goddamn phrase. All I want to do is skip to the end, but Becca's life is riding on me staying in control. Bottling my rage, I glance over his bald head to the ornate grandfather clock standing tall behind him. 11:49 p.m. My pulse sinks with the second hand of the clock, each tick a cocked gun. And how long was I supposed to go along with your delusion? It's all a moot point now, isn't it? He rubs his chin as if there's anything between his ears but a bloated ego and questionable intelligence. Once again, you threw everything away over a woman. I check the clock a third time. 11:52 p.m. Not as long as she keeps her promise. Marcello pushes away from his desk and stands 2 slow strides, bringing us less than 5 feet apart, his wide smile begging for a bullet. I've always warned you women make a man weak. Treat them like the expendable objects they are and you'll live longer. His words sever the last thread of my patience. He's the only man so inadequate he has to flaunt his misogyny like a goddamn Technicolor coat. None of this was about Victoria or Becca. It's about you thinking you're smarter than everyone. For 12 weeks you've followed every move I've made with a smoking gun. I hold his stare, anticipation rising like a pot of boiling water. But there's one thing you didn't count on, and what's that? I step forward until we're face to face, anticipation drilling through my skin, a wolf hiding among your herd of mindless sheep. The taunt is vague and open-ended by design. Your desperation is showing, and you're really digging your heels into the role of dumb asshole, so let me expedite this for you in all your self-congratulation. Did you ever stop to consider the source of my information, that the walls of your inner circle had to have cracked for me to walk into your club already knowing about your little Providence sideshow? You're bluffing. Then explain how I know that all the shell companies were put in my name the day you got out of jail. What broken link in your chain of command do you suppose could have given me that kind of information? Sadler, Marcello hisses, his face hardening. That fucking traitor. I smile, the irony in those words too poetic. I wasn't going there, but his assumption presents an opportunity too tempting to pass up, as satisfying as it would be to watch him die with the shock of Anton's mutiny smeared across his bloated face. Letting him lay the blame on Henry seems like a more appropriate ending for two men who played both sides. The ace of spades may be the ultimate fuck you, but denial of truth is the final one. It turns out Henry's secrets went on the auction block pretty quickly, when he started losing a game of truth or torture. What do you say? You and I play our own game. Drawing my gun from its holster, I level it between his eyes. It's called What Happens Next. For a man who has a loaded Glock aimed at his head, my father doesn't flinch. Instead, he pulls his gun and points it at me. She cried for you, you know. When Henry attacked her, she screamed out your name. I blocked the image trying to force its way into my head. I'll give you 3 guesses. Each wrong answer will cost you a limb. I only wish you could crawl back from hell to watch what's about to happen to her. Closing his eyes, he inhales whatever fucked up excitement those words invoke before opening them with a smirk. You could say it's 22 years in the making. The grandfather clock explodes, chiming out the midnight hour. Showtime. Sorry, I'm afraid that indulging your delusional bullshit is the wrong answer. Aiming the gun at his kneecap, I pull the trigger. He drops to the floor with a howl, his cigar skidding across the marble along with his gun. Kicking it across the room, I stare at the blood pooling at his feet. You have 2 more guesses. Think carefully, Marcello. You only have 1 knee left and no one to push your wheelchair. Via Kagir, I feign a wince. Ooh, tough luck. Another pull on the trigger and his other kneecap shatters. While many would like for you to eat shit and die, you're now 0 for 2. He rolls to his side, blood pouring from his wounds. I'm going to make you wish you were never born. You're 35 years too late. Also, you still haven't answered the question. What happens next, Dad? Killing me won't stop what's already in motion. You think the tide turned for you a few days ago. He lets out a rattled laugh. Boy, you've been a part of this story much longer than that. I have plants everywhere. Ones you'd never dream are plotting against you. Likewise, it's true you've done a shit job of cleaning up after yourself. Well, poor Henry is resting in pieces. You've left the other offshore account holders very much alive to contradict your story. I click my tongue. There's that God complex fucking everything up for you again. Wrong, they're all dead. Then why is there fear in those words? That's not fear, boy, that's shame at having such an idiot for a son. He glares at me, nostrils flaring. Once word gets to the authority, they'll make an example out of you, so think carefully about your next move. Actually, Marcello, you have that backward, comes a voice from the doorway. Fuck me. For once, the element of surprise catches us both in a 1-2 punch. The room falls deathly silent as we both turn toward the door where Toscano stands along with the other 3 members of the authority, and they are not happy. My father has the nerve to laugh. Benito, your timing is impeccable, old friend. The traitor has arrived, take him out. However, all that confidence short-circuits when 4 guns draw, then aim at his chest. Who's the trapped rat now? One by one he meets the eyes of the remaining bosses of the 5 families, reality finally sinking in. What is this? Toscano is the only one to speak. It's the end of the line, Marcello, for you and your 20-year deception. I expect a last-ditch Hail Mary attempt at pinning his sin on me. Instead, he slumps onto his side, a fascinating mix of disgust and resignation on his face. You're all betraying your oaths. No, we're honoring them, Toscano counters flatly. You've forsaken the 5 families for personal gain, Marchesi. You no longer have a place among us. Cio chi il sang lega, solo la mort spezza. What blood binds, only death breaks. My father's complexion turns the color of spoiled milk as he glares at me with hatred. What the fuck did you do? I learned a thing or two, isn't that what you wanted? I lean down on my haunches, ensuring the icy smile on my face is the last thing he sees. The answer to what happens next is you realize I took a move from your playbook. Instead of taking matters into my own hands, I took them to Staten Island. So you see, Marcello, there's no next move. I've already been crowned at the end of the board. I aim the gun right between his eyes. Checkmate, bitch. Exhausted, I stop pacing for the first time in hours and stare at the card in my hand. The one giant tucked into my dress. The ace of spades. I knew what it was even before looking at it. I shiver, but it's not from the cold. There's something ominous in the air tonight, an icy warning licking my skin like the tempting tongue of the devil himself. My finger trembles as I trail it across the watch on my wrist. With every tick of the second hand, it feels heavier, a weight confined to these walls and me along with it. But there's also something in that burden that begs to be freed, a lifetime of darkness yearning for a breath. My wrist shakes and the final seconds wither away. 3, 2, 1, midnight. Heart pounding, I tear across the basement toward the door, holding the key to my freedom in my hand. The one giant taped to the inside of the playing card, a move as ingenious as it is terrifying. The analytical part of me can't help but wonder if this is a trap, that the minute I unlock that door I'll stare down the barrel of a gun, but with time slipping through my fingers I have no choice but to ignore my head and lead with my heart. With a deep breath, I insert the key into the lock and turn it until it clicks. Opening the door, I listen for the smallest sound, only to be greeted by silence. The hallway is so dark and cold I almost step back into captivity. But the psychiatrist in me knows it's a trick of the mind, fear weighing the risk of the unknown. I can do this. Cautiously, I listen for the guard, but there's nothing. Then a surge of adrenaline erupts and I run, each step faster than the last until my foot slips, sending me crashing to the floor. Biting back a scream, I fling my arms in front of me, my hands taking the brunt of my fall, right next to a body. For a moment I can't move. My chest squeezes and my pulse roars in my ears. But inside all the chaos I hear the faint tick of my watch's second hand tick, run, talk, live. The second this hits midnight, unlock the door and run like hell. Don't look back, Becca, no matter what. Holding tightly to Gianni's words, I crawl up a steep flight of stairs and fling a second door open. Fear manifests footsteps behind me as I turn right, but I force myself to keep going. Digging my nails into my palms, I run down the hallway toward the door he mentioned. The closer it gets, the tighter my chest constricts. My freedom is right there, calling to me from the other side like a forbidden siren. A few more steps and all this will be over. My breathing picks up, my heart pounds, my pace doubles. I'm going to make it. I reach for the door handle and then I hear them. Voices, shouting, gunfire, him. It's as if my feet are no longer mine. They turn in the opposite direction of freedom and carry me up 2 flights of stairs toward a shadowy office at the end of the hall. Panic screams for me to run through the open door, but something holds me rooted in place. Intuition, fear, acute self-preservation. I have no idea. All I know is I'm operating on autopilot. For the first time, I'm thankful to have lost my shoes during my involuntary cross-state transit. I inch closer, silently searching for Gianni and straining to make out words. Then I hear an unfamiliar, commanding voice that chills me to the bone. You've forsaken the 5 families for personal gain, Marchesi. You no longer have a place among us. Cio chi il sang lega solo la mort, spezza. At least 3 or 4 men stand inside the room with one on the ground. My heart lurches into my throat until I hear a raspy voice from the floor. What the fuck did you do? It's Marcello. My shoulders drop and my muscles relax. It's not him. It's not Gianni. I'm drowning in such a huge wave of relief that I don't realize he's speaking at first. Then I hear the smooth, arrogant sway of his voice, and I'm immediately drawn in, watching as he bends down to be eye to eye with Marcello. But there's something different too, something frighteningly cold. Instead of taking matters into my own hands, I took them to Staten Island. So you see, Marcello, there is no next move. I've already been crowned at the end of the board. Checkmate, bitch. When he aims his gun between Marcello's eyes, I can't breathe. I'm frozen in a suspended state of shock. Marcello lowers his head with a raucous laugh. I didn't think you had it in you. I've always had it in me. However, unlike you, I only play games I know I can win. It's over. You lost. There's a string of violent curses, and I watch horrified as Marcello attempts to commando crawl to the door like a slug on hot asphalt. Gianni doesn't bother following. He just stands there like the king of the castle. Eventually, his father gives up and slumps against a bookcase. Anton will kill you for this. Who the hell is Anton? Gianni shrugs. He can try. You're weak, Giovanni. You couldn't take me down alone, so you enlisted help. He collapses onto his side, his eyes full of resigned hatred. We may share blood, but we are not the same. Flashing a lethal smile, Gianni steps forward and crushes a smoldering cigar under his shoe. You're right, I'm so much fucking worse. Then he pulls the trigger over and over and over. A rising tide of echoed voices envelopes me from behind me, but I don't turn around. I can't. All that exists is those 5 words and the one that's been sitting on my tongue. Gianni. I don't realize I've screamed his name out loud until all 5 men turn my way. In an instant, Gianni's icy demeanor turns to rage. We lock eyes, and for a heartbeat, I see Johnny Malone in all his broken, intricate parts, and my body unfreezes. Everything becomes fluid, and I'm rushing toward him when I see him glance over my head and dip his chin. Then a strong arm hooks around my waist from behind, and I'm pulled off my feet against a hard chest. Let me go, I scream, frantically kicking at the air. Gianni, but he's lost in a growing sea of chaos. Men flood in from everywhere, guns drawn, only staggering to a halt when the 4 men in the office with Gianni step forward. Everyone stand down, announces the one with the commanding voice. The way he effortlessly controls the room is so intimidating, even I stop struggling. What happened here tonight was authority-sanctioned. Marcello was a traitor who betrayed the 5 families and everyone here. As of now, Gianni Marchesi is the new boss of the Marchesi family. Anyone who has a problem with that can step forward now. No one does. In fact, one by one, the men kneel, bow their heads, and pledge their allegiance, loyalty, and honor to Gianni Marchesi. Cio chi il sang lega solo la mort spezza. I watch, horrified, as Gianni steps forward and accepts their oaths with that emotionless mask firmly in place. Cio chi il sang lega solo la mort spezza. This wasn't an escape. It was a planned takeover. This is why he freed me, so he could murder his father and ascend his bloody throne. This is his ultimate fuck you. The bleak nothingness I felt in that tiny room crawls up my spine. I can't breathe. I need to get out of here. I swing my arms and legs like out-of-sync helicopter blades, but all it gets me is more constriction and a few Italian curses. Then we start moving deeper into the house, down more and more stairs. Gianni. My lips form his name before my ears hear a sound that's all too familiar. Rapid gunfire. No, Gianni. I struggle against the iron-like grip on my arms. Let me go, goddammit. Calm down, Dr. Brennan, a firm voice says behind me. No, he's still in there, I have to help him. I can't let you do that. Gianni's orders, heart contracts. What, why? Confusion melts into irritation as the harder I fight, the tighter the hands hold me. I'm rabid now, shaking from shock, fear, and denial. He hauls me through a side door. I said calm down, Dr. Brennan. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll make it out of here alive. Is that a threat? I hiss because why wouldn't I challenge another kidnapper? It's worked out so well for me thus far. No, it's a fact, he growls in my ear. I can hear his patience thinning, which means so is my luck. Those men in there aren't socialites. They're mob bosses, and you're an unwelcome, uninvited enemy. Why the hell do you think Gianni wanted you to run? My jaw drops. You're with him. The minute he sets me on my feet, I whirl around to find yet another older man with gray hair and tired eyes. Wait, are you Anton? He gives me a flat stare. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be dragging you out of here. I'd be carrying your body. Wrapping that iron hook of his around my upper arm, he not so gently nudges me forward. Now move. We're halfway across the estate when I hear the rush of footsteps behind us. I was waiting on the east lawn when I heard shouting. Another man says, "What the hell happened?" Anton nods to me, his grip tightening. She happened. I have a name, for God's sake, it's... I trail off as the familiarity in the other man's voice slams a fist into my gut. You, I hiss, twisting so hard. Anton releases me. More lies, more betrayal. Clenching my fists, I spin around, ready to swing. Owen Holmes, he looks different. Blonde stubble dusts across what I remember to be a clean-shaven face, but it's his eyes that steal my breath. The curious, amused spark that had stared back at me that day at his office is now as dark as the night sky. Actually, it's Owen Henley. He states flatly, U.S. Marshal, U.S. Marshal. The words land hard, sending me stumbling into quicksand. Don't let her out of your sight, Anton instructs, pushing me toward. I'll meet you at the car. I hear his retreating steps, but I don't turn to look. I'm too consumed with the man in front of me. Are you going to hurt me too? It's a ridiculous question. No monster warns you before ripping out your throat. Like your friend Henry, the harried glaze in his eyes curdles. Henry Sadler was no friend of mine. He was a disgrace to the badge. He deserved what he got and more. For reasons I can't explain, I believe him. But trust doesn't cleanse lies. Look, I promise to explain everything. He stares over my head at the now silent estate. But now's not the time. The police will be here any minute. Good, maybe they'll make some sense of all this. The cops are the least of your problems, he clips. You're an outsider, Dr. Brennan, and as of 30 seconds ago, a witness. As far as the men in that room are concerned, you owe a blood debt. They won't stop until it's paid. But it's not my life that holds all my fear. Is Gianni dead? The words sound flat and robotic. Owen's silence lasts a bit too long, but I'm too heartbroken and numb to care. After everything that's happened, it's easier to assume the worst of people than to bother looking for the best. Gianni can take care of himself, he says cautiously. I'm so overwhelmed it doesn't occur to me to be concerned at how unbothered he is. I let him lead me to a plain black sedan parked 2 streets away, where he ushers me into the back seat just as Anton returns wearing a tight expression. The doors close and the 2 men murmur in hushed tones. I don't bother eavesdropping. I've had enough truth for one day. Bowing my head, I reach inside the bodice of my dress and pull out the ace of spades, gripping it tightly in my hand as Gianni's harsh words ring in my ears. Are you going to kill me too, Gianni? No, you'll go home as long as you behave. Home is a place that holds nothing for me but a broken heart, a destroyed practice, and a foundation of lies. As the estate fades away in the distance, one thing becomes painfully clear. I don't want to go home. Good. Anton catches my eye in the rearview mirror, his jaw tight. Because as of now, you have a new one. Minutes ago, I power down my gun, my gaze falling on the 3 dead soldiers lying on the floor in rapidly spreading pools of blood. Was that fucking necessary? Yes. Toscano barely gives them a passing glance before nodding to the Philly boss, who immediately begins herding the remaining stunned men downstairs. They may have kneeled for you, Gianni, but it was only to pull guns from their ankle holsters. My gaze slides down to where, fuck me, 3 guns lay discarded a few inches from their lifeless hands. Every muscle in my body stiffens as his low, patronizing laugh rings in my ears. As I told you earlier, your impulsiveness is your greatest weakness. You claim Marcello's ego got him killed, but yours will be too if you don't watch it. He gestures to my father's dead loyalists. You were so caught up in your gotcha moment you failed to see theirs. I bite my tongue so hard I taste blood. I didn't miss those men because of my ego. I missed them because of her. The moment I heard Becca scream my name, everything came to a standstill. I couldn't do anything but stare as my biggest fear played out in front of my eyes. Now that the authority has seen her, we're both fucked. Keeping a death grip on my gun, I meet his stare. Grazy. I circle the carnage to follow Anton and Becca when he steps in front of me. Blocking my path, I tip my head back with a low curse. You know, this micromanaging thing is getting a little old. I had Anton call you tonight as a courtesy, not an invitation. That same unhinged smile spreads across his face. Then perhaps you should ask your underboss why he extended one. My chin snaps down in surprise, a reaction that fuels his gloat. However, in true Capo dei Capi fashion, the exalted superiority carved in his face quickly melts into a mask of rage. But first, you and I need to discuss something. Fine, I'll meet you in an hour. He counters my attempt to go around him. No now, Gianni, and you know why. Fuck. There's no getting around this. All I can do is drag it out, buying Anton time to get Becca to Owen and away from the estate. I gesture toward the empty bedroom across the hall, but the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps diverts my attention to the stairs. Toscano and I both lift our guns just as Anton's flushed face appears. Immediately, his hands go up, his eyes widening as they swing from one gun to the other. His gaze settles on Toscano. I need to speak with Gianni for a moment. It's important. I expect the authority king to either laugh in his face or shoot it off, but once again, he surprises me by tucking his gun into his holster. You have 2 minutes. Make them count. Turning, he purposely strides through all 3 puddles of blood before disappearing into Marcello's office. Anton and I stand in silence for a few beats before Toscano's time crunch grabs me by the throat and anger takes over. Do you enjoy making my life hell, or is sabotaging me just an uncontrollable compulsion? To his credit, he holds my glare and doesn't back down. If you're waiting for me to apologize for giving Toscano details and times, you're wasting your breath. I'm not sorry. In fact, I'd do it all over again. Choose your next words carefully, Anton. He steps closer. Or what? You're going to shoot me right here in front of men who just watched you murder the only boss they've ever known. Another bold step brings us face to face. You're going to kill me for protecting you from yourself and 4 men who could take you out for reasons I don't have enough fingers to list. I'm the boss of this family now. The words bounce off him. Yes, but you're not invincible. You may be the heir to the throne, Gianni, but I've stood beside it for 30 years. I know more. I've seen more. He swings a clenched fist to his chest. I've lost more. So yeah, when I think you're wrong, when I think your stubborn Marchesi pride is going to get you killed, I'm going to defy you every time, so if you've got a problem with that. He glances down at the gun in my hand before meeting my eyes. You pull that trigger right now. I'm not going to shoot him, and not because his perfectly executed, put up or shut up, challenge imploded my whole argument. That's the 3rd time he's mentioned loss. Something tells me there's more to it than the typical bullets and blood that define a made man's life. There's a raw truth buried in the sea of pain he keeps hidden behind that steeled gaze. Water that's too familiar to the one I'm drowning in. I'll put a pin in it for now, but if we make it out of this alive, all bets are off. I holster my gun and drag my hand through my hair. How the hell did she get up here? When Toscano and the others arrived, I had to unlock the door to the 2nd level. I drag my palm across my forehead. And you didn't lock it back. because that was the whole plan, or so I thought. Section off the house, leaving Becca with one way out and my father with none. Once I got the final signal from Owen, I was going to turn the whole fucking estate into a multi-million-dollar inferno. Marcello may be dead, but everything else has turned inside out and ass end up. Anton scowls. No, Gianni, I didn't lock it back. I was too busy being distracted by the sound of fucking gunfire. Where is she now? Owen is taking her to the car. He shifts his stare, drawing my focus back into the hallway. We have less than 30 seconds. What do we do? Get her the fuck out of Jersey. That's not a good idea. I didn't ask for your opinion. I don't care. You need to think this through. Not only has she seen the face of every major player in the game, but she has intimate knowledge of Marcello's badge-buying rogue fiasco. That alone gives Toscano enough motivation to kill her. But once the feds get wind of this and offer protection for intel, it'll be a done deal. He flicks his wrist as if he's rattling off stock options. It's La Cosa Nostra code. Fuck the code. A chest-beating, gut reaction that only stirs the pile of shit we're in rather than fixes it. According to Anton's low, exasperated breath, he agrees. Then the only way to circumvent the laws and the code is to play both to your advantage. What are you saying? You're the boss now, right? So the same rule that prevents a boss from being taken out without permission also extends to his immediate family, who I just fired 6 bullets into, so unless I stare at him, the insinuation tucked between his words seeping through the cracks. You can't be fucking serious. His gaze sharpens. Apparently, he's very fucking serious. The wives of made men are just as untouchable as their husbands. You marry Dr. Brennan, and the authority can't do shit to her without a majority vote, which as the new boss of New Jersey, you're a part of. A ring on her finger not only gives her immunity on the stand, but it's her only line of defense against the 5 families. Becca's not Italian. When he gives me a blank stare, I grit my teeth. The code also states a boss's wife must have roots in the old country. With names like Reese and Brennan, I can make a confident assumption Becca's ancestors aren't Italian. Then you argue for an exception. A majority vote was a long shot for 1 exception. For 2, it's suicide. Do we have another option? He challenges. I'll be honest, Gianni, my priority is protecting your ass, not hers. I don't get even a syllable out before he raises his hand. However, I know if I don't keep that doctor safe, you'll keep putting said ass on the line. I glare at him. While I'm impressed by his pivot, I don't appreciate being silenced. What did I say about putting your hand in my face? He quickly lowers it, then stuffs it in his pocket. I get it. You didn't want her stained by this life. Unfortunately, that ship has sailed. Now that she's shown her face, you either bring her in or let her die. And that's the fucking pile of quicksand we're all in. The one I did everything to prevent Becca from falling into. But here we are waist deep in it, and the more we struggle, the faster we sink. Still, the idea of being married to Becca is tempting. Too tempting. Somewhere beneath all my scars, there's a twinge of guilt. Forcing Becca into marriage is the same thing Marcello tried to do to me, only worse. At least he never tried to pretend it was for my benefit. My jaw clenches. Mirror the footsteps, mirror the man. While I'm angry at fate, my guilt at trapping her in this life isn't enough to risk hers. Take her to my house. I say, the icy command sounding like it's coming from someone else. You know the code. Keep her safe. I don't wait for a response. Turning my back to him, I make my way toward my father's office. Present time. Oh, the normal, everyday citizen sitting down to a business meeting in the same room where one just committed cold-blooded patricide would seem like psychopathic behavior, but for those of us born and raised in the cutthroat world of the mafia, it's just a typical Saturday night. Pull the trigger enough times and even murder becomes routine and mundane. Once I rejoin the authority, Toscano wastes no time. Within seconds he sections off the other 3 bosses and remaining Marchesi soldiers into debriefing, cleanup, and damage control crews. Once everyone clears out, he closes the door and steps over Marcello's dead body to claim the seat behind his desk. I lean my shoulder against the wall and watch with mild disinterest. Is there a reason you're in my seat? I've always liked you, Gianni. Considering you wanted my head on a stake less than 24 hours ago, I think we have extremely different definitions of that word. What I don't like is being lied to, he says, lowering his gaze to my father's rapidly graying body. Something the deadpan Don found out little too late. The forgiveness of a broken oath in our world is unprecedented. The authority broke tradition and sacrificed a chance at revenge to remove a liability. Therefore, I suggest not taking this opportunity you've been given lightly. What makes you think I'm taking it lightly? In Staten Island, I asked you what Marcello was holding over your head that was so valuable you'd refrain from shooting him on sight. You gave me some half-assed excuse of him threatening the ones you loved. His stare sharpens as his cadence slows. But it was her, wasn't it, that blonde in the hallway was the leash around your neck? Who is she? An innocent victim who has nothing to do with this. Toscano's fist hits the desk so hard glass rattles. I'm warning you, I want full transparency or that olive branch we extended gets snapped in half. Then it'll be open season on you, Anton, and your girl. Got him for backing me into another corner. There's no way to avoid this now. Toscano doesn't toss out idle threats. Not only will he follow through, but he'll make sure I'm the last to die, at least by answering. I control the narrative. She's a psychiatrist from Providence. I was forced to visit her as part of my Johnny Malone persona. One thing led to another and I scrub my hand down my face, reining in the urge to take his fucking olive branch and gut him with it. She's important to me, isn't that enough? No, we're dancing in pointless circles. He's Benito Toscano, Capo dei Capi of the 5 families. His resources stretch from one coast to the other. He's going to find out who she is one way or another. It's in my best interest for it to come from me. Her name is Becca Brennan, I say reluctantly. Her father is the Providence police chief and her mother is the woman Marcello murdered, to make him fall in line. He sits like a statue, his stony expression giving nothing away. It pisses me off how easily he can pull a reaction from me while my return fire hits like marshmallows on concrete. Finally, he leans forward and clasps his hands on the desk. This woman knows too much, Gianni. She's a liability. Instinct has me opening my mouth to deny his claim, but I quickly bite down on it. He's right, she is a liability, one that in his position I'd eliminate as well. It's then I realize Anton is a lot more cunning than I gave him credit for. She doesn't have to be. Reality and wishes aren't the same thing, but go on. I could marry her. All traces of amusement slip from his face. I don't have time for jokes. Good, because I'm deadly serious. The moment Becca says I do, silence is her only option. The feds won't care that she was kept against her. Will. Once she's a Marchesi, the blood spilled here tonight will stain her hands too. So you want to marry this woman to protect her from retribution and interrogation. A wife can't be forced to testify against her husband. That doesn't mean she'll invoke that right. The feds can be persuasive. There's a slight break in character as a cool smirk tugs one corner of his mouth. You know that firsthand. Condescending dick. I can control Becca. At that he sits back and steeples his fingers. Even if we were to agree, your proposition has one catastrophic flaw. A boss's wife must be Italian, which that woman is clearly not. It's La Cosa Nostra rule. I'm tired of swinging from a lower level, so pushing off the wall, I saunter over to the desk and pour myself a drink. I know, I'm asking the authority to make an exception. You seem to be doing a lot of that, he says, watching me lift the glass to my mouth with hawk-like precision. What makes you think she'd marry you? She won't have a choice. Outsiders aren't loyal. She will be. Projecting his same unaffected apathy, I drink my whiskey and wait out his silence. But the longer it drags on, the more my shield cracks. Just when I'm about to draw my gun and do something incredibly stupid, Toscano exhales a heavy breath. She'd better be, or I'll see to it she won't betray anyone ever again. She knows a lot of information, Gianni. That's the type of loose end we never leave uncut. because she's an inroad the FBI can manipulate, like me. All the more reason to marry her and make her an accessory instead of an informant. Your heirs won't be eligible to lead. It's an unironic statement delivered with zero expression, and it knocks the breath out of me. I've been so focused on getting past point A that I never considered making it to point B. If I put a ring on Becca's finger to protect her from the very organization she's running from, there's no path to divorce. The authority will keep a close eye on both of us, and eventually she'll be expected to give me a son. Every sharp edge of me tightens at the thought of Becca's belly swollen with my child. I clear my throat. If you have the power to change 2 rules, you have the power to change 3. His laugh is low and lethal. You're a greedy motherfucker, you know that. I flash my teeth. Aren't all good bosses? Cursing, Toscano grabs the whiskey bottle and fills my father's abandoned glass to the rim. He downs half the drink before slamming it onto the desk. My agreement to this has a price. I figured as much. All right, I say, gesturing my glass toward him. Let's hear it. No, this deal hinges on blind faith, something it's obvious you lack. If I allow an outsider into the family, it'll be in exchange for a favor revealed at a later date. In any other situation, I'd tell him where he could shove his deal and walk out. No one with half a brain accepts an open-ended debt, but Becca doesn't have time for negotiation, so I agree to something I know is going to come back and bite me in the ass. Fine, I bite out between clenched teeth. I accept the terms. It's only then that his haughty exterior bleeds through that icy coating. Know that we'll be watching you closely, Gianni. If this new wife of yours so much as breathes in the FBI's direction, we'll take matters into our own hands. Understood. Now, he declares, topping off both our glasses, we need to discuss your next steps. I arch an eyebrow. I don't need hand-holding, Benny. I think I've got this boss thing under control. I tilt my head to where my father still lays, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, at least more than he did. I don't like the sound of his chuckle. It's off, like the low rumble of an out-of-tune guitar. It's amusing how you assume the road to our forgiveness ends with Marcello's death. Your father's demise is merely the first layer in filling the deep hole your family has dug. Sins of the father are visited upon the children, I murmur, lowering into one of the 2 chairs opposite him. In this case, yes, Marcello's betrayal and untimely demise left a lot of unanswered questions and even more dangerous connections. Therefore, while Anton rebuilds the Marchesi family, you're going to raise Providence, along with all those who could link these shell corporations back to us. Marcello claimed they're dead, and you believed him. No, mentioning it was simply a last-ditch effort in buying myself some time. I should have known better. Fighting the inevitable is like trying to catch running water, pointless and a complete waste of time. I've pushed my luck enough. Besides, the chance to get my hands on the man who butchered Becca's mother is a dangled carrot I can't resist. Unfortunately, needle in haystack finder isn't a skill on my criminal for hire. Calm resume, I spread my arms out wide. So if you have any ideas, I'm all ears. He swirls the liquid in his glass. Start with decrypting those last 2 offshore accounts. Obviously, one of them belongs to Marcello's bridge to Providence. Great. More shit I have absolutely no fucking idea how to do. But he's right. That dagger bastard is the key to everything, as is that damn rose and dagger tattoo. The fact it keeps showing up on men with connections to both the Italian and Irish mobs is no coincidence. My father was cocky, not oblivious. He knew it linked Carol Reese's killer to Dice and Henry, and he used it to his advantage. It's why he named one of his shell companies after it. However, until I have more than a cliched nickname to go on, I'm keeping it quiet. I jerk out a curt nod. I'll get on it. That's not all, he says, and the glacial look in his eyes tells me this is about to get worse. I want George Reese and Henry Sadler dead by tomorrow. I suck in a breath. Fuck. Taking out Sadler might be a problem. At his icy stare, I add, he may be slightly dead already. How is one slightly dead? Okay, he's all the way dead, I say with a shrug, just not all in the same place. Toscano stares at me for a moment before pinching the bridge of his nose. You fucking dismembered a U.S. Marshal. I had my reasons. He forces an exhale through his clenched teeth. Then focus on Reese. Discuss it later. Putting up another brick wall won't do me any favors, but I can't put a ring on Becca's finger than her father in the ground. I need a stay of execution on Reese. His eye twitches. Why? Because Becca becomes too much of a wild card if her father dies. Trust me on this. I don't need to take him out. Just the threat of it will be enough to keep her in line. Make sure of it, or I'll make sure neither of them are a problem. Understood. Now about this, he says, gesturing around the blood-stained room. As far as the 5 families know, it was a case of self-defense, and everyone is going to back it up. Marcello admitted to framing you and kidnapping this Becca girl. He called us all here for a huge spectacle and went out in a blaze of glory, so to speak, since he knew he was going back to jail. I raise an eyebrow. Does that mean? He sighs. Yes, Carmine is having the soldiers get rid of the bodies, but Marcello is staying. Light it up if you want, but it has to look accidental, he says, pointing a finger across the desk. Like a dropped cigar or something. We can't have our new Don arrested again. Cops won't ignore a Molotov cocktail and 5 fucking gallons of gasoline. Won't the couple dozen bullets in him negate the whole accidental angle? He chuckles. You overestimate the number of fucks the FBI gives about intermob crime. They won't care how Marcello died or by whose hand as long as they can provide the public with a plausible explanation. As far as they're concerned, the world would be a better place if we'd all take each other out. So, you're saying they'll intercept the coroner's report and make sure it states fire as the official cause of death? That's exactly what I'm saying. Welcome to life as a boss where the only difference between the government and the mob is a paycheck. We discuss more in-depth details over the next half hour. When half the whiskey in the bottle is gone, we're left with a tepid understanding and an unbalanced truce. Anxious to see Becca, I slide my empty glass across the desk and stand when he drops one last bomb. There's one last stipulation to our deal, Gianni. I grit my teeth knowing a rusted hammer is about to drop. The faster your impending nuptials happen, the faster I'm insured. Everyone keeps their word. He sits back, that snake-like smile spreading across his face. Therefore, I want this girl bound to La Cosa Nostra by tomorrow night. I stare at him, reality crashing around me. There's no way out of this. I've set things in motion that can't be stopped. I know what I have to do, and she's not going to like it. Push the door to my house open, my pulse spiking the moment my eyes land on her. I've never seen a more beautiful sight, or one that twists so many conflicting emotions at once: need, lust, exhilaration, regret. She's freshly showered and curled up on my couch, her damp blonde hair fanned out behind her. All traces of soot are gone from her face, replaced by the muddled bruises left by Henry's fist. Seeing them sends a fresh wave of rage through me. But the more I stare, the more I frown. Something's missing. Then it hits me: her glasses. I haven't seen them on her since her arrival in New Jersey. I assume they got lost in the struggle with Henry, another visual that makes me wish I could raise him from the dead just so I could kill him all over again. With everything this whole ordeal has stolen from her, it's ridiculous to let something as insignificant as a pair of glasses incite so much anger, but I can't help it. It's the one thing that made Becca Becca, and they took it from her, from me. But that fixation quickly evaporates when my gaze travels down her body. The white dress is gone. In its place is nothing more than a men's black button-up shirt from my closet. There are no words to describe what seeing Becca in my clothes does to me. It's the next best thing to branding my name onto her. The thought of having my scent smeared all over her turns my cock to stone, until Anton opens his mouth and drags me back into reality. You're alive, so I'm assuming everything went as planned. I slide a side-eyed glare to where he's leaned against the archway between the kitchen and living area. When does it ever with Toscano? Vague, shit answer, but it's the best he's going to get right now. I nod toward the couch. How was she when you brought her here? There's not even a flicker in that flat expression. Feral. Fuck. The poor girl has been like a poker chip tossed between manipulative bastards, he counters, his gaze drifting over my shoulder. Can you blame her? Not at all, but I'm fighting an internal tsunami and sense and rationality aren't at the front line. But I'm the man who fucking saved her. Yes, the one who she watched murder his father and seize control of. His empire. Give her a little space to accept this version of him. I look away, the righteous indignation in his words pissing me off. I don't want to give her space. I want everything like it was. I want torches, anonymity and Becca's submission and fucking Toscano off my ass and, well, Marcello and Henry can stay dead. That's just a gift to society. We don't have time for space, I grumble. Speaking of which, he says, swerving back on topic, what now? Good question. Toscano's ultimatums have turned a gauntlet into a minefield. Call your contact and offer him whatever he wants. I need those accounts decrypted. The man can't be bought, Gianni. Everyone can be bought, I counter, flashing a cold smile. You just have to find the right price. He blows out a resigned breath. I'll see what I can do. Good, by the way, what do you know about women's fashion? I ask, exhaustion making the jump from bribe to bride. I'm going to need you to. Gianni, don't test me, Anton, especially after you went behind my back and gave toss. Gianni, he stresses, tipping his chin across the room. I turn my head just as Becca's eyes flutter open. We lock eyes, then she drags her heavy-lidded gaze down my body. Well, if it isn't the dawn of New Jersey. While her jab makes me wince, my need for her overrides it. Doc, I breathe, clearing the distance. Thank God. She shoots up like a lightning strike and shoves her palm forward, stopping me in my tracks. God had nothing to do with it. Gianni, I'm here because of the devil, remember. Anton clears his throat. I'm just going to go check on that thing in the car. I don't answer or even look his way. My eyes stay on Becca until the soft click of the door closing shifts my attention to the playing card in her hand. If you're so angry, why keep souvenirs? It's not a souvenir, it's a trophy for surviving hell. Where's my trophy? For what? Sinking into a lower circle. She tosses the card on the coffee table. You lied to me again. She flings the words like poison darts, while I'll absorb all the venom. She can dish out, I'm not doing it sober. Walking to the bar, I pour myself a highball of whiskey, down it, then fill it to the top again. I thought I was doing what was best for you, I offer, scrubbing a hand over my growing beard. I wanted to give you a clean slate. That worked out well. You weren't supposed to come upstairs. I'm sorry, she drawls, pressing her hand dramatically to her chest. I didn't realize your little murder party was invite only. That's enough, Becca. Enough, she lets out a shrill laugh. Oh, I'm just getting started. Do you get a kick out of driving knives into my chest, or does being sadistic just come second nature to you? I said that's enough. You told me not to worry because you had a plan. I begged you to tell me, but you asked for my trust, and like an idiot I gave it. Within 3 steps, I'm in front of her with my hand in her hair. I didn't lie to you. Oh, so that wasn't your bloody coronation I walked into. It's taking everything in me not to drag her to her feet and bend her over this fucking couch. While that smart mouth is something I usually enjoy, right now it's making me want to do some very vile and savage things to her. It's not a fucking promotion, Becca, I say, choosing my words carefully as my grip tightens. If you want something in my world, you have to pay a price. She stands, that cool smirk melting to a serious stare. What was yours? Everything, I say, because there's no truer answer. My price to end my father's reign of terror and 22 years of pain and suffering for her cost me everything, my life, my identity, my future, my freedom, her. You were sending me back to Providence alone. I nod. Originally, yes. Why not just tell me? She whispers, her eyes drifting shut. Because you would have fought me. Her eyes snap open and she parts. Her lips ready to fire off an automatic rebuttal, I intercept with a firm finger. Can you honestly say if I told you the only way to stop my father and Ensure your safety was for me to kill him and become boss, you would've asked no further questions and walked away on your own. Well, not only would I have confessed to premeditated murder, but I would have had to inform you that those men you saw upstairs weren't insignificant Marchesi soldiers. They're the four bosses who make up what's called the authority, aka the Supreme Court of the underworld, and the ones pulling the strings of Marcello's execution. I didn't, and that I'd been busting my ass trying to keep them from realizing he'd been using you as a pawn, because if they knew an outsider had a front row seat to this whole shitshow, they would have made sure I didn't talk. That's the reason for all the secrecy and the key and watch. Owen was supposed to find me outside, then take me back. I needed you away from me. My world isn't safe for you. She bats my hand away and drops onto the couch. News flash, I've been ass deep in your world since I was 12 years old. The problem isn't new threats, it's the men in my life trying to keep me in the dark while they make all my decisions for me. I'm sick of it. My father, Jack, you all, treat me like I'm some cracked piece of glass that's going to shatter into a million pieces at the first rattle. But you're all wrong. Look at me, Gianni, she says, spreading her arms wide. Look at all I've been through and survived. I'm still here and I'm not broken. No, you're not. So maybe instead of demanding I trust you, it's time for you to trust me. Don't quid pro quo me, Doc. Scowling, I lower beside her and set my glass on the coffee table. I'm not. Exhaling a frustrated sigh, she reaches for my hand. You told me that once I let the devil in, he'll never leave. Well, you were right. Holding my stare, she places my palm over her heart. He's here and there's no getting him out, but what about you? Once you trap your butterfly, do you seal the lid or let her fly away? Damn this woman. I move my hand from her chest to her cheek, then the other follows, and I'm cradling her face. Then my mouth crashes onto hers with the force of all the rage, fear, frustration, and possession I feel. I mold her to my lips, taking what I want and demanding more. Becca gives me everything I need, combating every lash of my tongue with one of her own. The kiss is frantic, hungry, and demanding, and I want more, so much fucking more. But the moment I slide my hand under the hem of the button-up, she grabs my wrist. Gianni, wait, she murmurs against my lips before pulling back with a heavy exhale. I need to know if that's all. If what's all? She slumps into the cushion and tucks her hands in her lap. No more secrets and half-truths. Either I'm in this with you as an equal or not at all. Fuck. I didn't anticipate being backed into another corner so quickly. Then, again, this is Becca. The woman has a knack for needling through my armor. The only thing left to do is come out swinging. Your appearance rattled a lot of chains, which is exactly what I was trying to avoid. But it did, so I had to deal with the fallout, and quickly. Her chalky pallor tells me I'm scaring her. Good, she should be scared. This whole fucking thing should scare the ever-living shit out of her. What did you do? You were an outsider with inside information, a threat the authority wanted silenced, so I did the only thing I could do. I made you untouchable. How? By convincing them to accept you as my wife. Are you crazy? When I don't answer, she shakes her head and shuffles backward across the cushions. No, Gianni, absolutely not. That wasn't a proposal. Her jaw drops. Are you demanding I marry you? Yes. She blinks, speechless from my audacity or authority. Either way, I don't give a shit. This is one argument that big words and fancy degrees won't win her, so you can have even more control over me. She sputters finally. I don't think so. Fucking hell, this isn't about control. I'm trying to keep you safe. By trapping me into marriage. Yes, goddammit. Did you clear this with your other option? She says, her lips flattening. I grit my teeth. I get that you're upset, but I've already explained about Catalina. I won't do it again. All that righteous indignation deflates. There has to be another way. No one should have to choose between vows and bullets. I rake my fingers through my hair, irritated I'm having to pull this card, but she's leaving me no choice. If she wants a reason to bind herself to me, I'll give her one. Becca, come here. Are you seriously ordering me around right now? Yes, because that's the only fucking thing you respond to. That's exactly what I'm doing. Now come to me or I'll come to you, and I promise you it won't be as pleasant. I see the moment the switch flips in her. Her muscles relax, her jaw slacks. Her eyes glaze, that frenetic fire dialing back to a heated simmer. Then she's moving inch by inch until she's so close I could easily pull her into my lap. Instead, I glide my hand up her neck and take her throat in a light hold. There are other reasons, Doc. The authority demanded I eliminate all of Marcello's links to Providence. She doesn't speak for a moment, then her eyes widen. You mean? Yes, I'm talking about your father. They know about him. Gianni, she whispers, her voice shaking. You can't kill my father. I don't want to, which is why I made the deal I did. I stressed how. Taking him out would make you even more volatile. They agreed to a stay of execution. Oh, thank. As long as you're bound to La Cosa Nostra, I finish my addition, wiping the short-lived relief from her face. If you're not a Marchesi, Becca, you're a problem, and I have no recourse in protecting either of you. We sit in silence for a moment. I sit back and let her process everything, knowing there's only one conclusion waiting at the end. Eventually, resignation pools in those baby blues as she bites her lip. You promise you'll make sure no one hurts my dad? I promise. She swallows hard. If I agree to this, I have one condition. I'm listening. There's another beat of silence, then that resignation hardens. When you find the man who killed my mother, I want to be the one to pull the trigger. Got him. I didn't think my dick could get any harder for this woman. I was wrong. I stare at her, the air between us taut with tension. He's all yours. She jerks out a stiff nod while slowly rising to her feet. Then, okay, I'll marry you. Without another word, she crosses the room and climbs halfway up the staircase before coming to an abrupt stop. You know, I always thought of you as the hero-laced devil who brought color into my world. She glances over her shoulder, fear and confusion locking her behind familiar thick glass. But now I wonder if you were just another monster waiting to stain it red. I don't stop her as she runs the rest of the way up, then disappears. Behind a slammed door, there's no point. Nothing we could say will change things. Plus, we both know me following her up those stairs will either end in us fighting or us fucking and then fighting. Neither option is worth agitating her more than I already have. So I sit alone in a house that doesn't feel like home and find solace in the shadows. It's nearing dawn. The sun will be up soon and a new day will begin. My wedding day. I fire off a quick text to Anton. I want you in my driveway in half an hour, or I'm using you for target practice. Not really, but if I have any hope of this wedding going off without fireworks, I'm going to need him to smooth the edge of the blade I just pressed to Becca's throat. Tossing my phone, I pick up my glass and drain it, hoping the answer to this mess will be at the bottom. It's not, of course. The only thing there is a shitload of guilt in Becca's barbed accusation. As much as it stung, I can't fault the truth buried in it. I am a monster. Marcello was a shitty father, but he never sugar-coated the reality of this life. Even as a young boy, I knew that while all monsters dwell in the dark, the most dangerous ones walk in the sun. A lesson Becca Brennan is about to learn all over again.